Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Awakened Etherian Magic. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm just going to put this here as to say from past me to redo this chapter a little. Once I get big, and that the writing or at least the grammar gets better, I hope, as it goes on. Thank you for those jumped on this cracked crossover and actually liked it. Means a lot. Anyway, hope you enjoy the story. And for more chapters to come. Watching over the Whispering Woods and its borders between it and Bright Moon wasn't the most exciting position to be part of, but it was necessary. Especially with the increase in horde attacks and the number of refuges escaping burning villages and encampments. Doubling guards on routes both busy and barren would help in terms of keeping escaping refugees safe and escorting them to safer encampments closer to Brightman's Keep, as well as see and predict possible horde movements. But that would also mean thinning numbers that could be used elsewhere, but the woods itself made it more manageable. The canopy of thick vines, twisting branches, massive trees and other unknowable forces that made up and surrounded the wood are what kept the horde from aggressively moving through it and assailing Bright Moon. That, and what the rumors would have you believe. And how anyone who goes in, never come back out. Be it horde or rebel alike. Sometimes, when one would travel near the edge of it, you would hear the whispers of the lost calling out for help or whatever they had said before they had entered to whomever could hear them. Only becoming more twisted the further one went in. So, hearing the cry of a child was not too uncommon, as sad as it was. This time it was different somehow. It was a child no doubt, but it came out clearer than most of the cries from the wood. Especially when it came out as bunch of unrecognizable sounds or strangers still, possible words of some unknown language. But no would know it was the cry of a lost child from a place that never existed on Etheria. But another world unlike anything they knew. This is the story of a powerless boy and his journey through a strange, ancient world still full of life. The universe wasn't fair to Izuku Midoriya. Not only was he born without a quirk, but on top of that his friendship with Kaken instantly began degrading faster when he found out about it, and the bullying only worsened from that point forward. Only 3 years over when a quirk should appear and already wishing for his non-existent quirk to activate. To do something. Every night he hoped that something would happen, that he would wake with his quirk and become the hero he always dreamed of. Then he started dreaming of something else. A thick forest where barely any sunlight reached the ground. Tiny voices calling out to him that he never understood or sounded like nothing he's heard of before. However, he could only guess they wanted him to come deeper into the twisting treeline or warnings not to. He never did go further, thinking it was only some strange nightmare. That he should really stop watching those creepy documentaries about lost villain files before bed. Every other night then on, however, he would see the forest and the picture became clearer with each visit. He could make out the color of the grass he stood on, the turquoise vines twisting around the trunks of the ashen gray trees, how tall some of trees really were, the massive roots that upturned the earth around some of the trees were as if reaching out to someone. To him. Each time he would turn away and he'd wake up never to see that dream for the second time he went back to sleep. Only for him to show up at the edge of the forest again another night, and his curiosity only grew from then on. Months had gone by and Midoriya began writing and sketching what he saw in those dreams in a spare notebook he had lying around whenever he wasn't busy with school or taking notes on heroes. He thought about bringing it to school with him just in case he had a theory about the forest or another idea what the voices could be saying. He went against that thought as it could be mistaken as one of his hero journals in the heat of moment and accidentally write in it instead of the proper notebooks he had chosen for quirk theory and other hero profiles. Or possibly Kaken would burn it for a laugh, most likely mock him for keeping a bullshit dream journal in Deku, and then toss it somewhere, and he couldn't exactly look up the information about what the forest tried to whisper to him that night, unlike any hero fan forum. Not without lack of trying when he had time off from school or from making hero profiles to find any footnotes about any weird-looking whisper forest that looked like the one in his dreams, or searching, is it weird to dream about strange forests? Only to find bad horror stories. what dreams meant, lists, and the odd tourist attraction nearby. His curiosity and excitement of the forest only grew more with each night as it became more and more clear and how unique it was. Taking in as much detail as he could as what felt like only minutes, maybe seconds at a time, as he became more adjusted to standing next to the forest. Then he tried to reach his hand out, only for his hand to press against a strange force. Just as he was about to pull away, a strange pull tried to bring him back in. Struggling at first, scared, Izuku managed to pull away and woke shortly after. Izuku began to wonder if this was his quirk. To see faraway places in his sleep. But that didn't explain the whispers or the pull when he reached out. Travel? Instant teleportation through his dreams? Some sort of omniscience? It could be any of them. The only way to know for sure is that he would have to go past the point of no return and enter the forest in order to find out. In the meantime, he began to try and understand the occasional repeated word or two and create really rough translations to quickly jot down the morning after before school. So far, he had us, danger, and seemingly the most important word, a name, Etheria, as it was the most repeated word second only to danger of all he could make out, as of yet. Was that the place he saw called Etheria? What danger did the forest need help with? Why was this looping message if it even was a message warning? The more answers he thought he found, only more questions were raised. The most important being why him? Why a useless, quirkless kid is getting these dreams? He had to know. He had to find out why. It had been weeks since he tried reaching out to the forest. Sitting at his desk in the middle of the night on a weekend trying anything that could help him crack this, but his theories were hitting a wall. No matter long he tried to comprehend the frustrating gibberish that the forest was whispering, he had only gotten those 3 words, and even then, they might have been a stretch of what they actually meant. But most of all, he was scared. Scared that it might just be that, a dream. A stupid dream that was never meant to mean anything, only making sense because his brain is filling blanks for him, only hearing what he wants to hear. He couldn't help thinking what the other kids or even the teachers would think of him if he told any of them. They would definitely throw it back in his face saying that he's crazy or that it was a way to cope with his lack of a quirk. And that was the nice version. Izuku couldn't tell his mother. She would support him no doubt, but in a anything you say honey, not a I believe you way, and that was when he realized. He had no one to talk to about any of it, or anything for that matter. No friends, no dad, only his mom. And that this was in fact crazy. A very tired, very frustrated green-haired boy grabbed the notebook from his desk containing everything he had on the forest. Sketches, theories, everything, and translations of the 3 stupid words he had. In his bout of frustration, threw it across his room only for it to flutter harmlessly down beside him on the floor. Izuku blankly stared at the book below him, slowly picking it up and holding it, almost tempted to crumpling it up with whatever energy he had left. Small tears began to form at the edges of his eyes, finally realizing that this whole thing was a stupid waste of time. Wiping away the tears, arms falling to his sides and notebook still in hand, he yawned and went to bed hoping to never see that stupid forest again. Only to be placed at the exact same spot every time he came here. Izuku looked angrily at the edge that taunted him for weeks, possibly even months. Even here he was still holding the notebook, the hours wasted when could have, what was the point? He looked at the notebook one last time before throwing it into the forest. Expecting the dream to end then and there, instead his anger turned into surprise and then curiosity as he saw the notebook pass through that same sort of invisible force he found weeks ago and gently land in a small clearing beyond. He slowly reached towards edge only to recoil at the last second. What if this is that point of no return he thought of weeks ago? If he did this, there would be no turning back. He would finally get the answers he so desperately wanted. But what if he got stuck? Would he be trapped in his dream world forever? He would leave his mom behind just for the smallest chance to see beyond the edge? Or would he simply wake up when he crossed the veil, and the dreams would end there for good? He had to know. He pressed his hand against it, the veil shimmering at his touch. The whispers grew louder and more twisted as he pushed against the veil. He pushed his whole body against it, trying to ignore the growing whispers around him until finally, with one final push forward, broke past the force. Past the veil of no return. Izuku looked back, seeing the veil shimmer away into nothing before turning back to his notebook sitting in that clearing he threw. His entire body shook with nervous fright and his mind being unsure about it all, but he had to see where this would take him. To finally see beyond. Please be right. Izuku gulped, took one step forward and everything went black. Wow. Picking himself up off the ground, Midoriya quickly checked if his nose was broken. Thankfully it wasn't, only slightly swollen and a small mark just on the bridge of his nose. Izuku's vision was still little blurry from the impact. Nothing he hadn't already gotten before. He looked back to see a very small, upturned root with just enough space that a foot could get stuck under it and trip somebody if they weren't looking or careful. Izuku was neither looking nor careful. Despite going into a weird, most likely haunted, dream forest that told him that it was in danger or dangerous with only seeing the outside of it. Now back on his feet with sigh. He saw his notebook in the same clearing that was thrown in just further ahead. He didn't realize how far it really went until he went past the treeline. In fact, it seemed further than it should have been or how strong he threw it. As he made his towards the clearing, watching his step as went avoiding thorn-covered bushes and other roots that might he trip on. Midoriya couldn't help but think that if this is a dream, then why did the fall hurt? Let alone leave a mark. Dreams weren't supposed to hurt. If they did, you were supposed to wake up immediately. At least that's what his mom told him whenever he had a nightmare about a villain chasing him. It just didn't make sense. More questions. Just what he needed. Finding where the trees finally gave rest and ended, he entered the clearing where his notebook lied. With the notebook in hand and a sigh of relief of not tripping again, Izuku stopped and really looked around where he was. He was lost. Really actually lost. No, this was fine. He was fine. All he had to do was just go back the way he came. Simple. He promptly turned in place with a wobbly smile on his face and a small chuckle how silly this was. Only to see the edge of the forest that he had entered was gone. He started shaking, tears beginning to form in his eyes. No. He started to mumble about how this wasn't possible. That the exit was supposed to be right behind him. About how he was actually lost this time. He had to keep a level head. All Might never freaked out when he was lost. He always found a way. Of course, that line was more for fighting villains with awesome speeches, catchphrases and punches than getting actually lost, but the sentiment was still there, and it calmed him a little. With a deep breath that calmed just a bit more, that small smile on his face and a thought of home, Midoriya would find his way. But first he had to mark he had been here just so he didn't go in circles without knowing. He took a broken stick off the ground and dragged it into the dirt to draw a familiar face and point of reference on the ground which made up most of the clearing. And there. With the rough etch of his idol's face on the ground. Izuku now had a point of reference in case he did come back here by accident. Now had to choose a direction based on the face. Looking to the face for a moment, he finally decided to go left of the face's eye. Time to make his way. With what felt like hours of walking, he finally thought he was making progress as saw the occasional, what he thought was a bird or perhaps an oversized beetle flying by overhead which told him that things did live in the forest. And waves of relief when he saw the trees parting to let in some sunlight, even catching glimpses of the lilac sky past the tree line. His feet were starting to get sore with all walking and no hero got anywhere without the occasional break. He came up to a nice, peaceful clearing to sit in and relax plus to see the welcoming face of All Might on the grue. Wait a minute. All Might? Face. Izuku quickly ran into the clearing only to find that he was in the same clearing that he started in. All face included. That was impossible. He went in a straight line. Right. He quickly reoriented himself again just below All Face smile then went down the right path. Only to end up at the left eye. The forest was screwing with him. There was no way he could have ended up in the first direction we went to if had never gone no other direction. Okay. He thought. So right is left now. So, how about north? Izuku then went down north of one of All Face's pointed hairs. Again, only to end up at the corner of the face's large smile. This couldn't be happening. Distraught, Midoriya ran in a random direction of the face, just to find himself at the clearing again. Again and again and again. He tried to make sort of distance from it only to face the face again. Now thoroughly exhausted, gasping for air from all running he did, even tearing his shirt in some places, Izuku collapsed on the ground right on all faces' nose, facing the lilac sky. Why him of all people? He didn't want to die. Not here. Not in some forgotten part of some stupid haunted forest, where no one would find him. No one would miss him. They wouldn't even find a body to bury. He couldn't even curl up, that's how tired he was. Only arms and legs spread, flat on his back. Tears now fully running down his face. He closed his eyes hoping this nightmare would end. Dum. Oh, now what did this? What Izuku didn't think is what he would hear next. A small gravelly hum. Slowing, looking up, Izuku saw a large purple bush moving just a few steps away from him. A basket filled with all sorts of colored flowers hanging from one its robed arms and a broom in the other, only to put down and kneel over to take flowers from the basket and plant them where Izuku dragged his stick to make all face, filling in the dirt after it was secure and moving to the next empty space. It already filled a small chunk of all face jawline with flowers and making its way towards the ears. Managing to get back on his feet, Izuku made his way towards the humming bush, rubbing his eyes to get some of the tears out of them and maybe clear his vision just a little bit. As he got closer to the bush figure thing, the image before became clearer. It was a person. Finally, somebody to help him. Then again, it was stranger, and in this place no less, where nothing made sense. He made his way cautiously towards the figure and put his on its assumed shoulder. They made another noise, perhaps speaking to him. He didn't know what they had said, so he waited for the figure to finish planting another flower. They slowly got up, dusted off their robe and turned to face the lost, disheveled boy. What Izuku wasn't expecting to see when the figure turned was an old, short, purple lady with massive, thick glasses that sat on a large nose that made her eyes huge in comparison to her face and leaves poking out of her, what he now knew as her massive mane of hair, not a bush. As well as being about the same height as Izuku, with him only being up to an average adult's knees in a few cases. The lady's mouth moved as she gestured towards Izuku, the clearing then to the basket, but Izuku didn't make sense what she was saying. Maybe if he tried, he could try speaking to her, as much of long shot it was. He could at least get across that he was distraught and he needed help. Excuse me, but I don't understand what you're saying, but I see Ko could really use your help. Please? She then put a finger on her chin, tapping it, eyes squinting at him as if processing what he had said. Then her eyes went wide and let out the universal noise of understanding. Oh! She then picked up her broom from the ground at her side, cleared her throat and took a step towards Izuku. She brought her free hand towards his forehead and began knocking on it. Now, she said, every word a light knock on Izuku's fragile skull. Oh. Please stop, he said, now covering his forehead with his hand. That hurt a lot. Good. The bush lady, exclaimed. She then pointed her broom towards Izuku and poked him in the chest with it. I was hoping you wouldn't be lounging on the job all day, broccoli boy, she said with a smile on her face. The strange woman passed the basket of flowers to Izuku's open arms, having dropped the notebook during the knocking against his skull. She grabbed a handful of flowers from the basket and pulled seemingly an empty basket from a nearby bush, placing her share of the flowers into it. She then pointed towards the side of the clearing opposite of where she was standing. Could you start over there, dearie? I'll finish over here. She knelt back down and started planting again, all the while humming a cheery tune to herself. What just happened? When did he become a flower boy? Izuku's face scrunched into confusion, trying to process what had just happened as he looked between the woman and the basket of flowers in his hand. Asking for help to get out of here only to become some crazy lady's garden hand. And just a few moments ago he was on the ground contemplating his demise, which apparently made him look like broccoli come to life. Why are we planting flowers again? He asked cautiously, hoping to get some sort of answer. Because they asked us. They didn't much like being dug into without permission. Now get started. The lady answered, not turning to face Izuku as she moved on to another spot to plant. Did she mean the forest? Was that the reason he kept showing up in the clearing? Because it was upset with him? It was certainly a better reason than him getting his directions mixed somehow. He wasn't sure if he should be terrified or astonished of this place. With no other way of getting help or getting out for that matter, Izuku got to work. Planting flowers actually was very relaxing, surprisingly enough. It helped him clear his head much better than just sitting around and letting his thoughts drive him. Almost the entirety of the face was filled with flowers now. Izuku looked over to old lady to see she was just finishing planting the last of the flowers on her side of the face, having just filled in the right eye. Midoriya got up and dusted the dirt off himself and his hands. The more looked around, he did notice a few things after the flowers were planted. He heard the chatter of woodland creatures, the swishing of brushing leaves as they were blown by a soft breeze. Even feeling that same breeze against his face. He didn't hear or feel it before when he first made the face. Perhaps the forest was pleased with him and would let him go now. He certainly was pleased with himself with the job well done without any gardening tools. Or any prior knowledge on how to garden in the first place. Izuku turned to the lady who had made him her temporary garden hand, hopeful that with helping her, she would help him in return. Just to see her beginning to walk out of the clearing towards the forest, his notebook now in the empty flower basket. Now hold on a minute. She said she would, well, she didn't say she would help him. But that didn't mean she could take his things from him and leave him here. Izuku stumbled upwards, almost tripping on his feet and caught up with the bush lady. She hardly noticed his presence as he finally reached her side again. Where are we going exactly? Izuku said, trying to get his impromptu guide's attention. She didn't say anything. Just to quickly rush over to a nearby berry bush and start picking. Oh, look here. These are perfect. The lady exclaimed. She picked more berries and placed them into the basket where his notebook rested, getting it covered in berry juices. What are you doing? Izuku dove into the basket and grabbed the notebook, trying to wipe some of the excess berry off. We're making pie when we get back. We'll need the berries. She nonchalantly responded, clearly not fazed by him digging through the basket to retrieve his notebook. Back where? Izuku was quickly getting tired of the lady's antics. Really? Although he did admit he was getting rather hungry with all the walking he did before and doing now. Here. Using her broom to part a large patch of foliage, it revealed another larger clearing. A hut with a small chimney sat peacefully at the opposite edge of where they were standing. Smoke already bellowing from the chimney. Come, or we'll be late. The lady made her way off towards the hut, with the boy right behind. She stopped in her tracks just at the entrance where the door was just a simple pull sheet. Izuku looked over the massive mane of hair, wondering why they had stopped and maybe see inside. Did she live here? After a moment, mumbling something to herself, she entered the hut with Izuku close behind. She placed the half-empty basket of berries next to a nearly identical, completely full basket of berries. Those are for tomorrow. Or yesterday. Well, can never have enough, I say. She went over to the stone oven and left her broom to the side. Izuku could only watch as she moved across the one-room hut as if doing this thousands of times. Preparing crusts and tins for the pie they would be making. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. What did she mean tomorrow? He couldn't stay in some hut in the middle of nowhere. His mom would be worried to death about him. His mood instantly soured, and his thoughts took over any sort of calm he once had. Noticing the shaky sniffles of the green-haired boy, the bush lady walked over to him. I know exactly what you need. Pointing to him. A calming, cheery smile on her face as she looked to him. Izuku looked up to face the old woman, still sniffling. Trying to wipe away the snot running down his nostrils from both his own sadness to all of the strange smells that entered his nose when he came inside. A good night's. Yes. Even vegetables need sleep. How do you think they grow? She spoke with a sweet smile. Izuku's face dropped. More flabbergasted and annoyed than sad. Sleep. She wanted him to sleep here of all places. Thinking about it for a second, It was a better idea than just wandering the forest until the middle of the night and collapsing from exhaustion. He did see that the sky did change, only becoming slightly dimmer, and there weren't any stars. So maybe it was night here, wherever the here is or was. During this entire thought process, Izuku looked over to see a small blanket and pillow had been set for him in the middle of the room away from any stray pie tins. Izuku stared at the makeshift bed and, with a gulp, began to lie down on the mat. It was actually really comfortable and already felt himself drifting to sleep. Guess he really was that tired. The lady stood at the doorway, taking her glasses off and wiping them with her robe. Get some rest, dearie. Raz has a big day ahead of us. Raz placed her bottle glasses back on and with a flourish, left the hut, closing the curtain behind her. So, that was her name. He never did ask for her name at any point since he met her. Before he could think of any more questions, sleep finally took him once more as he drifted away. Izuku tossed and turned in bed, now feeling a heavy blanket on top of him. Turning with one eye vaguely open to see his signature 5th edition Sliver Age All Might alarm clock reading 8 a.m. Izuku jumped out of his bed, tossing over his All Might blanket in his astonishment. He couldn't believe it. He was back home. He noticed that the notebook was still in his hand. Izuku quickly rushed over to his desk and began writing everything that happened, his vigor and interest renewed with that last visit to the strange forest. Quickly making an entry on the bush lady Raz on an empty page and already writing new theories about her and the forest. Sketching as much of her appearance as he could remember. A knock came to his door, and concerned voice echoed behind it. Izuku, honey? Are you okay? I heard banging and shouting. Did you fall out of bed again? I'm okay, Mom. Jay just had a crazy dream. All right, sweetheart. Breakfast is ready for you. Come down quickly or it'll get cold. Okay, thank you. With that, he turned back to the finished sketch and wrote Raz underneath portrait. Stomach rumbling, he closed the notebook and made his way to the kitchen, eager to taste whatever his mom had made. What he didn't notice until later that day is that there were still berry stains on the back of the notebook. It was real. It had to be. It was right in front of him. That was Izuku's thought process when first stepped into the forest. Only being able to see the outskirts of the strange place every other night. Now he could enter it whenever he went to sleep that night. It was upsetting at first to wake up on the floor of the old hut when he had just fell asleep in his comfy bed. But to feel the breeze through his hair, the smells, sights, sounds, and even touch the ashen trees. Izuku asked them if it was okay first, having learned a couple nights ago that the forest was alive in its own strange way, and he didn't want to end up like when first came here. It was breathtaking and unbelievable. He wasn't alone either. Other than the forest itself, there was his sort of guide to the forest, Raz. Raz would show him how she manages to navigate the dense darkness of the forest in her own way, of course. Her own way being that most of the time, she would leave Izuku's side once he looked away to take more notes on nearby fauna or flora, and he would have to navigate the forest himself to find her or his way back. Half the time, he did find his way back to Raz or her hut just following the old, crazed cackles from the forest hermit or trails of dried leaves she left behind. Other times he would become somewhat lost again. But instead of going in circles and ending up in the first clearing, Izuku would find himself in a different part of the forest entirely. From large cave entrances with sleeping beasts within that Izuku narrowly avoided, to ruined huts from what he guessed was other people. Even spotting some edible foods here and there when he got hungry. This time, however, as the boy wandered, the ground turned from the soft dirt into a smooth crystal-like flooring. His shoes clacking against the strange material. Broken and lopsided stone towers with strange lines built into them, paired with the frequent sight of debris from the towers made up the sides of an imposing walkway up leading to somewhere. Before long, did the path finally end. A massive crystal temple long faded from its glory stood before the boy. Despite how decrepit and faded it was, it still glistened and sparkled in the light. Mouth agape with awe, Izuku took out his notebook and began sketching as much of the ruin he could, trying to get as much detail as possible. He walked further down the faded crystal path towards the entrance of the temple. taking it in and sketching as much as he could before finally coming to the door, nearly bumping his head against it. It was slanted upwards, implying the diamond-shaped door led downwards, perhaps deeper into the otherworldly structure. Izuku placed both of his hands on the door, scanning or feeling for any sign for how it opened or if it opened at all. No luck, however, as it seemed completely sealed. He did notice the same repeating lines, points, and shapes on the door as with the towers leading towards it. Izuku took a step back to get a better look at the door. Maybe it says something if looked at the right way. No matter how he looked at it, however, even standing on his head at one point, he couldn't understand what the purpose of the symbols on the door meant. Perhaps it was simply decoration? Either way, Midoriya added it to his new ruins section of his Theories and Mysteries of Etheria Vol 1-inch notebook. Izuku did finally find out that the place he did reside now was called Etheria, and the forest was simply a part of it. He only did, however, when Raz muttered it when she was scaling a similar-looking ruin like a pro acrobat with the boy lagging behind for more berries as bushes grew in and on top of the overgrown towers than on the ground itself. Shaking the strangeness of his guide away for now, Izuku started to go through whatever notes he had on Etheria so far as he made his way back to the hut. Filled to the brim with questions on Etheria itself, he had detailed sketches on all the ruins he had accidentally discovered with Raz on ingredient gatherings, profile of the one humanoid person he's met so far and questions about them. Questions beginning like, how old was Raz, how long has she lived in the forest, how was she able to speak perfect Japanese only from one conversation with Midoriya when it was clear she was speaking possibly the local language? Why had he only met Raz so far and not anyone else? Despite obvious signs of other people in the forest, he really hoped that he and Raz weren't the only normal people here, or they were the only survivors of some sort of apocalypse. Izuku nosed deep in his notebook, crafting more theories about the temple's purpose and sketching the door from memory. Did he find himself at the edge of a cliff shortly after, only noticing when sunlight touched his skin and a more open breeze hit him. Izuku looked back at the forest confused. He was for sure in the middle of the deepest parts of the forest. How did he end up out here? Wow! Izuku turned around and there at the cliff's edge, did Izuku find himself at a miraculous view. What he saw in the far distance was a great castle, shining and sparkling in the sunlight. Built into the side of an even larger mountain, the magnificent marble keep wrapped around the mountain with what looked like tents and houses built at the base with swampland surrounding it. What grabbed his attention most was the large, marble and gold opulent tower that seemed only stone's throw away from the entrance and what gently floated above it. A large, shimmering oval stone which glistened with something like moonlight. This was amazing. He had to capture this moment. He had to. Oh, if only he thought of bringing a camera. How would that work? Tumbling the notebook in his hands, excitement in his eyes and nearly hopping in place. Izuku opened the notebook only to find there weren't any empty pages left. Quickly flipping page after page in desperation to find any section of the book that had an empty page or footnote, or anything. All coming up short, of course. Just when he found some sort of civilization and unable to even get down from where he was and unable to at least see other people from how far he was when the notebook was full. He'd probably never find this place again too. Why did the forest only take him to amazing places once then never again? It was because of that reason Izuku brought the notebook everywhere he went. For that just in case he found something spectacular. All of his previous excitement had sunken to the bottom, knowing he should have brought another empty journal with him. With a muddled sigh, Izuku sadly made his way back towards the forest, back turned from the only civilization he would probably ever see here. His good mood now sufficiently stuffed, dragging himself back wherever, occasionally looking just to see how far he actually was going. Izuku tried to alleviate some of the disappointment by going through the full notebook reading on every ruin he's seen before and comparing it to the castle he saw. It was hard trying to compare something that you might never see again to get the finer details in a sketch, but it helped keep his mind off things and distract him. Mumbling as he went, processing the purpose of the moon-like stone and the keep itself, Izuku heard something he never thought he'd hear in the forest. It was faint but definitely there. Crying, Someone else was out here. Crying. Another person. Or it could be another trick of the forest. Or Raz's cackling but muddled by the forest itself. Or some sort of adapted predator trying to lure him in and eat him. Izuku should just keep walking and ignore it, his analytical side of his brain told him. But the side that wanted to become a hero told him to go and help whomever this was. That was the purpose of a hero. To help those in need. No matter where you were. Izuku stood there, debating whether he should go or not. It was just a dream, right? He would probably never hear or find the crying again after tonight. Like other nights. Then he heard screaming. Then Izuku's legs moved on their own. Why was he running? Why was he running? He shouldn't be running. He should be, running in the other direction away from the possible danger. But his body wasn't listening. It was bolting towards where he heard the scream last. Nearly tripping over Root and himself as he went. The forest going by as Izuku ran faster than he ever had before. Izuku was getting closer to the source of the scream. Why? And it was getting louder. Then a horrible chittering noise took its place with what sounded like lasers zooming by and struggling. Now he knew that someone was in trouble and by the sounds of it, fighting off something. Presumably an animal going by the chittering sound that was definitely getting more agitated. As Izuku was getting closer, he could now see lights being shot off in the distance. He was almost there. Again, why? Just a little further. Then he would see who was fighting what. Or he would have if it hadn't been for one of the lights being blasted right into his face, Izuku's vision becoming heavily impaired. It felt like getting a glitter bomb in his eyes as the boy yelped in pain. Now trying to rub the twinkling out of his eyes, still. Running too. Izuku tripped on a broken branch before rolling down what felt like a hill into something with a solid impact, then finally coming to a stop. "I'm here to help," he shouted, getting up rapidly from his prone state. Vision still blurry, he tried to feel what he had rolled into as both the struggle and chittering stopped. Izuku wonders if he hit a tree on his way down the incline as he waved his hands around trying to find leeway on anything. His hands finally found something. Maybe it was that tree. It felt smoother than the other trees he's felt. It also looked a little lighter too from what his blurred vision could make out. With a large branch pointing upward towards his face. The tree started to chitter, almost hiss, very angrily. This wasn't a tree, was it? Izuku took a step back from the tree, his vision finally clearing to the point where he could make out the human child-sized giant horned beetle with a mouth full of definitely sharp teeth and mandibles. Staring down Izuku with 4 completely blue orbs for eyes, salivating. It was hungry and very annoyed. What a great combo. Izuku thought as he unconsciously grabbed a large stick laying beside him, having fallen from the actual tree they tumbled into, holding it like a sword. Hands shaking to a point where he thought the stick would just crumble to fragments in his hands. Sweat was going down his face like bullets and a very shaken look in his eyes. Slowly backing away from the monster. The beetle leaped onto Izuku, wings buzzing to close the distance Izuku tried to make. Knocking him down on his back. The beetle was on top of him, gnashing and struggling against the stick Izuku put in front of him, pushing against the gnashing maw to keep it just high enough so that it didn't eat his face first. Continuing to bite down on the stick, some of the feral slobber dripping onto him, its many legs wriggled against Izuku, leaving scratch marks on his arms, face, legs, and tearing his clothes, trying to get some hold or ground on him. It was starting to get closer to his face as it screeched with growing feral hunger. One of the longer mandibles managed to work around the makeshift weapon and cut into Izuku's arm. He didn't feel it at the time as adrenaline was rushing through his system and he was trying to stay on task. Like avoid being eaten alive for one. As it looked like the stick was about to snap, Izuku's false courage faltering and the monster beetle mere inches from his face, one of the glittering ball of light was propelled at the beetle, hitting it directly in the eyes. It reared off of Izuku with a pain-filled screech, falling onto its back, legs ferociously wriggling in the air, before tossing and turning to flip itself back over and running into the forest. Sparkles still twinkling where it was hit. Izuku tried to see what made that light but was unable to get off his back or lift his head. He was about to pass out from exhaustion if weren't for the strange silhouette that appeared and filled his vision. Raz! Izuku rasped. The figure tilted their head slightly before extending a small hand. Not one to put down a friendly hand, and that his left arm started to sting, he took it, the small figure helping him to his feet. Izuku began to teeter back and forth, using his hand to cover the deep gash made from the encounter. The figure gasped and quickly grabbed onto his shoulders to steady him. Now on his 2 feet, Izuku, face pale in a cold sweat, looked up from the ground to see the worried face of a girl no older than he was. With tan skin, short pink-purple mix of hair that also seemed to sparkle slightly, big round pale purple eyes filled with worry and a gap in her teeth stared at him. She was wearing a very puffy pink dress that looked torn in some places that also slightly twinkled. And a few scrapes on her face and arms from most likely the monster she was fighting off first. She was speaking to him. He saw her mouth move but still didn't understand the girl. The girl then looked to Izuku's injury, then back to him. Taking Izuku's hand, she looked around quickly to spot a nearby small flowing stream. She took him to the stream and knelt down beside it, Izuku wearily following her example. Scooping some water with her hands, and she started pouring it on Izuku's wound. The boy breathed in air through his teeth as the gash burned against the cold touch of the water. It felt a little better after a couple rinses, not bleeding as profusely as it did. The girl then stood up and with a determined look on her, grabbed hold of the lower half of her dress and after a couple tries, ripped a large chunk of cloth off the dress, leaving it more torn near the bottom. She sat beside to Izuku's left and slowly wrapped the gash in the makeshift bandage, going around his arm multiple times just so it didn't bleed through, then finally tying it tightly towards herself with a pull. Izuku flinched at the sudden tug around his wound. He looked to the makeshift bandage around his arm to see that it did stop the bleeding. It still hurt when he moved his arm around much, but it was better than bleeding out. After that, Izuku looked to the girl and tried to figure out some way to say, "Thank you for saving my life when I tried to come help but landed on top of the monster beetle instead, and not look insane." Considering she probably didn't understand him either. As he was about to say something, the girl tried saying something to him first. Izuku wouldn't have known what she was talking about if she didn't gesture to his bandaged wound. The only response he could come up with on the spot was a shaky, but sincere smile and a thumbs up with his good arm. She smiled with that confirmation, but it slowly faded as she sat sunken. Upset about something. Maybe she was the one who was crying before Hissy and Ugly showed up. Was she lost? He knew how that felt. Except the almost getting eaten part, that was new. Izuku knew how the forest could screw someone's sense of direction, but considering this is his first time finding and fighting off something that actively tried to eat him. This section of the forest they resided in wasn't safe, or at least not seen after, with whatever kept him from being some predator's next meal. Izuku grabbed his notebook, which, thankfully, didn't fall out of his back pocket during that whole moment. He flipped to a section which contained the majority of his information on the forest, trying to see if he had ever encountered anything like the beetle at any point during his first few days in the forest. As his mind nearly ran 100 thoughts a minute, he felt a small poke on his cheek. It was the girl, with a raised eyebrow towards Izuku, and her mouth moved again, most likely commenting on his theory crafting fit with a half-amused look. Right, slapping his mouth shut. Maybe they should focus on getting out of the forest and getting her back to wherever she came from. It was a long shot, but judging from her clothes she was important. Possibly royalty, and seeing that there is only one large castle he knows about or saw. Izuku grabbed what remained of his battle stick and dragged it into the softened dirt. The girl merely watched in confusion as he began drawing what could be possibly her home. Finished with the rough etching, Izuku gestured for the girl to stand besides. She hesitated at first but obliged after a pause and made her way around the etch. She now stood beside him. She looked to the etching, recollection filled her eyes. Izuku then pointed to it, then her to see if she did come from there or at least has been there before. She was about to say something but stopped halfway and nodded, clearly understanding that they couldn't communicate normally. He was right. Finally, some good news today. Other than meeting her. But she still seemed sad. What had happened there that made her so distraught of the place? Maybe he would find out eventually if he stuck around, that is. The girl shook her head, slapped her cheeks, and grabbed Izuku's still good hand with a bit force, now squeezing tightly. What was she up to? It looked like she was focusing very, very hard, judging by the scrunched look on her face and the blush on her cheeks. Izuku wondered what she could possibly be preparing for, but before he could make a sound or anything, in the blink of an eye and a flash of glittering light, they were suddenly on the same cliff edge Izuku was before minutes ago, overlooking the great castle. Both were completely disoriented from the sudden jump from deep forest to open cliff face. It also looked like one of them was going to throw up. Izuku ran to nearby bush and threw up, leaving the teleporting girl for a moment to empty his lunch. So, she could teleport? That's amazing! He would totally make a quick profile if he wasn't sick to his stomach. And if the notebook wasn't full. When he looked back to the girl, she was breathing heavily, staring into space. Now it was Izuku's turn to be worried. "Are you okay?" he asked as gently as possible. She snapped to Izuku, eyes wide open with distraught. He knew she wouldn't answer, but the look he gave her told him everything. He's had the same look and probably the same feeling. Attempting to use an exercise his mom taught him if he ever got overwhelmed, which he did. A lot. He looked her in the eye and gestured to her to level her breathing with his and keep her eyes on him. Slowly in and slowly out, slowly in and slowly out. Taking a deep breath in and out, repeating this until her breathing was mostly normal, she opened her eyes again. She looked less lost, and a "I can't believe that worked" laugh came out with a small smile forming on her face. She then looked to the castle in the distance, muttered something judging from her mouth, and took a breath, then back to Izuku, that same smile on her face. A lot calmer than when they first appeared at the view. Basically, asking him, "Want to try again?" The girl extended an open hand out towards Izuku. Seeing as this might be his only chance to meet others like her and learn more about this world he would be living beside his own. What else did he have to lose other than his lunch at this point? He took her hand and nodded. Queen Angela of Bright Moon was not a woman to be trifled with. And many knew how short her patience could be. "Leave us." She spoke with no hint of hiding her frustration as the remaining members of the Alliance and advisors left the war room in silence. Only leaving herself and one of the headmasters of Mystica and in-law, Castaspella. Only sitting across from her, Castaspella could feel the intensity that was wafting from the queen, and the look she gave wasn't helping. "You seem to be a little on edge, Angela," Casta said wearily, a bead of sweat going down the side of her face. "And why would you possibly think that, Angela's hands folded together in front of her face, staring down her sister-in-law. Castaspella tried everything in her power to avoid eye contact. Maybe it has to do with with how Mystica as a whole refuses to join the war effort and chooses to remain neutral. Despite the fact the Horde are marching and taking its neighboring areas and villages? Or is it the fact that I have lost my husband, your brother, the King of Bright Moon, the greatest sorcerer in Etheria, to the Horde? And with his death the remaining princesses have pulled their support to protect their own borders and families, and I'm left to keep what's left of the Alliance together? Or maybe, how I had to tell. Only daughter, who is only 8 years old, mind you. Sigh that her father isn't coming home. And now she's been missing for hours after seemingly having awakened her powers. Angela rested her head in one of her hands, rubbing one of her temples. "So, yes, Casta. I am a little on edge at the moment. Perhaps I should mention no one has found her yet." Angela got up from her seat and left the table. "Where are you going?" "Finding my daughter," Angela said matter of fact as she strode to the door of the war room. Castaspella getting up from her seat as well, right behind Angela. "She could be anywhere. You can't mean to look all across Bright Moon and the entirety of the Whispering Woods, are you?" Angela stopped just before her hand reached the door. "What else would you have me do?" She turned to Castaspella, a look of both grief and anger on her face, wings flaring. "Simply wait here for the scouts to tell me they found a mangled body of a child? Or worse, a message from the Horde? And risk yourself being captured as well?" Castaspella said with no hesitation, looking softly toward the grieving woman before her. Angela took a step back. I know you're terrified. Casta went to stand beside her sister. She continued, I am too for what the future might hold. For everyone, for all of Etheria. Not just Glimmer. She put a hand on Angela's shoulder, trying to bring her sister-in-law back. And I know much you love her, how afraid you are for her. I miss her just as much you do. But the best thing we can do is wait, no matter how painful it might be. The sorceress smiled. We will find her, I promise you. She'll be back before you know it. A knock came to the door. And a small voice spoke on the other side. Are you in there? Angela practically threw the doors off their hinges, blasting them wide open to see Glimmer standing right there. Covered in bruises and scratches and her clothes in absolute tatters. But she was alive. Glimmer! Angela rushed to her daughter, scooping her up in a mother's embrace. Almost dancing around the room. Glimmer! My sweet Starlight. I am so sorry I told you. If I had known your powers would. So much was happening at once after some hesitation from her mother, Glimmer began to speak. It's okay, I would have found out sooner or later, I guess, Angela sighed, gently setting her down and kneeling down in front of her. But you shouldn't have found out, or at least I should have waited before your powers manifested and you were trained properly in them. Angela let out a sigh of relief, probably the only breath she had taken since holding Glimmer. I'm just glad you're safe. Embracing her one again, then a pause of thought ran through her mind. How did you find your way back? Angela questioned her daughter. Oh. Glimmer ran over to the side of the doorway and waved her hands towards the opening. I would like you to meet a new friend to the Whispering Woods and fellow lost kid. The green boy of the woods. The one who helped me figure out teleporting sort of on the way back. Angela and Castaspella looked towards the doorway to see absolutely no one standing there. The green boy of the woods. Still no one. Now they were both confused and concerned. The green boy of the hold on. Glimmer stomped her way just outside of the room and looked to her left and seemingly annoyed with someone out of view. Or rather wildly gesturing to someone out of view. Now Castaspella was just afraid for Glimmer's health. Glimmer then reached out to someone, grabbing their arm and dragging them into the room, towards Angela and Casta. The green boy of the woods, as she waved her hands towards the meek, freckled, and just as ragged-looking green-haired boy, now standing in front of them. The boy looked up to Angela, clearly extremely nervous, which then they promptly bowed at a perfect 90-degree and said, Wadashi owadekachirashidasu, anada no josei rashiase. Casta was confused and taken back what exactly was going on and what she just heard. Angela couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Might I have your name, little one? She softly asked the freckled boy. The green-haired boy vigorously readjusted himself back to a standing position. Still fidgeting somewhat. A face full of hesitation looked back at her. I don't think he knows how to talk, Casta mentioned, looking over Angela's shoulder. He does, just not our way of it. Angela thought with some snark, not taking her eyes off the child. Could you come here for a moment? She extended an open hand to the boy. The meager boy looked to the open hand, then to Glimmer, who was standing at his side. She gave him a thumbs up as if marking the go-ahead. The boy looked back to the hand and carefully placed his own in her palm. Angela closed her eyes and focused for a moment. A faint glow covered both of their hands before vanishing as quickly as it came. I see. Glimmer? Yeah. Glimmer still standing beside the boy, wondering what had just happened. The boy in question now looking at his hand as if it was still glowing. Eyes bright with wonder. Could you take our new friend here and yourself to the medical bay, then show him around the castle? Angela said as she got up off the ground. On it. Come on. Glimmer took hold of the boy's arm and made their way out of the war room. The green boy of the woods, barely able to keep up. Castaspella, now over her bout of confusion, looked to Angela. What just happened? He is not from here. Angela said in passing, still looking toward where the children just left. Well, that much is obvious. Casta responded, looking to where the two children left as well. From Glimmer's introduction, it sounded like that boy lived in the Whispering Woods. And considering how he couldn't understand us, I'd say for a long time. Castaspella sadly stated. I mean, he is not from Etheria. Angela looked over her shoulder to Castaspella. What? Angela turned to Castaspella completely and continued to explain. His magical presence was completely different from any other being I have encountered. It was faint yet muddled and vibrant in all sense of the word. You must have sensed some of it as well. Castaspella crossed her arms now in deep thought. I had just assumed it was some lingering essence of the woods left on him and that it would fade away with time. But if what you're saying is true then, it could possibly mean that some sort of rift has or had opened on Etheria to another world or another plane. For however briefly, that child is or was tied to it in some way. Angela described her own thought process on the matter as she made her way back to the council table. Although it is just a theory, it would explain how his presence is the way it is and the strange language he spoke with his introduction. A being from another world. What will happen to the boy? Castaspella following Angela as she spoke. For now, he will remain in Bright Moon. Once he is able to understand us and once he is capable of simple phrases or words, we will question him on how he arrived here and how long he has had this connection to the woods. And if possible, see him taught as well. Should his presence increase over time? Castaspella nodded along with Angela, however stopping at the last thought. And who would you have teach him exactly? Angela turned to one of the headmasters of Mysticur, accomplished sorceress, who just happened to be her sister-in-law with a quirked eyebrow. Oh no. You can't expect me to keep an eye on the boy and Glimmer, do you? I don't even know what he said when he came in. Not all the time. Just when Glimmer isn't in her studies with her tutors. Angela said, trying to soften the blow. Castaspella now looked absolutely flabbergasted. Angela, I am one of her tutors. Is that right? What a strange coincidence, Angela said, trying to hide a bemused smile. Castaspella sighed. Seeing she wasn't going to win this exchange in any shape or form. Fine. On the condition that Glimmer teaches him to speak Etherian and that he chooses to remain in Bright Moon of his own accord. Too much for one of Mysticur's most accomplished sorceresses? Angela joked, no longer trying to hide the smirk on her face. She could swear she heard a vein pop. But very well, I will notify her tomorrow. Glimmer couldn't help but hop in place, waiting for the green-haired boy to catch up from admiring the walls and the castle guards patrolling the halls. After getting the go-ahead from the castle's healers and getting the boy's arm being properly treated as well as a change of clothes, they were both allowed to roam Bright Moon until dusk, closer to nightfall. Which gave Glimmer plenty of time to show Greenie around the place. She really needed to figure out his name. She couldn't just call him the Green Boy of the Woods, which was a stupid name the more she thought about it. It still sounded better than Greenie as an introduction to her mother and aunt. Her dad would have gotten a kick out of right? No, she couldn't be upset. She had a guest to show around. A guest who was quickly becoming one of her only friends. If it weren't for the fact that he stopped at every mural they passed by to admire it with awe until she had to drag him away from it just so they could keep going on time. Glimmer was both fascinated and annoyed by the boy's antics. From what she could gather, the boy was something of a bookworm or had never seen a castle this close up before or civilization for that matter. From the notebook jammed into his back pocket, the fascination with literally everything in Bright Moon and the constant mumbling which she just assumed was him talking to himself about all the sights so far. She did see him pull the beige notebook out of his pocket, covered in dirt and some darkened stains near the edges, only for him flip through all the pages again and sigh then put it back in his pocket. Considering she met him in the Whispering Woods, that wasn't surprising sadly. He probably lost his village and family to the Horde when he was very young. How long has been by himself in the woods? He was Glimmer's age, that was certain. But he was kind when she met him and seemed hesitant to communicate or wasn't even able to. Which only further solidified that he didn't have any interactions with people, good or otherwise. The filled notebook was probably the only other possession he had other than the clothes on his back, and considering he spoke some made-up language that no one, not even her mom, knew, it was all fitting uncomfortably well. Where could she take him that he could learn to his heart's content and take any amount of notes he could ever want, without leaving Bright Moon? Then it clicked. Glimmer had the perfect place to show next. Hey, come on. She grabbed the boy's hand again with the sudden contact surprising him, making a small blush on his cheeks. "You're gonna love this." Glimmer ran down the halls of Bright Moon with her new companion barely able to keep up. They continued running down the large halls, passing the occasional guard or official before sliding to a halt. The boy nearly tripping on his own feet with the sudden stop. And here we are. They both now stood at a similar grand door from the council room. Glimmer took a step towards the door and pushed it open. She stepped aside and allowed Greena to step in first. He looked around slowly to see a massive library before him, shelves reaching up to the ceiling and large, ancient tomes from all across Etheria. Welcome to the Bright Moon Archive. The second largest gathering of knowledge only to Mystiker's great library on Etheria. Glimmer read from the introductory note next to the entrance. She then looked to Greeny and smirked, getting the exact reaction from him she wanted. Jaw dropped and eyes wide and sparkling. He may not understand him, but she was sure he got the message from coming here. "Hey, moon to ground, coming ground." Glimmer jokingly prodded Greeny on the arm to bring him back to reality and to stop another flood of unknowable words. He quickly snapped back to the present and rubbed the back of his head, nervous blush and all. "Go minasai," the boy meagerly said, only to stiffen up, snap his mouth shut again and just bow to Glimmer. With that exchange, Glimmer had to guess he was sorry for spacing out like that. It only made her feel bad for him more. "Hey, it's all right. Everyone has their little quirks. You just really like books, huh?" She finished with a friendly punch to his arm. The boy eased from his position and faced Glimmer with that smile which could light up a room. She was going to be his first friend, and as his first friend she had to figure out his name. With that, they both began to wander the archive. Well, Glimmer was looking for basic books on common with Green close behind. It took some digging, but she did find a couple basic tomes on the subject. They both took their findings to nearby table and opened one up. "Okay," Glimmer started, pointing to a couple simple phrases in the tome. "Let's start with where we are. Theria. Try that." Tapping on the word for emphasis. Green looked to the pointed word and nodded, clearing getting what she was trying to do. Unfortunately, he absolutely butchered the pronunciation, adding all sorts of noises that had no place in any language. He looked to Glimmer with a shaky grin which she shot down. Green's head dropped in disappointment. This was going to take longer than she thought. After a few solid hours of trying other words and introductions, a thought came to Glimmer. "Don't you have anything in that notebook of yours? Anything that could help?" She turned to him and pointed to his book, trying to get hers across. Green blinked in confusion a few times before realizing what she meant and reached for his back pocket. He pulled out the beat-up notebook and opened it next to the tome. What was weird about it is that he didn't have to flip far into the book, as she could see 3 very mangled and almost illegible words with series of symbols beneath them. Other than that, they were definitely Etherian. Green took the notebook and moved it as closely to the word without covering it and looked back and forth between the two, writing and erasing both the mangled word and symbols below it. Green was now blaster focused on getting this memorized. Maybe she would learn his actual name sooner than she thought. It was slow, but it was progress. And she couldn't help but get into the new mood that the green-haired boy brought to their study session. "So, this is where you two are," Angela made her towards to the table where the two made their study session. "And already in study? I suppose I didn't have to tell you after all." Angela looked over to see multitude of tomes the two were going over at surprising rate, to say the least. "Hi, Mom." Glimmer glanced at her mother, barely acknowledging her presence before returning to the tomes and the boy. "All right, try." This 1 inch, she pointed to another word, part of an introduction from a passing glance. I. The boy struggled to pronounce it, but it was getting better, more understandable. "As much as I hate to cut off good progress, it is getting late and you, both of you, should be getting some rest." Angela smiled at the groan that her daughter gave. If only she was this interested in her own studies. "But Mom, we're on a roll. Look." Glimmer looked back to Green. "Try Etheria, like we practiced." She gestured towards the winged being before them. The boy opened and closed his mouth multiple times with only a few noises actually leaving him. Then after a solid moment he spoke. "The Therethri, eh?" Green questioned his own sounding of the word and winced. See? Progress. Glimmer stated proudly. Angela simply smiled at what was happening before her. Green, as Glimmer referred to the boy, let out a relieved sigh. She let out a chuckle. Yes. Progress. Well done. But with progress comes rest for progress tomorrow. Angela slowly closed the tome that both were completely focused in. We were almost at hello, just a little longer. Glimmer pouted at not being able to teach Green anymore. Is that why she doesn't take her studies seriously? Because she wasn't the one giving them? They will be here when you get back, or if you would like, you can take them to your room so you can study there. Glimmer's expression changed to hopeful and excited at Angela's decision, with the boy picking up on the mood of the room shortly after. But Glimmer's face dropped. She didn't like that word. Angela continued, switching to a more motherly tone. No late-night sessions, and I don't want to hear how it affects your studies poorly. Should you say yes? Do I make myself clear? Glimmer nodded, but still upset that her session was cut off. Green, on the other, was just confused, only being to pick up on a few words here and there. That is all I wanted to say. Good night. Angela turned from the children's table and began walking to the exit. Mom, wait. Angela stopped just before the door and turned back to Glimmer. Is it okay if he stays in my room for the night? Just so we can start bright and early. Now there's something she didn't think her daughter would say for someone she just met. Then again, she didn't have many friends. Only having one other she met during their trip to markets a couple days ago. If that is what you wish, I won't stop you. But no late nights, all right? No problem. Glimmer eagerly gestured to the boy to start gathering the books they had picked out and get out of the archive. Both of them now carrying all the tomes they took out. Even a few on history. Glimmer left the archive with Green right beside her. Angela sighed. It was good they were getting along, despite the language barrier. One less thing to worry about, and today was nothing but worries. Izuku, now carrying 2 heavy tomes, followed his new friend? He still wasn't sure, to another large door. After a moment of words being spoken to Izuku and him not getting much of it, she pushed it open to reveal a rather nice bedroom. A small staircase leading to a lower area where a small bed was. A couple dressers, tables, bookshelves took enough space around the room's corners and walls, with large pillows scattered across the more open spaces of the room, with a few hanging lamps for light and large stained glass window just north to the door, with a step just below the window poking out of the wall to allow you to sit and look out. He was almost overwhelmed at the space. Plus, the fact he was possibly learning a whole new language did him well not to realize he was in a girl's room. Yep, this is not a girl's bedroom, this is more like a living room. With a bed. Living rooms could have beds. Now, trying to avoid that thought, Izuku didn't realize that the girl had cleared a space for the books and set a sleeping bag and pillow for him. She shook him slightly and pointed to the cleared table. They had made good progress, Izuku thought. He almost had the beginning of an introduction and a few words. He was hoping to learn her name, though. Maybe tomorrow, as he put the books down on the table. Only to have another smaller book shoved into his hands. Izuku looked to the girl, who had a big grin on her face, and then looked down at the book. It looked like a leather-bound journal with an ashen color to it and a small crescent moon-shaped white-colored buckle on the front to keep it closed. It was kind of like one of his notebooks back home. And she gave it to him. No strings attached, no hard feelings or threats of burning it after. Just a gift. Like a real friend. Izuku felt like he was going to cry. He opened the journal to see that the first page was made up of hastily drawn symbols. Some of them looked like parts of the words they practiced today, and then it clicked. These were letters, an alphabet of a kind. Izuku grabbed his own notebook to compare the word he wrote down. They matched with only a few discrepancies. He then grabbed the hand of the girl next to him and shook it, thanking her with each shake, happy tears now officially falling down his face. Izuku stopped before overstepping his boundaries. He had to be careful. He had to earn this gift with dedication to learning to speak to her properly. To thank her properly. The girl only laughed and made her way to her bed. Izuku did the same and started to wriggle into the sleeping bag. She clapped her hands and the lights went out. With that promise made and his eyes growing weary, Izuku vowed to learn all he could whenever was in Etheria. Izuku awoke in the familiar bed of his room back in Japan, turning over to see it was just becoming morning with what little sunlight broke through his curtain-covered window. Taking the large blanket off of him and got up with very relaxed yawn. He then made his way to his dresser to, get dressed for the day. But first, he placed the leather journal on top of the dresser, then reached into his back pocket to get his notebook. Wait, leather journal? Izuku did a double take at the same journal his friend gave to him last night. Back in Etheria. The place he really was starting to believe wasn't a dream world at all. But just to be safe, Izuku quickly ran through the entire thing, going over the first page dozens of times. After seeing it was exactly as how he left and back in his friend's room. His head was filling all sorts of more questions. At least until he heard his mom calling him. Shaking his head from the mind-blowing possibility, Izuku finished getting dressed. Grabbing his bag, placing the ashen-colored journal on top of everything else carefully, and left for school. What the hell was Deku doing now? Bakugo glanced over to the school punching bag nose deep in another one of his hero journals, it looked like. Sitting on one of the benches at a park just outside the school. He wouldn't think anything of it usually. Either ignore him for the day or grab the DMN thing or the nerd himself and toss it someplace. Maybe singe both for good measure. Quirkless freak thinking he could be a hero. Of course, the DMN nerd was going off about some bullshit that everyone in class could hear. For the 5th. Today. Or only he could, but it might as well be everyone. As he got closer to the nerd to shut him up for at least a few hours, days, he noticed a few things. One for starters, that wasn't one of his usual journals. It looked like something from a pre-quirk movie or even older than that. Of course, he would pick up something from that time PRD like the nerd he is. Getting his hands on anything remotely hero-related or before then for collecting purposes, Deku called it. Bakugo knew better. It was hoarding stupid junk to cope with his quirkless but what cha got there, Deku? Adding a little menace to words. Oh, Kaken. Just making new theories on some new heroes I saw on TV this morning. Bakugo rolled his eyes. I meant the book, damn it. My last one got full, and I thought I should try a change of pace with a different one. Deku quickly closing the book before Katsuki could get a look. This was different. Deku always got the same kind of school notebook to take his crappy hero notes in. This one looked nothing like that. It looked important, more expensive. Deku was hiding something. Really? Then you won't mind if I take a look. Katsuki swiped the journal from Deku's unsuspecting hands. Kaken, wait. Deku yelped as he got up from the bench just to be pushed to the ground by Bakugo. The blonde opened the journal as Deku pleaded to give it back, expecting to see lame hero notes or secret plans to not get stomped by him. Instead, he found bunch of garbled nonsense with regular Japanese written underneath. Some phrases and others random words. The hell is this? The hell is this, huh? Bakugo flipped through more of the weird book, seeing only that the second page had actual writing in it with the next few pages just more garbled than the rest being blank pages. There's nothing but gibberish in this thing. Is this some cheap trick, Deku? Bakugo was getting sad at thought of being tricked. There wasn't anything in this thing. None of Deku's regular crap anyway. Why just a harmless joke journal, huh? Could I have it back, please? Deku meagerly said, still laying in the dirt where Bakugo pushed him. Was he telling him what to do now? Oh, this was more important than Deku let on. I don't know, Deku. A smug grin on Bakugo's face grew as he continued. You tricked me, Deku. Friends don't play tricks on each other like that. Waving the journal in his face like a fan. Tell you what. If you tell me what this actually is, I'll give it back to ya, alright. Bakugo looked to Deku, his face twisting in thought. You promise? Deku looked up to him. Bakugo nodded. Deku let out a sigh. It's a gift, from a friend. A friend? Deku had a friend? Who in their right mind would willingly be a quirkless freak's friend? Nearly everybody hated him. Bullshit. Tell me what it really is, or it's going up in smoke. Bakugo was becoming impatient now, waving the book in Deku's face. Sparks popping off of his hands as he planned to blow it sky high. It really is just from a friend, I swear. More garbage. Now he knew he was lying. Deku, only villains lie. You know what happens to villains, right? A grim smile was now forming on Bakugo's face. Deku's was starting to fill with fear. They get burnt. Bakugo activated his quirk, consuming the journal in a small puff of flame and dropped it to the ground. No! Deku yelled in a panic, already on his hands and knees, trying to grab hold of the burning book. The bully shook his head, watching Deku pathetically try to stamp out the smoking journal. This is what happens to liars, Deku. Who'd want to be friends with your quirkless the hell? The smoke had cleared and both of the boys' faces turned to shock to see the ash-gray journal to be in perfect shape. The buckle shimmered, unaffected by the blast or flame. It was fine. The hell was this thing made of? Before Bakugo could grab it again and incinerate it this time, Deku scrambled to grab it first and ran. Hey! Get back here! The bully growled. Deku ran faster into the school, quickly slamming the door behind him. Whatever. He'd figure out what that journal was or meant to him and how it didn't even light to his quirk sooner or later. Especially sooner if he beat the info out of Deku. Looking back constantly even with the doors firmly closed behind him. Izuku was terrified that Kaken was going to chase him, then use his quirk on him and the journal for good measure. Speaking of journal, Izuku slid down the wall of the hallway to rest for a second and catch his breath. He examined the journal from cover to cover, which somehow survived Kaken's explosions. No blackened marks from heat or sparks. No burnt pages, not even any soot on the buckle. Absolutely nothing was damaged. Perfectly in shape as the night he got it. The buckle especially caught his attention. Izuku brought his free hand to the buckle. As he made contact, the buckle began to faintly glow to his touch. Bringing his hand back, the buckle's glow faded. Is that why? Some sort of generator to a barrier around the journal? A fireproof material? Or maybe magic? Izuku muttered to himself. No, it couldn't be. There was never proof that magic has ever existed. Even with the most outlandish quirks, there was always a scientific explanation or reason on why or how they worked. Kaken sweats nitroglycerin, allowing him to produce his explosions from his hands and pores. Crimson Riot had a mutation-style quirk. His rock-hard skin and large size made him a formidable hero. All Might, okay, no one knew what All Might's quirk was, but it was safe to assume that it's a very powerful muscle augmentation or multiplier. Everything had an explanation. All those quirks had an explanation or two. But he did get the journal where those rules didn't apply, or rather, quirks weren't a part regular everyday life or at all even. The forest, the girl, the large angelic woman, heck even Raz. All had some sort of ability or anomaly that science or whatever thought process Izuku could put together couldn't explain. No matter how hard he tried. He was going to a place called Etherian every night he slept. So, maybe magic was on the table. The school bell rang, cutting him off from his thoughts. Looks like all his spare time until the end of the school day just got spent. Might as well try at least learning to write some Etherian on his way to class. It was a start and much less embarrassing than mumbling a language that would immediately make everyone around him think he's crazy. Crazier, anyway. This was going to be a long day. Deku. He was right. Not even a minute after school, just as he got out the door, he was being chased by Kaken and his friends. Home was roughly 5 minutes away, but being chased around the neighborhood added to that, trying to lose them without being beaten even more. Izuku ran down the back streets, managing to lose his pursuers at an intersection and hiding in a couple bushes. The stamping of shoes and dust getting kicked up came up from one end and quickly quieted out the other. He managed to lose them. This time. With a sigh of relief, Izuku carefully made his way back home, watching where he has been and not crossing certain areas without double-checking. Finally making it home after a major detour and only a few leaves in his hair, Izuku walked inside only to be smothered by his mother as he entered the living room. Izuku, where have you been? I've been worried sick. The school is only 5 minutes away. What happened? Izuku had secretly hoped that it was one of his mom's late workdays. Obviously not the case. He thought of an on-the-spot lie tell his mother without basically saying, Kaken and his cronies chased me all around the neighborhood before I dove into a bush to hide. That would not end well and most likely end with more eventual surprise beatings from Kaken. Kaken and his friends hung out after school. Sorry I forgot to tell you. I lost track of time and ran back home. Please buy it, please buy it. His mother now calmed but still worried. Why are there leaves in your hair? Oh, we were playing heroes and I got a little excited and dove into a bush. You know? Boys being boys, Izuku tried to play it off. Did anything else happen? You can talk to me, Izuku, I'll listen. I promise. Inko locked eyes with her son. Izuku hesitated, fidgeting with his backpack straps. Would she even believe him? Would she believe everything and actually listen? I'm okay, Mom. Nothing else happened. I lost track of time, we said goodbye and I came home. She sighed and released Izuku. Okay, but please talk to me. I need to know if you're with good people, good friends. I just don't want you getting hurt. Okay? Because you think I'm made of glass? Because I can't defend myself without a quirk? Too late for that. I fought an actual monster without any powers last night and earned something. Something I never thought I would get. A real friend. Somebody to actually talk to. But you wouldn't believe that, would you? No one would. No one did. After all, he's just some quirkless freak kid. Where did that thought come from? Why did he think that? He needed some space to clear his head. Hey Mom? Today was little assignment heavy. I'm gonna head to my room to catch up. Adjusting his backpack. Trying to make an excuse to go to his room and away from this moment. After a second of silence from both, the worried mother stood up and let her son go. Alright, dinner will be ready in an hour. Remember to take breaks, and if you need help don't be afraid to ask, and just be you, okay sweetie? She gave her son a shaky smile of her own. Izuku, however, returned a more faded smile before turning back down the hall. Not seeing the saddened expression on his mother's face as left for his room. Glimmer couldn't help but notice that Green seemed down today. All morning he seemed his normal self, as much normal she knew about anyway. After their morning sessions, however, when Glimmer had to go to her tutor's for another chunk of the day. When she came back to see him, he seemed off. Maybe he was lonely or bored when she was gone. Or was he homesick? No home or family to go to. Just stuck in one place for the whole day? That would put anyone down. Right now, they were in another study translation session. Green managed a few more words, almost managing a sentence. Even nodding along to basic phrases when the princess asked him questions. But he still looked sad, despite the progress. You okay? You sleep all right? Glimmer looked over to Green. He nodded, very slowly, which did not up Glimmer's confidence about how he felt. All the studies that her tutors left her for the day didn't help the mood either. She was too busy with all this royal, princess junk to help Green properly. It was frustrating. How about a break? Want to get some fresh air? Glimmer got up from her chair and asked Green to follow her. After a moment to process, Green obliged and got up from the table. After leaving her room, Glimmer led Green down a few winding hallways, passing and greeting the guards as they passed by. Until they made it in the throne room. The same room where most messengers or officials from other kingdoms would approach the queen. As there was a long walkway up to the throne with a large open arch marking the main entrance. Glimmer peeked around a corner with Green right beside her, wondering exactly why they were out here. She didn't know that though. Luckily, no one was here at the moment, and they could sneak out. Just for a few hours to relax and be back before anyone knew. Besides, it would give Green some time around other people, maybe she would even get to introduce. And where do you think you're going? Both jumped at the stern voice behind them. Both of them turned around to come face to face with the commander of the armies of Bright Moon, overseeing both defensive and offensive tactics and soon to be tutor to Glimmer once she comes of age for combat training. Dressed in modified Bright Moon Guard armor plus heavily armored bracers and the unmistakable scar across the bridge of her nose. General Juliet. Arms crossed and not looking all too impressed. Oh, I wanted to show Green here around Bright Moon some more, and since I've shown him all around the castle, I thought next best place would be the market town in the lower areas. Just briefly of course, then we'd be right back. Glimmer prepared her best, please buy it, smile, nudging Green slightly to follow the same. A tense moment of silence took front and center, black eyes stealing against pale purple. "Susu, where's Mom?" A single drop of sweat went down Glimmer's face while Green's was covered, trying not to make eye contact with the fierce woman. "The Queen, your mother, is currently in a meeting with several village chiefs at the moment, discussing distribution of supplies to and from Bright Moon and possible new refugee groups entering the encampments surrounding the castle," Juliet stated, still keeping an eagle's eye on the two. "Fuku, so we're just gonna get going. Don't want to interrupt any important general stuff. So, see you later." Glimmer attempted to leave the situation and take Green with to her original plan. The general stepped in front of Glimmer, stopping the two from leaving. "Princess Glimmer. Oh, titles now. Great. I can't leave you wandering outside the castle on your own. But I'm not alone." Glimmer gestured towards Green, who was slightly taken back. Juliet looked over to Green, examining him top to bottom, the boy himself sweating bullets from the general's gaze before returning to Glimmer's determined expression. "You know exactly what I mean. If you wish to explore outside the castle, you need an armed escort, I know." Glimmer face palmed in annoyance. But that was the last thing they needed. Green was nervous just around Juliet alone and never been outside the castle since they met. The attire of the castle guard would cause quite a number of heads to turn their way and most definitely make Green uncomfortable at all the attention from everyone staring. "Can't there be an exception? Just this once? Please?" Glimmer pleaded, clasping her hands together. "If the boy had proper combat training and you both were a little older, I would allow it. But you're not and he isn't. So I can't in good mind let you leave," Juliet countered, still standing in their path. Glimmer's expression tanked. They were so close. Just a little further and they would have been out. Green went over to Glimmer's side, trying to comfort her. If only they could leave the castle without using the obvious exit. With her plan thought to be irreparable, another idea popped in her head suddenly. "I understand, sorry to intrude. We'll head back." Glimmer bowed to the general while she let out a sigh. "I am sorry, I truly am. But with your power having just awakened, the Queen has ordered that you cannot leave the castle without a proper escort." "She's buying it." "No, it's okay, I understand. Thank you." Glimmer glanced over to Green, signaling to follow her back. Green nodded and followed close behind back to her room with Juliet watching them leave the immediate area. Now in the private confines of Glimmer's room, she quickly went to work clearing a space in the middle of the room. Then large grabbing pillows and bringing them to the empty space. Green only watched on with his head tilted. A few times he tried saying something, but it never came out right. Plus, Glimmer was busy, so if he did say anything she would have probably never heard it. She then grabbed Green's hand and brought to the side of the pillow pile. With a deep inhale and exhale she began to focus. Green's eyes grew wide, realizing what she was trying to do. But before he could try and speak his mind, in a flash of lilac light filling their silhouettes, both teleported from the side of the pillow pile to just above it before falling onto it. Both simply stared at the ceiling, simply lying in the large pile of purple cushions. Glimmer started to laugh. It worked. But let's try. She got up from the cushions and made her way to the window, pushing open a small section of the stained glass to allow viewing of the outside. She ushered Green to come over to the same spot. Green awkwardly moved from the extremely soft cushions to Glimmer's side. "We're gonna try getting over there." She pointed outside to a small open area, just past a very deep drop into the swamps below. She then looked over to Green, who was clearly nervous, and tried to speak some objections, but it only came out as garbled nonsense. "Hey, I know this is our second real practice run, but I really want to show you the rest of Bright Moon. Take our heads out of whatever funk we got going on," Glimmer said, trying to console the green-haired boy to come with. Green still looked unsure of this, even though this wasn't as large of a gap as their first teleports the previous day. "I understand if you're a little scared." Viridian eyes met Glimmer's pale purple. She had his attention. But this? This is nowhere as big as our first. We fought off a monster together, made our way back to Bright Moon without an obvious map. From the Whispering Woods no less." Green Slow began to nod along to her words. He was understanding her. Perfect. We got this. Glimmer extended her hand out toward, palm facing the floor. Green looked to the hand then back to Glimmer. It looked like he was trying to say something to her. It's okay if you can't talk back yet, we'll have all the time to. Izuku. Glimmer stopped. I'm sorry, was he? Izuku. Glimmer was stunned but smiled after finally getting it. Glad she finally learned her friend's name. Wait, can you say anything else? Anything at all? Izuku tried several times to say any other words other than those three, only to come up short. Izuku shook his head after the attempts. Glimmer sighed but was still happy that the lessons were working. Well, nice to meet you, Izuku. Ready to try this teleporting thing out again? The boy now named Izuku left from his spot to grab the gift journal then returned to her side. Glimmer brought her hand out again and Izuku took it. Hang on, Glimmer said with glee, as both vanished from the room in sparkling light. Glimmer was starting to love the rush of teleporting. It was like a whole new world opened up to her. Being able to instantly disappear in one place and reappear in another, able to cross massive gaps in the blink of an eye, make dramatic entrances to save people and zip around to confuse foes, to feel the momentum of falling through your hair only to be completely safe the next moment, finally being able to reach the sweets jar in the kitchens. It was amazing. Especially with friends. Having made the leap with Izuku, Glimmer stretched out, taking in the outdoors and fresh air. This feels so awesome. Right, Izuku? Izuku? She turned back to her green-haired friend hunched over by a bush, hand on a nearby tree. Heaving. Well, at least he didn't throw up this time. Little steps. Glimmer walked over to check on Izuku, just to see how he was holding up. She put her hand on his back. You holding up there, buddy? Izuku, after a slight coughing fit and still hunched over the bush, gave a thumbs up. Great. Because our next stop are the markets. Just got to follow the tree line till we're on ground level. Glimmer took one step forward only to stop in thought and turn back on her heel back to Izuku. Unless you want to try zipping over instead. A huge grin formed on the princess's face, barely able to stay in place due to possibly more teleporting. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Izuku's case, it looked he still wasn't up for another long-distance teleport. At least not yet. Glimmer's expression dropped slightly but still kept a good smile. Alright, not now. But next time, right? After a pause of consideration, Izuku nodded. Glimmer leaped in excitement, turning over to the window from the clearing they landed in. She took a breath and smiled brightly. Because when you're with me, we're gonna do lots more of that. Pointing to where they just were. SSL slow W? Slow Y. Izuku tried to mutter, having made his way from his bush to Glimmer's side. Oh, yeah, gotta slow it down for you. Maybe not so big jumps at first. Sorry about that. Glimmer apologized, rubbing the back of her head, giggling. Izuku looked at her with exasperation. Glimmer started laughing, then Izuku added a low chuckle of his own. Sounds like someone was feeling better. At least a little bit. Alright, enough slacking. Let's get going. Glimmer took charge as the two made their descent down to the markets. Although Izuku couldn't understand everything his friend said, he was starting to pick up on certain words. Like how the two were heading to a marketplace kind of like the ones his mom used to take him to when he was younger. At least, that's what he assumed she said. It was either that or she was taking him somewhere called Marble's Vase. Which did sound like a fancy antique shop, but he was going with the first assumption. Izuku was so close to actually having a conversation with her. The only things stopping him were just a few words and trying to actually say them to her. He did say his name and that she should slow down properly, considering she acknowledged his words instead of giving a look of either sympathy or confusion. It was working, even if her way of teaching was direct, to be blunt. Always pushing to try new words or phrases, and if he did almost get it even barely, they would repeat it over and over again until it was near perfect, or at least she understood it. Nodding to him to stop and moved on to the next. He really had to learn her name. It was Glee something. She knew his name now and he was happy with that, but not the other way around, unfortunately. Izuku only had that because of their confrontation with that important-looking woman who stopped them from leaving. With that confrontation, He also understood that the girl was in fact royal, or at the very least important enough to be stopped at the door. Being stopped by a fiercer-looking guard. In a castle, where she was considered royalty. The last line of thought only made him realize what was happening. We're sneaking out. Oh, this wasn't good. It was only a matter of time until someone checked the room and see no one's there. Until they sent someone to find them. And most definitely be what was considered grounded, until further notice. Oh man, what is considered grounded to someone with the ability to literally disappear in one place and appear at another? Assuming that there's no rules for that kind of power or any power since they aren't as widespread as back home. How did they rein in people with powers? Or was she special and some people get unique powers while others are trained in more common practices? Like magic or practical combat? Was magic actually real here? If so, how does one train themselves in magic? Are they born with it, like quirks? Or can anyone learn how to use it as long as you have the time, knowledge, and resources? So many questions. He had to write this down. Completely consumed on thoughts of how, what, and why anything worked and writing more into the journal, practicing his Etherian on the way. Nose deep in his journal, distracted by his private study session, Izuku bumped right into his friend, who'd stopped for some reason. With what felt like several hoops of stopping and starting, they had finally reached their destination, the lower towns and markets, and no one was the wiser. Just before Glimmer was going to turn around and tell Izuku they made it, she felt the same green-haired boy bump right into her, slightly staggering for a moment before turning to face him with a not-so-happy face on her. Glimmer saw Izuku jump after realizing what he had did and brought the journal to chest and deeply bowed. "Jugomin nasai," Izuku said very nervously, before standing straight and bowing again repeatedly. Glimmer could only think that what he was trying to say was sorry. She didn't even say anything and he was bowing to her. A lot actually. Stopping that right now. Okay, it's alright. Just pay attention to where you're going. Glimmer's expression softened and came closer to the greenette. While we're out here, we gotta watch each other's backs, okay? Izuku stiffened at the thought something bad might happen. Not that anything will happen. But, just in case. Glimmer quickly added, Izuku slightly relaxed at that. Alright, one more thing. Glimmer stood directly in front of him, the main road to town behind her. How many words can you understand right now? Glimmer looked Izuku in the eye and pointed to him when she said that. The greenette was taken back at first, then started counting with his fingers, flipping to a specific page in the journal, writing something and finally turning it over so the page faced Glimmer. Man wars you understand right no? Glimmer looked to the scribbled words then back to her student with a raised eyebrow. The same student who was currently trying to avoid eye contact with a wobbly laugh. Glimmer let out a sigh. Close enough, we'll work on it. Just let me do any talking, she shrugged. Her friend relaxed, having seemingly passed her test. Barely. If we're lucky we won't need to. Glimmer murmured to herself. She's never been in the markets without her mother, or if she was busy, a heavy escort. This was a new experience. For the both of them, she imagined. It would be good for them too. Glimmer would get some air from her studies and Izuku get some interaction other people than her. Not that she didn't like him. Quite the opposite. His good nature and what she could gather on him was really neat, and she really wanted to get know who Izuku really was. This was the best thing for that. Ready, Izuku? The greenette stood beside her and said yes. Or at least that's what she's going with. With that being said, both went down the path before them. There seemed to be a lot more people out today. Correction, there are a lot more people out today. The market seemed so much busier today, or maybe it's always like this. Without the usual 3 or more guards going down the way or a very tall angelic woman with wings, sometimes both that would make people stop, turn to see, or get out of the way. The markets looked all the more packed, meaning they could blend in all the more. Shaking her head at the spectacle before her, Glimmer grabbed hold of Izuku and made her way through the crowded marketplace. Determined to enjoy the few hours off. Maybe pick up a few knickknacks for each other. Wadding through the packed crowds, Glimmer began to show Izuku around. Showing as many shops as possible that she has been before and some that she hasn't. every so often glancing over to her friend, checking if he was keeping up with her and through the crowds. When she did, Glimmer would see the greenette vigorously taking notes in the journal, eyes filled with amazement, almost stopping people to ask them questions before recoiling back in anxiousness. Etheria housed all sorts of people of all shapes and sizes, ranging from the small mushroom-like Clo that reside near the forest's damper areas, to the Mothrin with their unparalleled weaving skill, vibrant wings, and colors, to the majestic sea elves that resided near Selenia's waters or ocean coasts. To say this was only the tip of the iceberg would be generous. While she was looking elsewhere, talking about more of the shops she wanted to show off, Glimmer felt a tug on her sleeve. "Hey, what's wrong?" She turned over to see Izuku's attention was caught somewhere else. He looked upset and worried. "What are you looking at?" Glimmer followed Izuku's sightline only to find what was so upsetting, and she didn't like what she saw either. A group of refugees seemingly having recently escaped an attack. The group was made up of mostly women, children, a few men, and 2 elders. All of them wearing burnt or ruined clothes. Some of them bandaged head to toe. One woman having only one arm and an elder missing a leg walking with the help of a crutch. And possible new refugee groups entering the encampments surrounding the castle. The words from the general she pushed aside so quickly echoed in the back of her head, watching the shambling refugees. She didn't want either of them to see this. Thankfully some of the people surrounding helped them move through the crowd towards the castle. It looked like they were volunteers. Those who'd assist in the more grievously injured refugees to the castle more quickly. As both couldn't help but watch, Glimmer overheard some conversations. Conversations she wished she couldn't hear. Another attack? When's Bright Moon going to help? They were trying. Didn't you hear? The other princesses pulled their support from the rebellion. All those people that they couldn't reach. Now they're only defending themselves. The other princesses? Do what? Demon horde. Demon princesses running away, sitting pretty in their ivory towers. Can't bother with helping the lesser folk anymore. She wasn't like that. No, this wasn't right. It couldn't be. The rebellion was trying their best. There was just so many people and apparently so little of them left. This couldn't be. It shouldn't. No. Glimmer thoughts took over. They were trying. It was the horde. It's their fault we can't be everywhere. They kept taking everything. Why we can't try harder? We should be trying harder anyway. All this needs to be stopped. Just as the thoughts were becoming an all-consuming wave, she felt a small, comforting hand on her shoulder. "Oh, okay?" It was Izuku, clearly worried for her. Pulling the princess back to reality. Glimmer wiped the forming tears in her eyes away, staining her sleeve in darkened stains. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just a lot on my mind. Sorry." She tried shrugging off his hand, but it didn't come off or budge quickly. You can let go now, I'm okay." Izuku's brow furrowed, then reluctantly removed his hand from her shoulder. He wanted to say something, she could tell, but with his level of communication right now, it wouldn't come out right. But the intent was there. One thing was for certain though, Glimmer was beginning to understand the kind of person Izuku was. "Glimmer? Is that you?" Both perked up at the voice, Glimmer being the one who recognized it. "Bow." As they turned to face the voice, a dark-skinned boy quickly ran up to them. "Reporting for duty, Your Majesty." Giving an exaggerated salute to the princess with a smile. "Bow? What are you doing here?" Glimmer asked. Izuku could only try to follow along to the conversation that was going to happen. "I'm volunteering right now to help the refugees move to the medical areas and give some of the other kids someone to talk to." Bao began to explain to the 2 in front of him. He turned to Glimmer's friend afterwards. "Who's this?" he asked. "This is Izuku, a friend I'm showing around the markets." Glimmer explained. "He isn't that much of a talker at the moment, but he's super nice." She continued introducing the other boy, which she then turned to. "Izuku, this is Bao. He's cool, so don't worry." Glimmer giggled slightly. Bao rolled his eyes, a smile still present on his face. "Not the best introduction, but I'll take it." He extended a hand to Izuku. "It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Where you from?" Izuku took his hand and gave it decent shake. He opened his mouth to try and speak, only to hesitate right before anything came out and mumbled instead. He's currently staying at Bright Moon. With me. Glimmer interjected, easing the moment before it became awkward. Bao tilted his head towards the princess, then his eyes grew wider as he got the point and turned back to the greenette. Really? You got some friends in high places right now, Izuku. I hope I can stay up there someday. Bao trailed and all three looked towards the looming castle, the shining runestone overseeing it all. Anyway, enough of that. You said you were showing him around, Glimmer? Both snapped from the view back to Bao. Oh yeah, just showing him around. Clear our heads. You know. Bao nodded along to her words. There's still a couple shops I have to pick up some supplies from. Want to come with? Maybe pick up a few things for the three of us? He finished, leaving his offer on the table. After a thought, Glimmer turned to Izuku, who wasn't sure what to make up of this, and just shrugged. Couldn't talk all that well. Another guide to show some of the spots Glimmer didn't know would work well, and another person to talk to would be nice. With that in mind, she turned back to Bao and nodded. Sure. The more the merrier, right? Bao fist pumped and his smile grew wider. Awesome. Come on, let's get going. The duo, now following a third, continued through the markets to the stops Bao had to make. With only a couple stops left now and each one carrying a basket full of supplies ranging from food to books, to toys for the children and other medical necessities that the shops were willing to give, Bao struck up conversation to pass the time. So, how did you two meet exactly? Bao asked. He doesn't seem like somebody you'd just walk into. Walking beside Glimmer with Izuku a fair bit behind them. She knew that for sure. It's a long story. I doubt you'd want to hear that. Glimmer chuckled, waving her hand in a passive motion. We've got time and I'm a good listener. So bore me. He grinned with his counter-argument, keenly curious about how the two met. Well, right before she could tell her story, however, they heard a crash, gasps and shouting. The three looked over to see someone just crashed into a market stall, get up and start running again. They looked like one of the beastkin, humanoids with closer appearances to animals than the other peoples of Etheria, mostly living on the outskirts of a desert known as the Crimson Wastes. Said beastkin was more lizard-like and currently running right towards their group. Glimmer didn't have enough time to run or to even think, just seeing the massive beastkin come barreling down towards them. The lizard pushed Glimmer and Bao to the side and continued running like out-of-control horse or horde skiff, quickly approaching Izuku, who was paralyzed with fear. It was clear that they wanted a free ticket out, and what better than a defenseless kid? Izuku! Glimmer got from the ground and focused all she could to be in between the two. And thus it happened. The same lilac glow surrounded her before she teleported right in front of her friend. She then brought her hand behind her head and created a small ball of light in her hand. After it filled her palm, Glimmer threw it right into the eyes of Izuku's would-be kidnapper, impairing their vision greatly and making them retch in pain. Trying to clear their eyes only made them steer off course away from the two and into another nearby shop. With a resounding crash into the store side, which was a pottery shop, the assailant groaned in pain as pots and broken plates fell on top of them. After which several members of the crowd surrounded the beastkin and apprehended them. And who says sparkles can't hurt somebody? Sticking her tongue out, Glimmer then turned to Izuku to see if he was still with them. You okay? Are you hurt? The greenette stared off into space before jumping back into the moment. Viridian eyes met pale violet. He nodded, still shaken about the encounter. Glimmer sighed with relief that he was okay and how that actually worked. Now I see why this is a long story. Both looked over to see Bao dusting himself off and heading towards the two. So, teleporting, huh? He added with a raised eyebrow. Told you. I'll explain on the way. The three gathered themselves and the remaining supplies that didn't get trampled and continued towards the drop-off. Wow, that was actually a lot. Told you. I mean, fighting off a monster and getting out of the Whispering Woods? That's kind of hard to believe. Don't forget figuring out how to teleport the same day. Still trying to actually. Well, that does explain why he can't talk. You've actually been teaching him? Yep. And you can use magic now? Emchum. And on top of that, you teleported both him and you down a cliff back to Bright Moon? Well, it sounds a lot cooler when you say it like that. But pretty close. Wow. That sounds really cool. But I'm happy he found you or vice versa before anyone else did. Or rather before either of you got eaten. Yeah. After making all their rounds to necessary shops and story time taking up the time to the drop-off, the three now had some spare time on their hands. So, I was thinking we should have a group name. If we're going to be friends. Bao started. Said group sitting in a circle in nearby meadow, close to where they dropped off the supplies. Okay. Like what exactly? Glimmer interested in entertaining the idea. Considering they were probably going to hang out a lot more once they were older and allowed more freedoms. How about friendship team? Sounds pretty jazzy, eh? Bao began the suggestions. Nah, I'm thinking more of a terrific trio. Glimmer countered. That seems really boring though. Bao looked back to Glimmer, already thinking of much better group names on the spot. And friendship team sounds good too? Glimmer said with some sass. Both continued thinking and purposing team names back and forth while Izuku was just along for the ride. Only realizing he could start practicing again while the two were figuring out a name. Izuku, the greenette looked up from the journal to see the two now staring at him. We're kind of at a standstill. Glimmer started. You have any ideas? Bao finished. Izuku tried to say something only to stop himself and just started writing in the journal, going back and forth between pages. The two waited patiently for a response before the greenette flipped over the journal so it faced them. Pow pow squid. Glimmer read aloud what he had written. I'm just going to guess you meant squad? She giggled. Izuku turned the journal back to him and squinted at the sentence. Oh. He muttered just to nervously laugh afterwards. Bao held his head with hand, now in deep thought. Squat. I've got it. He exclaimed with a snap of his fingers. Oh yeah? What is it? Glimmer asked curiously. Best friend squad. Glimmer started laughing. Ha! That's awful. She snorted as her laughing started winding down, wiping a tear from her eye. Bao slumped from how quickly his group name was shot down. But in a good way. She reassured. Bao perked back up with that. You could have started with that. Bao crossed his arms. Sorry. How about you, Izuku? You get that? Izuku titled his head side to side, shaking his hand in a sort of fashion. Bo shrugged. That was probably the best the two were going to get at the moment. So, all in favor for best friend squad? Glimmer held a vote, all three raising their hands. She didn't bother with the other half of the vote with there being only the three of them. Then as my right as Princess Glimmer of Bright Moon. She declared, standing up and overacting as much as possible. I declare today as the formation of the best friend squad. The boys clapped at the performance and Glimmer bowed. So, what's the first decree of the squad, Your Majesty? Bao hunched over, resting his elbows into his lap, holding his face. Glimmer giggled, sat back down, and scooted back to the group of friends. She brought her hand out to the center of them. Always have each other's backs. No matter what. How does that sound? Glimmer said with a grin. Without a second of hesitation, Bao brought his hand into the center, just above Glimmer's. Sounds good to me. Glimmer turned to Izuku, a soft smile on her face. What do you say? Ready to be part of the best friend squad? Go. Why Iya? Izuku brought his hand to the center as well. All three now had their hands atop one another. The friends brought their hands back to their sides and stood up. We should probably head back before they know we're gone. Glimmer stated. Izuku nodded with her. Wait, did you guys sneak out? Bao questioned, surprise on his face. Quickly turning to worry. Well kinda. Anyway gotta go. Bye Bao. The two waved goodbye to one of the founding members of the squad and headed off. That seemed like a really bad idea. Bao shouted out to the friends as they started walking off. Maybe. But hey, there'd be no best friend squad if we didn't. The princess shouted back. Bao watched on as the two made their way back to the castle, entering a sprint after seeing how late it really was. After a hefty trek back to the spot, Glimmer teleported both of them back into her room. It was little off from how they started. She staggered a little and felt out of breath. Izuku was there to steady her and she thanked for it. Thanks. That one took a lot more out of me than I thought. The princess wiped some sweat from her forehead as she leveled her breathing. Guess zipping around all day takes a lot out of a girl. Glimmer giggled tiredly. Izuku making sure she was fine before the princess insisted to let her go. She then looked to the journal in her friend's hand and pointed to it. How much you get in there anyway? Izuku opened the journal with the princess by his side, showing her all the notes he made and progress writing while out. There were a few words she couldn't quite make out, but all in all it was stark improvement than the beginning of today. Almost full sentences were written out and she could make out most of it. It generally went over what had happened today and doodles of the people they saw today with their most distinct features catalogued. A few of the portraits he drew had notes next to them, pointing out more details or maybe even questions. Some of them were pretty impressive actually. She even thought to ask him to draw her someday. Say, can you write where you're from? Maybe she could learn what village the boy came from and maybe reunite him with whatever family he had left. Izuku thought for a moment, then flipped to the alphabet Glimmer made for him. It took a bit to make, but considering he was busy with just looking around it when they first got back to Bright Moon, it gave her time to write it down and give it him so he could study on his own. After a few minutes, Izuku finished writing his response and Glimmer read it aloud. My name is Izuku Midoriya? Glimmer looked back to the greenette, wondering if she got that right, and he nodded. Okay, last name. Cool, moving on. I am from the Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Japan? Where's that? She never heard of that village before. Can you be more specific? Izuku added another note to the end of his response. Planet Earth. Earth. Another planet. Are you? Did you two have fun? Sneaking out. Both jumped at the not too pleased voice. Slowly turning over to see standing by the door, Glimmer's mother. One of her hands producing an orb of light which lit up the darkened room, simply watching them. How was your meeting? She nervously laughed, swaying side to side to look. Innocent, feeling the intense gaze burn a hole through them. How long have you been there exactly? Long enough. Angela answered. Quick and straight to the point. This wasn't good. We're not getting out of this, are we? Glimmer hunched over, feeling the weight of her mother's gaze. No. For months. Full day constant watch with a check-in every 2 hours. Oh boy, that's deep. We will discuss this tomorrow, young lady. Angela then turned to the greenette. And as for you, while I am full glad to learn your name, young Izuku, you will share the same punishment with Glimmer. Nod if you understand. He did. Very well. Seeing as you can mostly understand me despite your short time here, I would like to ask you a few questions tomorrow morning. Is this all right? Angela continued and Izuku nodded quickly, his body as stiff as a board from the queen's gaze. Angela sighed and knelt down to the children to meet them at almost eye level. I am only doing this for your protection. And from what I had gathered before I cut you both off, you were telling Glimmer where you came from, correct? Izuku nodded, slowly picking up a few words as the queen spoke. I could have brought a much longer and decisive punishment. She then turned back to her daughter, who also looked upset. But I understand you just wanted to use your powers. The freedom that it gives you. It can be dangerous as it seems you exhausted yourself with constant use. She put a hand on Glimmer's shoulder. That is why I wanted you to stay in the castle after yesterday. I was afraid that you would mistakenly shift into the Whispering Woods again and never return. Glimmer looked to her mother, nodding along with her words. Still upset with the punishment. I will want to hear all you did today, tomorrow. Understand? Her tone turned softer as she asked her daughter. Yes, Mom. Glimmer said with a downtrodden expression. Good. Angela stood up and walked towards the door. You are not to leave this room until you are called upon. With that, Angela left. The door slowly creaked closed as the echoing steps of the queen faded behind it. That could have been worse, Glimmer thought. She turned to Izuku, who also looked over to her. Guess we're stuck with each other, huh? Glimmer chuckled. Izuku nervously laughed with her. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Izuku still couldn't believe how beautiful Etheria really was. Looking from his room in one of the castle's towers, it was breathtaking. Colorful skies that shone down on the forests to the ruins that dotted Etheria's ancient landscape, showing that despite their age, they still held an otherworldly beauty to them. Then there was the hustle and bustle of the markets below at the ground level. The castle itself was nothing to scoff at either. The multitude of murals placed in the halls of the Shining Beacon were beautifully crafted, carved from some sort of special crystal, allowing them to practically glow with colors. Intricate halls and rooms were well sculpted from fine marbles from what he could tell. But the most important object at the castle was that strange oval artifact that hovered gently above its own tower. The Moonstone, from what he read about in the multitude of tomes he took out, was something called a runestone. One of few extremely powerful objects that gave life to the world around them, keeping balance. There were 3 kingdoms that had a runestone out of the 5 runestones he read about, and each was connected to their ruler in some way, or in his teleporting friend's case, Princess, giving them powerful abilities. The other stones gave elemental powers to their ruler. Izuku still wasn't sure what power the Moonstone gave, but it seemed to grant powers revolving around light. If the teleporting was any indication, he would love to see the other runestones, the other kingdoms beyond Bright Moon. Who knows, much was out there. Izuku's curiosity was going to be the death of him. He had to be careful. Izuku simply stared out the window of his new room, sitting on the windowsill. It wasn't that spacious, Angela told him, but considering it was twice the size of his room back in Japan, he begged to differ. It had everything he needed: a large desk to write in his translation journal and study, chairs, multiple shelves which he quickly filled with tomes from the archive, a few tables and rugs to fill in the space, and a very normal bed and dresser set close to the window. The old bed that was in the spare room was far too soft and over-extravagant for his taste. Izuku sunk into it every time he tried to lay on it. Then it exploded into feathers when he tried adjusting himself last year. So, a regular cot was brought in. It was 100 times more comfortable and made sleeping and getting back home much easier. Although in a way this was a home away from home now, wasn't it? It had been 2 years since he first came to Etheria through means he still didn't know. It bothered him still, sure, but not as much now as it did when he first came. Although he did have to explain thoroughly to Angela that one night on how he arrived. He told the Queen all he knew. How he seemed to wake up in Etheria when he went to sleep in Japan and vice versa. He barely could get word out then, so he wrote it to her. Now Izuku was speaking like it was second nature. He was no expert by any means, and he still let slip the occasional Japanese word in the middle of speaking, but only when he was nervous. Which he still was, but he could keep a conversation going if need be. Izuku started to bring an old music player with him to test if he left something in Etheria it would stay there and not be in his hand when he woke up. It worked like he thought it would. It was also nice just to have some music to listen to when he wasn't busy, since he couldn't use his phone here. He first found it at an old thrift shop around his district. It was filled with old pre-quirk songs and still in good shape too. Most of the songs were pretty good with only a few minor hiccups which he got rid of and replaced with a few songs he liked. It cost a whole year's worth of allowance, but it was worth it. Izuku put some on some earbuds and hit play. A soft ukulele began to fill his ears. He looked out his window and began to make some notes in a hero volume he brought with him, humming along to the melody. Watching the soft clouds roll by. It was peaceful. Hey, what ka doin'? Wav. Caught completely off guard, Izuku panicked, his arms waving around trying to steady himself, which only quickened the inevitable, and he promptly tumbled onto the floor with a bam, almost face planting onto the floor. He quickly checked if the player was okay before getting up. Thankfully, he himself cushioned it during the fall. Izuku took an earbud out and looked up to find none other than Princess Glimmer standing over him, having teleported into his room without his notice. Why, you're getting way too good at that, Izuku mumbled, looking up to his friend. What? At scaring you or zipping around without you noticing? The princess grinned, offering a hand up. Both. Izuku laughed, taking her hand and pocketing the player. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in studies right now? Well, I'm glad you asked, my freckled friend, because you, my young Izuku, are coming to one of my spell lessons today. Izuku's eyes widened. Ah, really? Chuen. Was he going to learn actual magic? This was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. If the journal could have its own source of magic and still work on Earth, and if he could learn it then. A flurry of murmurs began to leave Izuku's lips as the limitless possibilities that magic could provide to him made up his every thought. Maybe even help him be a hero he always wanted to be. What spells could he learn? What spells should he learn? How many possible spells were there, or could you make it up as you went? Could he make it look like quirk if he tried? Poke Izuku glanced over to see that Glimmer had pushed a finger right into his cheek, making him stop mid-thought. His head also pushed slightly aside. You done? She said, an amused look on her face and finger still jabbing his cheek. Yesh. Glimmer removed her finger and Izuku scratched the back of his head. Sorry. It's just this is really exciting for me. So, when are we going? Right now. Glimmer grabbed his shoulder with a grin and teleported the both of them out his room. In the next moment they were in a large open training room. Glimmer's precision with teleporting had grown dramatically when her training was in full swing after the few months of having her power and after the months both were grounded. Now able to teleport with a thought instead of intense focus. Izuku was still getting used to the drastic change to his area whenever it happened. Which it did a lot, but he stopped getting sick, so that was something. Gee, Glimmer. Greenette turned to the princess. Please warn me when you do that. And I didn't grab anything for today. I don't even know what we're learning. Do I need a staff? A spell book? A special crystal? What? Glimmer simply smirked and said, You'll love it, trust me. Before Izuku could raise his item objection again, Glimmer cut him off. And you won't need anything. Glimmer reassured him. Izuku blinked a few times. Promise. Promise. Glimmer assured, just got to wait now. Both went over to a nearby bench by one of the ends of the room and took a seat. Who are we waiting for? Izuku asked, wondering who could be showing them the ropes. Mom told me we're doing a special lesson and to come get you. Aunt Casta is coming over to teach us today. The princess explained. Both of us? With what? For me, I think it's going to be more learning to use my powers more precisely and just some general practice. Maybe learn how to use the offensive side of them. Not sure what she'll have you do though. Glimmer shrugged with the last statement. That wasn't exactly a good thought, but it was better than nothing. The two, with what time they had, just talked to one another about whatever came up. From what could Izuku's training regiment would be, how he was adjusting to his room, what studies Glimmer were enjoying or stuck on, and other random topics to pass the time. It was nice even though they saw each other every other day and that was on busy days. So, what's it like? Glimmer asked Izuku. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What exactly? Glimmer paused, trying to find the words for what she was trying to say. Japan, Earth, all that? You don't really talk about it. Or like two for that matter? She asked, hoping she didn't hit a sensitive subject with the greenette. He doesn't, does he? When he told Glimmer that he was from another world altogether, literally the minute after his questioning with the Queen 2 years ago, she was skeptical. Which made sense for the most part. But a few days after is when that it all started to click. How he couldn't speak, how didn't see single person in or out of the woods, the village she's never heard about, how he's never even heard of the Horde until a couple days ago. And that was its own can of worms when he did. She was still accepting of him, of course, but there were still tons of questions he always put off. Saving till the next day and the next day and the next day. Now with nothing stopping either of them. This was her chance. It's not the most interesting place compared to Etheria, Bright Moon alone. He lied. He really wanted someone to talk to about heroes with. If you came from there, I really doubt that. She punched him in the arm and leaned back against the wall, relaxing. Her face went from a soft smile to more neutral expression. She stared off and continued. I just been thinking that whenever I try to bring it up you get sad or upset or defensive. It just makes me think that. Glimmer looked back to Izuku. That it might not be as good for you over there, you know? That you're not happy. Do Do you even have friends back on Earth? WL. I mean if you want be specific you. He got the look from Glimmer. Clearly not buying any of it. And no, I don't. Not really. Izuku's head dropped in shame. Why though? You and Bao are some of the coolest people I know. Sure, you're a little dorky, but that's part of the charm. She thought he was cool? That felt good. You make people want to be friends with you, Izuku. So why don't you have any? Tell her why. Tell her why you don't have any friends. Why everybody hates doesn't like you or want to hang out after school. Why the teachers look the other way when he was being bullied. Can't have the next generation of heroes be sullied by what they did back in school, right? Or stain their chances of getting into Yudare. The ones who were blessed to have a power while he was stuck with nothing, treating him like nothing. Because he was quirkless. You're what? Oh shit, Sile sticks. He mumbled that, didn't he? The nothing. Just meant to say I was a little quirky. Izuku tried to change the subject, but Glimmer was having none of it. What's wrong? You know me, I won't think any less of you. No matter what. We're part of the best friend squad, remember? Despite being against it in their first couple weeks of the squad's formation, she seemed keen on keeping the name. And what was the first decree of the squad? Always have each other's backs. I'm sorry. Couldn't hear you. What was that again? A knowing smile began to form on Glimmer's face with Izuku slowly following suit. Always have each other's backs. Izuku said again, this time with a little more confidence. That's more like it. You know I'll try and understand. So. She scooted closer to Izuku. Spill. Oh yep. This is where he died. It's just a friend, who is a girl, who is really close. Nothing to worry about, just busy yourself by talking, Izuku thought. Might as well start from a decent point. Trying to suppress the blush in his cheeks. People from Earth have unique powers called dash. Ah, there you two are. And I thought I was early. Castaspella strode into the open space, towards the two. With a small bag tied to her sash. Oh, thank the stars, that was close. He almost had to delve into quirks, which would definitely have led to his lack of one. But thankfully their teacher had arrived. Glimmer, however, thought otherwise. We're finishing this after today, all right? He was about to say something contrary to that statement when Glimmer got right into his face. Which did scare him a little. And don't even think about running because I will find you. She was serious. He still had the bruises from the kitchen incident last time she was serious. And those were just about cookies. Did I interrupt something? Castaspella questioned the two, hoping she didn't interrupt something important. Glimmer got off the bench first and answered. Just a little discussion between friends. She emphasized friends. Yeah, there was no way out now. What's today lesson? She asked as Izuku got up from the bench and walked up beside her. Wondering too what they would be learning. Castaspella shrugged off the strange answer and began her lesson. Glimmer. The princess in question stood straight. You will be starting off with a series of illusory targets conjured by me that you will try to hit with your light projectiles. This will become more difficult as the targets become faster and smaller. We will move on when all the targets are destroyed. She nodded at the instructions. Castaspella nodded back, then turned to the other. Izuku. He straightened up as well with only a tinge of anxious anticipation. You will be practicing basic casting and spell circle creation. Do not be discouraged if nothing happens at first. I will cast the spell and you copy my motions after. Izuku nodded. This was a step forward for him. To learn something only talked about in fairy tales and storybooks back home. Very well. Let us begin. Castaspella extended her left hand outward and bent her right back to herself. Two fingertips began to glow a light blue on her left hand and with them drew a large circle in front of her. The circle itself started to fill with an inner circle and 4 diamonds formed at the cardinal directions of the circle with another diamond in the center as she slowly drew it. The circle was complete and began to rotate slowly. Casta brought her left arm back and moved with her right palm facing the circle. With this motion the rune ignited with an indigo light and dozens of triangle targets dashed out from the main rune, scattering all across the training hall. Wow! Both muttered, amazed at the spectacle. Glimmer, your targets? Glimmer stammered, then quickly ran to get as many targets as possible. Now it was his turn. Follow my lead. As she was about to begin the lesson, Izuku shot his hand up. Yes. His teacher asked. I was wondering if I need any prerequisites or special exercises to, get the magic flowing or anything. Or if I need a book to reference from. Or do I need something to draw from to get the magic or dash dot? Casta stopped Izuku from letting his thought ran rampant. Let's start with how sorcerers draw magic and cast spells. There are many forms of magic on Etheria. Casta began to explain to the sorcerer in training. It is in most living beings. Even the most mundane thing can be magical in nature. Although there are some who are naturally connected to it, born with this connection, or connected to objects of great magical potential. In our case, Glimmer is partially connected to the Moonstone, allowing its power to flow through her and grant her a portion of its power. Both looked over to Glimmer, blasting the indigo targets as quickly as possible, missing most of the time but still hitting a few targets. However, sorcerers do not have this natural connection, not normally, and instead draw from the magic around themselves or the environment. To study, to utilize, and to focus into spells. Izuku really wished he brought a notebook to record this. He could settle for memorizing every word for now. He simply listened on to Castaspela's lecture on the basics of magic. Before moving on to a demonstration, let us start with a basic illusion spell. Follow my lead. Instead of the grand movement which she used with the previous spell, she brought one finger forward and slowly drew one small circle just from moving her finger. The circle quickly completed. She pressed her finger onto the central shape, and in small flash a tiny see-through lizard was sitting in the palm of her hand. Izuku was mesmerized. He brought his hand to try to touch the lizard. His hand went right through the lizard and the illusion dissipated. Before you create a specific illusion, you must first picture what you wish to conjure in your mind and keep that image as you cast the spell. And make sure you draw the circle near perfectly. Otherwise, it will not be what you wish or look like this. She then drew a much cruder circle and pressed against it with her finger. What was in her hand looked nothing like what she had before. It looked more like a two-dimensional crude drawing of a lizard instead of the realistic one she had with her first spell. Casta closed her hand and the crude illusion faded. Your illusions will look like that at first, but with practice it will improve more and more, but we'll just try and focus on creating the circle for now. The sorceress gestured to Izuku to begin whenever he was ready. He took a deep breath and began practicing drawing the circles in the air before any magic. After a few tries of drawing circles, he now felt comfortable trying the spell now. So, he started with picturing what he wanted. He thought of an All Might action figure to cast. With several breaths, extending his arm outwards, he closed his eyes and began to draw the circle. His eyes completely shut, Izuku drew the circle perfectly. When he opened them, however, there was nothing there. Not even a glow from drawing it. Izuku didn't understand. What didn't he do? He looked to his teacher for advice. Casta placed her hand to her chin in thought. Try one more time. You must try and draw from the surrounding magic. Bring it into yourself and push it out towards your hands. You got this. Glimmer shouted from the other side of the room. Targets. Casta pointed out, not looking away from the greenette. Glimmer quickly turned back to her exercise, clearly getting tired and frustrated at the increasingly smaller targets she had to deal with. She was certainly making better progress than Izuku was. Like I said, Izuku looked to his teacher. Do not be discouraged if nothing happens at first. That's the reason for these exercises. To see if any other preparations need to be made. Casta gestured to Izuku a second time. Again. With that, Izuku tried again, trying to feel the magic around him and draw it in. He did feel a subtle tingle at first, but that went away. Maybe that was all he needed. Izuku closed his eyes again and tried casting the spell, the action figure still pictured in his head. This time he did feel a strange tingle throughout his body as he drew the circle. Was it working? He peeled one eye open slowly, then bursting with shock to see it sort of was. The circle was incredibly rough, as well as having a lot of gaps as it went around and having no central shapes or other lines. suggesting that the magic was being cut off every so often. It collapsed into sparkles and faded shortly after. But he still did it. There was proof he could do it. He could learn and master it. He could be a hero. Well done, but it would seem that your ability to manipulate the surrounding magic is a little choppy. Did his instructor really just say, choppy? See how the circle was in pieces? Caster explained, pointing out the flaws in his spell work. The flow through your body is incomplete in a way. Since you've never had to use magic before, we are assuming that your body is not ready to draw that much energy at the moment or wasn't prepared to draw from the surroundings at all. As the flow is stopping and starting causing the incomplete spell. Casta untied the small bag from her sash and pulled out a small glove. Try wearing this. She passed the glove to the young sorcerer. Izuku grabbed the glove and began to examine it. It was dark blue in color and very soft to touch. The first 2 fingers were missing. Another keen aspect of it was the stone stitched into the glove sitting on the top of the hand. It wasn't flat but a foreign piece weaved into the glove. This is a tuning glove. It is enchanted to help with focusing more magic to one's spells and help the wearer draw a little more magic. Caster explained its purpose. And between you and me, it makes an excellent accessory to a sorceress's fashion. Taking that thought not seriously but still admitting it did look nice, Izuku put the glove on his dominant hand. It went just past his wrist. He moved his fingers a few times to get used to the feel of the glove. Does it fit well? Why yes, ma'am. Casta smirked at the boy's excitement and waved for him to try again. And thus, the training recommenced. 2 hours later, after several failed circles and poor spells, Izuku was starting to get the hang of it. The tuning glove helped immensely. With each incomplete, failed, or sloppy circle, the next one was better than the last. He didn't actually cast the spell yet, just crafting the circle and then letting it fade until it was near perfect. It was still a little wobbly, but it was getting there. Glimmer had finally hit all the targets and was now practicing hit and run tactics on a dummy. Teleporting, blasting the target, then teleporting again to another side of the dummy. This exercise was testing how many times she could teleport before becoming exhausted and perhaps improve on her stamina and movement. Castaspella oversaw both and was pleased both were making excellent progress. Well done you two. Izuku, try casting the spell this time and see if you can try and focus a different spell but with the same movements after. Glimmer, take a break. I can't have you collapsing on me now. Glimmer was exhausted, so a break sounded pretty awesome. She dragged herself to a bench and basically melted into the seat. An exhausted breath left her, happy she finally got to sit down. Izuku, on the other hand, mentally prepared himself on casting the spell. He kept making the circle but always hesitated on actually pulling through and casting. He could do this. Just breath, think, and do. Simple, right? His mind said otherwise. What if it failed? All of this was a waste of everyone's time. What would happen if he couldn't pull it off? What happens if it does work and instead of an illusion it blows up in his face? It was dangerous. It had to be done. Heroes always faced danger and always worked around the dangers of their quirk. How was this any different? Other than it has never even existed on Earth before. Izuku just had to treat it as a part of him, a quirk. He looked over to the resting princess, hesitation in his eyes. Glimmer gave him a few words of encouragement from the sidelines. Don't worry about blowing up. You got this. Close enough. Although she basically just said, don't die, it did help a tinge. Plus, having someone who knew what they were doing was near was a comforting thought. Izuku took a deep breath and began to cast. A line of light started to trail behind his 2 fingers as he drew the circle. It formed more and more into the proper circle Casta had demonstrated. Just a little more now. And finally, the circle was completed like so many times before it. This time it was perfect, no way he could screw this up. Izuku brought his gloved hand to the waiting spell and prepared to cast. The circle glowed faintly then as warm wind flashed past his face. Closing his eyes to the breeze, he opened them to find a decent-sized white ball of fire floating gently just above his palm. Izuku was mesmerized at the flame he created. He did it. His first spell. Glimmer cheered at the sorcerer's accomplishment from her spot. Izuku didn't hear her at first as he was thinking what went wrong. Wasn't it supposed to be an all-might figure like he picked, though? He forgot to picture the figure in his head before casting. Izuku was too worried about botching the spell and exploding, he forgot to think about the thing he actually wanted to make. Maybe that was a good thing though. If Izuku made an illusion of his ideal's likeness, there would probably be some questions and awkward stares in his direction. Fascinating. Izuku turned his head to his instructor as she was observing his spell. It has been some time since I've seen someone use fire as their first illusion. The entirety is well above what should be capable at your level. You've created it with such preciseness and flow that if I didn't know any better, I'd say you made an actual fire-eb dash. Casta stopped mid-sentence as if realizing what she had said, eyes growing worried with her realization. Why did she stop like that? Why does she look that? What was going on? Izuku, I need you to listen to me very carefully, and whatever you do, don't close your hand or panic. Casta explained slowly and clearly. Aunt Casta, what's wrong? Glimmer tried to get closer to her friend but was stopped by Casta. Stay right there. She didn't like it, but if her aunt was worried then something was wrong. Izuku was starting to panic, and with his panic, the flame in his hand grew. Izuku, please calm yourself. I need you to do exactly what I tell you, okay? Izuku nodded, still shaking with fear. First, I need you to take a deep breath. He did as instructed and steadied his breathing. Very good. Now slowly bring the flame away from yourself, place your intent on it and throw it at the dummy at the other side of the training hall. Izuku followed the pointed finger and saw the training dummy at other side of the hall. He was starting to feel heat waft off the flame, now taking the entire empty space of his hand. Izuku readied the white flame in his hand and threw it as hard as he could. The shining flame rocketed from his hand, hurtling towards the dummy. Izuku patted his hand on his clothes to put out any flame that was left on him. Izuku thought it would catch fire, sure, but just burn it a little, just leave a little mark or something. All three watched as the fireball impacted the dummy, causing it to immediately be consumed in a blazing white inferno that covered the entirety of the dummy. Shortly after the inferno died out, all that remained was a pile of ash and burnt, broken wood that was once the training dummy. A few embers still passing through the air from the pile. That was in his hand. He could have incinerated himself. Glimmer quickly rushed over to Izuku's side. You okay? He nodded affirmatively, double-checking he still had feeling in his hand. What was that? Izuku was about to ask himself that, but it looked like Glimmer beat him to it. A fireball. A very powerful one at that. Castaspella answered, still staring towards the remnants. She then turned over to the two students. What exactly was going through your head when you casted the spell? She asked as gently as possible. And not to blow up, and not to fail. All right, give the glove to me and do exactly as you did before. I wish to see something. Izuku did as he was told and took the glove off, giving it to Casta. He then took a few steps back and prepared to cast the spell again. Doing exactly as he did before, instead of the white flame he had before, he had a tiny orange flame sitting in the palm of his hand, barely keeping itself lit. Casta watched on, deep in thought. I see. What was different? The tuning glove did exactly as it was made for, allowing you to gather more magic around you than normal and focus it more finely. You amassed so much magic, and with the glove's focus enchantment, the result was a very powerful but unstable form of fireball. A spell no novice should attempt without proper attention, even at the weakest levels. He casted a fireball? He should be still freaking out. He almost exploded. The glove also seems to have opened the flow of magic through your body more. Hence why you can still cast fairly well without it. Izuku's eyes widened with that statement. He blew out the tiny flame in his hand and quickly tried another spell. This time he tried the lizard instead of the all-figure. And with the circle's completion and a quick flash, a completely flat, cartoonishly fake-looking lizard was fizzling and out of visibility before disintegrating in Izuku's hand. He could still cast magic. This was amazing. Minus the almost dying part, he could have done without that. Glimmer congratulated him at his side. I think this is a good point to stop for today. I'll see you both next time. Both students turned to each other with confusion on their faces. Both of them? What did she mean by that? Glimmer asked the question both of them were thinking. When you say the both of us, do you mean? Well, of course. I can't leave him to kill himself by accident. Izuku will be joining you for every session from now on. Plus, the fact that being the teacher to a otherworldly being is extremely fascinating and worth bragging rights back in Mystica. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to inform your mother about this change in schedule. Did literally everybody in Bright Moon know he's from another world? With that, Castaspella left the hall, leaving the two trainees alone. That could have gone better, right, Glimmer? Glimmer? Izuku looked over to his friend, who had the biggest smile on her face, hands clasped together, her eyes sparkling and extremely antsy. Glimmer? Yuo dash. Glimmer crushed him in a hug, cutting him off and his breathing, squeeing in delight as she squeezed. She was stronger than she looked. You're coming to all my new sessions. We're classmates. Glimmer picked Izuku up in her hug, swinging him around. She was a lot stronger than she looked. Or Izuku weighed nothing, which was a much more decent possibility, his air-deprived brain thought. That's great. Please let me go, Izuku gasped as his flow of air was cut off. Glimmer stopped her swinging to see that his face was turning blue. She gasped and quickly put the greenette down, coughing and gasping as he was able to breathe again. Sorry. I'm just so excited. You're going to be a sorcerer. We're going to be study buddies. We already are, though. I meant in magic. Gasp, we need to get you a spell tome so you can study spells and not blow up. Glimmer grabbed hold of Izuku. The greenette readied himself, expecting a teleport, only for a few moments to pass and nothing happening. Both blinked a few times, an awkward silence filling the hall. Guess I'm out of teleports for today. Welp, next best thing. Still having a hold on Izuku, the Princess of Bright Moon rushed out of the door of the hall with the green sorcerer close behind, still holding on. That rush didn't last long. Another one of Glimmer's tutors met them both in the halls and took Glimmer with them to another lesson. This one about introductions, dialect, and properness at events. The two said their goodbyes and went in their own directions. Now he had free time. He supposed he could go to the archive and pick up that spell tome Glimmer mentioned. Izuku walked over to the grand doors of the archive, one of the first major sites he'd seen at Bright Moon, and entered. Izuku wandered the archives searching for any sections about magic or spells to be specific. The search was going in good direction, but nothing specific. There were tomes on magic theory, magic applications in today's age, how magic came to be. That last one would be an interesting read, but not what he was looking for. After several minutes of digging through the archive's magic section, even going to some of deeper parts of the archive itself, Izuku finally found something that resembled what he was looking for. He pulled out a large, dusty tome from a forgotten shelf of the archive way in the back. He blew the dust off the cover and revealed no title to the tome but a faded silver taking the edges with intricate designs of vines, with a sliver flower inlaid into the lower left corner and the upper right corner of the thick leather-bound tome. The name of the author was nowhere to be seen. Maybe because of simple age or wear of it. Izuku read on the spine, spell and runes. That's it. He then took out the tome and brought it back with him to his room, placing it down carefully on the hard desk. Even then, the tome's weight made a rather hard bamp noise when it hit the desk. Izuku opened the tome with some effort to a random page and started to read. As he read more and more of the tome, it revealed all sorts of information on not just spells but a separate type of spell called runes. Runes, as Izuku read, were spells drawn onto objects, surfaces, or parts of clothing and allowed for the effect of a spell to remain in a state of inactivity until needed or activated by the caster. Mostly used in traps and situations where you can't cast a spell quickly enough. The tome also remarked on how the author would place runes into the cuffs of their sleeves to allow instant projectile casts without everyone outing them as a sorcerer. But a quick shot instead. Was this a journal? If so, who was the author? Izuku tried looking for any information on the name of the author or what had happened to them, only coming blank both figuratively and literally. Figuratively speaking, because the only thing he had on the author were little footnotes on what situation the spell was used or would be most useful in, and how it worked out in the end, which was vague, so Izuku only had a faint grasp on what kind of person the author was. Literally speaking, because the journal ended abruptly 3/4 of the way in, leaving a solid chunk of blank parchment behind. The first page just after the cover had a bunch of random shapes, lines and dots piled together, taking up most of the space on the page. It sort of looked like the same sort of shapes he'd seen on the temple ruins door years ago. It still didn't make sense, but maybe the archive had a book about how to read or translate it. He would look later and flip to the last filled page. The last page's footnote being about some great bounty they would be collecting from some royalty and how this would set them for life. Shame too, she's rather beautiful in a way and has a fire in her eyes despite that. Fun to talk to as well? That sounded more like a pirate than a sorcerer, but the tome didn't lie. Whoever this was, they knew a thing or two about magic. Izuku looked for a page that would go over what he had learned today. And lucky enough, he found a whole section on illusions. Izuku stood the book up and got up from his desk, took a few steps back and began practicing what was on the current page. Now that he had a reference to work with, he could practice on his own. But he would start with the safe spells first, no fireballs or energy blasts yet. So, Izuku practiced and practiced, until he felt comfortable enough with his casting time and having a decent concept on illusions now. It only felt like minutes to him, but hours had gone by. He only realized this when looked out his window and it was starting to become night. And with no sign of his princess accomplice to have the talk with him. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, which he knew was bad but still did it, changed into a pair of PJs he brought over from Earth and put them on, folding his Etherian-made clothes into a nearby basket. Taking out the music player he left in his pocket as he did. Before going to sleep, he closed the tome and took it with him to bed, thinking it will come with him back to Earth so he could practice more spells while he was away. And to see if he could still cast anything for that matter. With that thought, Izuku slid under the covers of his bed, tome at his side, and drifted to sleep, wondering what the tomorrow would bring. Beep beep beep. And tomorrow was now today. The sorcerer in training moved the all-might blanket from on top of him and stretched, sleep still in his eyes. He looked over to see if the tome made the trip with him. Thankfully it did. Grabbing the tome from his side, Izuku placed it on his lap and turned to the section he was on last night. He quickly read through it not to miss a single detail. Izuku mentally prepared himself to cast the illusion. He pictured in his head an all-might Halloween mask to conjure. He closed his eyes and focused, trying to draw any magic around him. He didn't feel anything for a few seconds, but a familiar tingle came to him and with it, began to cast his illusion. Slowly drawing the circle with his right hand, Izuku opened his eyes to see the same faint glow followed it, leaving a trail of light as he went. It's working. Now to pull through. Izuku completed the circle and with a shimmer of the glyph he drew, an incredibly crude likeness of All Might's face gently floated down into his waiting hand, Izuku's eyes sparkling in wonder. As it reached his hand, it shimmered once more before fading away in a faint light. He did it? He did it. He casted a spell in Japan. What was the implication for that? Never mind that. He did it. Izuku calmed himself. He didn't want his mom barging into his room with a strange light in front of him. That would definitely freak her out. So, he closed the heavy tome and tried to fit it into his backpack without squishing his hero journals and other school supplies under it. Good thing too, because he could his mother coming down the hall. He zipped up his backpack and started to get dressed for another school day, a content smile on his face. For the first time in a while, he felt proud of himself. Afternoon that same day, Toshinori Yagi aka All Might aka the #1 hero in all of Japan, was mildly walking down a vacant path through a random neighborhood, his few hours of hero energy having run out an hour ago. Now reduced to pale fraction of his former self. Carrying a few things for his office. He would have been there by now if his time didn't expire. Now he was going to have to walk the rest of the way. Coughing into his hand, a speckle of blood having left him. Toshinori took a few tissues from his pocket and wiped his hand and chin of the blood and tossed it into a trash can. All those surgeries kept him going, sure, but it still hurt every so often when he coughed, his injury pulsing with a mild pain with every hack. Especially transforming from his buff form back to this pale excuse of a body. Well, at least it doesn't hurt as much now, and painkillers. Toshinori continued his saunter through the neighborhood he couldn't bother to recall until he reached an intersection. Just before he was going to cross, he saw a 10-year-old green-haired boy walking in a rush down the left path, frantically looking behind himself every few steps. Toshinori quickly hid himself from sight of the boy but still watched on to see what he was so shaken about. Not knowing the next few moments would shock him instead. The number 1 hero peeked around the corner to watch the boy look behind himself one last time before taking a breath, bringing his hand out in front of him. Was he watching a calming exercise? He was about to look away and go back the other way. He came until he saw a faint green light emanate from the boy's fingers. It watched on as the boy drew some sort of circle of light with a few glyphs forming in the radius of the circle. Toshinori couldn't look away from the boy as once the circle was complete, it glowed then shimmered into a humanoid shape, roughly the same size of the boy. Until it looked similar to the green-haired boy. Hey, I think he went this way. The boy looked back down the path he came from and gasped. He then sent the as-if child-drawn look-alike down the right, running as if it was a cheap 2-frame animation from his day. The boy himself diving into a bush, concealing where he dove with another circle and it shimmering to look like the leaves. Like he never jumped into it in the first place. What a strange quirk, Toshinori thought. In his many years of hero work he'd seen many quirks related to tricks of the eye or illusions, but they always seemed to have some drawback on the user. Be that the illusion always had some uncanniness to it or the user could affect one person at a time. The boy, however, had just created 2 in quick succession and sent one down the right on its own before concealing himself. The copy then stopped at the very end of the path as if waiting. At a distance Yagi could still tell it was a horrible fake, but that was from years of experience. The people the boy was hiding from, however, as if on K, a group of kids came running down to the intersection, stopping right in the middle, 3 of them looking in the other directions and a blonde with a malicious aura to him leading the group. The blonde then turned to Toshinori, who was still up against the wall. Hey, Skeletor. Did you see a green runt run by here? Skeletor? That was a new one. Toshinori then slowly pointed to the right, not saying a word. The group followed the thin finger towards the right path, seeing the fake kid on the other side. There you are, get back here. Toshinori watched as the group chased after the copy, now having started to move out of view. He kept watching until the coast was clear and anyone that could be after the boy was out of sight. A breath leaving him finally. Still hidden from the left path, Yagi watched as the greenette slowly emerged from the bush, looking around before completely coming out of the bush. The illusion also faded as he left, reverting to a much more mangled bush. The boy then hastily tried fixing the shrubbery back to what once was. Toshinori thought this was as good of time as any to help the boy before he needed to use his quirk. The boy was lucky that no one saw him use it or he would be in trouble. Young man, are you all right? The boy then jumped at his voice, now facing the tall skeleton of a man. Oh, sorry, I didn't see why. That's quite all right. Do you need some help with this mess? He gestured to the ruined shrub. Oh no, thank you. I didn't want to waste your tea time on something like this. It is quite all right, young man. I have more time than I know what to do with right now. A hearty chuckle left the tall man. The boys eased himself to him. Maybe he could ask what was with those boys he saw. And maybe the boy's quirk too. Toshinori set aside the bag of supplies and together began rearranging the bush to something somewhat passable. As they were arranging the bush, Toshinori began to speak. I couldn't help but notice the strange way of how you use your quirk against those boys back there. The boy froze up, shaking in fear. Why were you SSSA saw? I did. Every moment. The boy then dropped a stick from the bush, tears starting to well in his eyes. And in that moment Toshinori realized what was going to happen next. I. The boy ran away from him. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe not. Wait. Hold on, you're not dash. Before Toshinori could chase after the boy and explain, his body thought this would be a perfect time for a coughing fit before he even started exerting himself. Toshinori fell into a fit of deep hacking coughs which made his injury pulse with pain, blood covering the palm of his hand. When he looked up from his hand, there was no one to be seen. He really needed to work on his people skills. Toshinori looked for any sign of where the boy might have gone only to come up empty-handed. The boy probably used his quirk to hide which way he went because there weren't even any footprints to follow. Toshinori brought his clean hand to his face and wiped it in contemplation. The boy probably has never been confronted about their quirk before due to its nature and the boy's inherent shyness and how that group of boys was chasing him, clearly intent on hurting him. Which he would definitely have stepped in if that were the case. It didn't leave much to debate. He was being targeted. For what reason? Yagi didn't know. Just as he grabbed the plastic bag of supplies and was about to head back to his office, he noticed something by his feet. It looked like a notebook. A student's notebook. Yagi picked up the notebook and examined it. Hero Notes and Theories number 9 by Midoriya Izuku. The old pro read on the front. Perhaps that's what the boy's name was, and this notebook must have fallen out of his bag during his escape. He opened the notebook and started reading as he walked, mindlessly reading it to pass the time at first. As Toshinori read the book, the multitude of notes taken in the notebook were astounding and impressive. Each few pages detailing a hero, their quirk, strengths, and weaknesses, how useful it can be in certain situations, and how it could be improved and remove some of the drawbacks. It was all interesting stuff. A very detailed sketch of the hero in question was just icing on the cake. There was even a whole section dedicated to him. It was mostly theories on what his quirk was and how it worked. A few of them were close, and the next page was just the boy's praise of All Might and how he hoped one day that he would meet him in person. Yagi smiled at that. This Midoriya was very intelligent. If he memorized every hero that he's ever seen and taken notes on the spot and spot weaknesses no one else did, not even villains. After a few solid hours of walking, notebook entertaining him as he went, Toshinori finally arrived at his relocated agency downtown. Thankfully no one was here yet. That was an interesting detour, he thought as he climbed the stairs to his office. He opened the door and placed the bag on an empty desk and moved on to his desk. Toshinori melted into his seat, finally able to rest after today. Toshinori set the notebook to the side of his desk. However, after reading the notebook he wished to speak to the boy even more. Now determined, he booted up his computer and began searching for a Midoriya household. After some digging, he found a phone number tied with the Midoriya household. He grabbed his office phone and dialed the number. After a few moments of ringing, someone picked up. Hello? Midoriya Inko speaking. Hello, my name is Toshinori Yagi. Do you have a son named Midoriya Izuku? Yes. Are you from his school? Is he in trouble? I swear he is the sweetest boy you'll ever meet and would never dash. Oh, no. I'm calling because I've found something that belongs to him, a notebook, and I was hoping to return it, maybe speak to him about what's inside it. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. What notebook if you don't mind me asking? Hero Notes and Theories number 9 by Midoriya Izuku. Does that sound familiar? Yes, that does sound like his. He always wanted to be a hero growing up. Taking notes on anything hero related to help him in any way. That sounded nice. Wait, wanted? Meaning he doesn't? What do you mean wanted? Does he not want to anymore? Well, he still does, but sorry I'm getting off track. When would you like to return it? That was strange, probably something to go over in person. I was hoping for some time tomorrow afternoon when he is home would be best. How does that sound? I'll make sure he is home after school. Do you have this address? If not, I can send it to you after. That sounds excellent. Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Midoriya. Toshinori hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair, contemplating his conversation. But stopping his thought, determining he would learn more about the situation in person tomorrow. Who is Midoriya Izuku and why did his mother question his resolve to be a hero? And maybe learn why he seemed so afraid being seen using his quirk. Why did he run like that? Nothing would look more suspicious than that. He could have just explained his situation and been on his way, but Izuku had to freak out that he had been seen using his quirk in a public area and book it from the person who just wanted to help him. How was Izuku supposed to know someone was watching him cast those illusions? He thought the coast was clear. The reason he did resort to using the spell was because apparently it was another chase day courtesy of Kaken and his friends. because he wanted to see how big of an illusion he could cast at the time, but that was beside the point. All that running really tired him out, not to mention the massive tome that weighed half as much as he did. Thankfully he was home. Izuku went straight to his room and started to unpack and unwind. Izuku really had to watch his surroundings, especially if he was going to be a hero. Villains could strike from anywhere and he had to be ready. Maybe the tome had a spell for sensing nearby people. That would help. Just as he was pulling out the huge tome and putting it on his desk, Izuku rooted around his backpack for his school supplies and hero journal. He had one up in school stuff but was missing a hero journal. Okay, that's fine. You have more than one and that one was getting pretty full. It's fine, there's more notes to take. Just relax. Where is it? Where is it? Izuku then frantically looked in every crook of the backpack, even flipping it upside down and shaking it to see if it was stuck at the bottom and would just fall out. No such luck. Where could have it gone? Hey, retrace your steps. Where did you take the journal through your day? He got up, just leaving Etheria, packed his things into his bag, went to school, etc. etc. It was pretty calm during the school day and Izuku didn't take it out until a scheduled break, so that rules out school and leaving it at home. That left after school as he was being chased. He did have to quickly grab his things and put his shoes on in a hurry. But everything was secure before he casted the illusion and jumped into the bush. The pointy, rigged shrub. The one that caught his backpack as he was trying to leave it. Probably opening the backpack open just enough that it dropped from his bag as he was running from the scene, didn't it? Oh, of course it did. It probably got swept up by the wind when he ran. So there was no way he could find it wherever it went. Well, it could have been worse. He could have lost the tome. But he definitely would have noticed the weight difference if he did drop it. Izuku did have a few assignments to do for tomorrow. It'll certainly pass the time, at least until he went back to Bright Moon, where he could go back to practicing spells and maybe delve into the runes section of the tome. It's not like Izuku would see the man again after today. He probably went back to whatever he was doing after Izuku ran and apologized like a lunatic. Even less likely that the man had his hero volume after that whole deal. Why would he take some crazy kid's things? With nothing better to do, Izuku got to work. Maybe he could get a little practice in after he got these assignments done before he had to sleep. Bright and early was the opportune time to practice some new spells and improve on ones he already knew. His room in Bright Moon was the perfect amount of both functional and spacious. Izuku still had a clear view of the open tome from his side of the room, which was turned to a new. This one about creating a circle of magic which would stay in hand and be able to fire small projectiles from it. The tome mentioned how these projectiles were pretty weak compared to something like fireball or just firing magical energy straight from his hands. But it could be rapid-fired as long as you kept supplying the spell with magic. A side note by the author mentioned that it could transition into a more powerful long-range spell. Izuku was also still a beginner, so starting weak was the best thing for him. He really didn't want a repeat of yesterday even though it was impossible without the tuning glove. He was still wary of the possibility, however. Alright, please don't blow up. Izuku took a deep breath and began casting. He followed his fingers as he created the circle, occasionally glancing at the tome to make sure it was correct. Nervous about the whole thing as this was his second attempt at a more offensive spell. The first almost killing him on his first day. As the circle neared completion and glyphs of various shapes began to fill the radius of the circle, then Izuku placed his intent onto the spell. With it, the circle completed and shrank until it was about the size of his palm. Unlike the illusions he's casted before, the spell circle remained in his palm, awaiting magic to be fed through it. Maybe this is how runes work? They simply await a feed of magic for activation. Until then, they were inert. He watched in shock as the circle began to fade in his hand as no magic was keeping it sustained. He sighed in disappointment when the spell completely dispersed. Guess he took too long. Izuku also had to learn the difference between the two, as somehow runes could sustain themselves depending on the object or the amount of magic poured into it before the rune was complete. Spells required a constant feed of magic as they were cast. If this requirement is not met, the spell would either fizzle out and fail or be far weaker than what the caster would want, and with what magic he could gather, that time was very short. There were ups and downs to both. Izuku settled for figuring out the difference in depth later. Right now, he had to try the spell again. And this time no getting distracted, just get straight to blasting. But first, maybe he'd ought to set some targets to hit. Going around the room and grabbing random junk scattered across it, Izuku prepared some makeshift targets to hit with his spell, but in actuality were just mounds of pillows with random junk strapped onto them. Ensuring he was a decent distance from the targets, drawing a line on the floor to measure the distance, Izuku took a deep breath and began casting the spell again. In a few moments, the spell was complete. Identical to when he first drew it, sitting safely in his hand. Here we go. Izuku raised his arm, palm open, towards the target and passed some power to it. A tiny bolt of magic shot from the circle in his palm only to fizzle out. Before hitting the target. Was he too far? Or did not put enough magic into that bolt? It was working though, so he must have done the spell correctly. Perhaps just a little bit more. Izuku readied himself again, passing a little more to the spell. Another bolt shot out from his hand. It was a little bigger than his first one but still fizzled out, only a few mere inches from the target. Izuku had to be careful still. He had to find the perfect middle point of hitting the target and not draining himself or exploding his hand. Just a little more. Once more he readied his arm and fired. Another larger bolt blasted from his palm, finally hitting the target, causing it to rock back and forth before settling back to normal but leaving no mark. That's it, just like that. Izuku prepared to fire 2 bolts from his spell, now having finally figuring out the amount of magic required to hit his target. The first bolt hit his target but, in his excitement, and the rapid fire caused his arm to pull up in recoil, and the second bolt fired, slamming just above the target, hitting the wall beyond it. Okay, there is a recoil. Good to know, easily fixed, but good to know. Izuku steadied his spell arm with his free arm on top, mitigating any recoil that rapid bolts might make. Hopefully. Izuku took a second to gather magic into the spell. He didn't want it to fizzle out when he was this close to figuring it out. He then fired 2 bolts into the target, both hitting the target with only the second one slightly ajar from the center. He then moved on 3 then 5 bolts before the bolts began to sputter out from his hand and land on the floor. 5 bolts were his limit on this spell for now. Izuku stopped feeding the spell magic and it promptly faded from his palm into nothingness. That actually took a lot out of him. But it was a new spell and an offensive one at that, so that made sense on his end. Still, he was making amazing progress on his spell work. With the target still up, maybe he could practice a few more spells. Izuku walked over to the tome and flipped to a random page that looked simple to do. Only finding moderately difficult runes that required intense preparation at his level and spells well out of his reach for the time being. Izuku moved back to illusions, something that could always need improving. Maybe he could conjure a more tangible illusion this time, or make his regular illusions more lifelike, thus making people fall for them more easily. Before he could start, however, a sturdy knock came to his door. As he walked over to answer the door, Izuku began to wonder who it could be. Maybe it was Glimmer. She really wasn't that much of a morning person as he got to know her. But wouldn't she have just teleported into his room? It was still morning, so maybe she was being nice. Izuku opened the door, expecting his friend to be there, only to have a taller figure stand as his doorway. As he slowly looked up to face the figure, side cut of pale blue hair and dark skin, wearing a silver breastplate, bracers, and boots with blue accents, with a fashionable white coat over her shoulders with the sleeves under the bracers. They looked to be in their early 20s, just becoming so. What he had to guess was a princess stood there looking down to the young sorcerer. Before she could start speaking, she noticed the makeshift targets and distance line at the opposite end of his room with an all-too-knowing gaze. Someone's been busy. Izuku began to sweat. Before another word could leave the princess's mouth, Izuku closed the door, spinning on his heel back to his room. He ran back over to his desk. He closed the tome shut and started cleaning up his mess before she saw anything else. As quickly as he could in a panic-induced cleaning session, his room resembled back to how it looked before he started practicing. The only thing left was the mark on the wall, just out of reach of him to clean. Not with lack of trying. He jumped up a couple times with a broom to try and reach it, but no luck. With no time left, Izuku then ran back to the door, opened it again to see the princess still standing there, hand on hip waiting. She looked to the rushed room and back to the greenette. A nervous smile on his face. What's going on? Oh, that was just stretching exercises for Aki this morning. And nothing too weird, right? I'm sure you do tons of things in the morning. Stretching. The brunette rebel looked incredibly skeptical. A small smirk forming on her face. Izuku nodded nervously and quickly. So that obvious mark on your wall was from stretching. The princess gingerly pointed to the wall on the opposite end of the room with the obvious blast mark on it. Izuku looked back to the mark and cringed. You do know that there is a perfectly functional training hall in the castle, right? Probably a lot better then. The princess glanced back into the room. The makeshift dummy fell over as she looked back and down to the young sorcerer. Whatever is happening here? Izuku looked down at his feet at the princess's statement, trying to figure out why he didn't do that considering he was completely capable of going there himself. Well, it's my spells and I thought it was closed? Really? That right. The brunette then motioned Izuku to follow her. Izuku obliged, following the fierce woman closely. He asked where she was taking him, but she was silent. As they headed to wherever she was taking him, the young sorcerer had a few questions to ask, but kept them to himself. The princess noticed him biting his tongue. The name's Natasha, by the way, she said with a bright smile as they walked. If you got questions, ask him. Izuku looked up to the princess in confusion, then quickly turned to confirmation. The young sorcerer started asking his questions in great quantity. One of which was, did she have a power, and if so, what was it? She said, had she ever been outside of the castle or other kingdoms? Sometimes, less than usual now. The questions continued until they reached the familiar doors of the training hall. Natasha pushed open the doors, revealing an empty hall before the greenette, who in turn looked to the princess with another question. Was it actually closed or is everyone late? Nah, the hall is open at all times. It's just no recruit training drills have been scheduled for today. I usually bet on myself against all the rookies to hit the most targets if there is one. Which I usually do. The princess strode into the hall with Izuku behind her. Natasha led the young sorcerer to the middle of the hall before turning on step, facing Izuku. She then pointed to a few dummies a few meters away from them. The princess stood to the side, still observing. You wanted to practice? There's your targets. You can start whenever. You see, could I go and get my book back? I kind of need to reference.f from it. Do you think the bad guy will wait for you to reference one of your spells? Izuku audibly gulped, then looked to the dummies across from him. With nothing but time on his side right now, Izuku started practicing the spells he could remember, starting with the rapid bolts. He casted the spell and began to fire bolts from the circle, first hitting only one target with the 5 bolts. Izuku kept repeatedly hitting the dummy with bolts until all 5 hit their mark. Izuku looked over the princess, who was still watching, occasionally glancing to a rack of practice staves beside her. Not bad, Greenie. Now try and hit each target once with your bolts. Let's see if Casta has actually been helping your hand to junk. Then try faster until you can't hit consistently anymore. Izuku nodded to the princess's direction and prepared the spell again. He hit a target, then slowly move on to the next one in line. He hit each one in the chest, then aimed right at the start again, this time faster. He missed the last one and tried again at that speed, until he hit all of them in one go. Again and again, each time getting faster until he couldn't hit the 3rd or 4th dummies. Izuku brought his arm down in exhaustion of holding it up for that long. Just before he could completely turn to his impromptu instructor, she tossed a training staff in his direction. He fumbled it until he grasped it completely. He looked up from the staff in his hands to Natasha, who had a staff of her own, and walked towards the center where Izuku was standing. What are you doing? Natasha now stood across from Izuku, after a quick twirl of the staff in her hand, adopted a fighting stance. But, come at me. Show me what I'm working with. She wanted him to fight? Are you kidding? Who knows how much experience she has? Not to mention Izuku has never actually fought any other sentient being before. He didn't even know her powers. This had to be a joke. Izuku looked to the warrior princess in front of him. Okay, not a joke, this is very real. Oh no, she's probably waiting for you to make the first move. Just move. Izuku charged at his would-be trainer, staff at his side. What he wasn't expecting was a small of blue energy being thrown at him. That must be her power. Maybe it's similar to Glimmer's. Just have to hit it away. Izuku struck the blue ball of energy, but instead of it just exploding in a ball of glitter or sparkles, it burst open into a large net which quickly entangling the trainee. He still had momentum from running, so he was still on his feet. Not for long, as Natasha stepped to the side and tripped him as he passed, the net completely immobilizing him as he fell. She crouched down to Izuku, checking if was okay. The staff Izuku had was now entangled tightly to his face and chest, as if he stepped on a rake. You all right, Greenie? Why are we doing this again? Izuku's speech impaired by the stick still slapped in his face. Natasha stood up and snapped her fingers. The net that Izuku was trapped in dissipated into pale blue particles. Izuku then slowly stood up from his position with a few stretches of his own before looking over to the princess. Well, I wanted to see the other world, kid. I've been hearing cast a babble on about since yesterday. So, I asked Queen Angela where you were staying. At first, I wanted to just see what the hubbub was about, but then I saw you practicing magic, so I thought I'd give you a pointer or two. Maybe slip in some combat practice in there too. Does everyone know Dash? Yeah, almost everyone in Bright Moon knows you're from another world or dimension or something. Natasha shrugged. Well, that's just great. At least no one has just been barging on his door to ask him questions. So, wanna keep going? Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Don't you have anything else to do? Izuku said with some exasperation. He was starting to get tired. Not until this afternoon. Got a date. Till then you're stuck with me, she said, leaning on her staff with a big grin. With very little choice in the matter, Izuku agreed for further training. At least he would learn how to fight. Especially if he was going to be a hero. Combat experience reigned supreme if he couldn't get his spells out in time. He grabbed his staff off the ground and readied himself. Natasha stood defensively awaiting an attack. And so, his training began anew. Learning as much as his 10-year-old body could handle before it just gave out. Hours later, and give out it did. Now covered in bruises, Izuku was barely keeping himself up while his opponent was completely fine. Natasha did keep her word about going easy. That didn't last, however. At first, she was teaching him basic strikes. Slowly parrying his attacks as he made them, showing him how to counter and how to avoid being countered. She then moved onto the offensive as Izuku tried to employ the same moves she used to block him. He got it a few times and a few attacks got through, but Natasha stopped just before actually hitting him. After getting the hang of blocking with the staff, Natasha got faster with her strikes, not pulling her blows and letting them connect if Izuku mistimed a parry or block. He got a few lucky hits in on her, but she shrugged them off, each taking turns going offensive to defensive, until Izuku couldn't keep up or time was up. It looked to be both, as Izuku was absolutely famished from the training and Natasha was almost done with her lesson. At least, he really hoped she was almost done. Thankfully she was. Natasha congratulated him on getting a few good hits in and parries, then helped him to his room. After that, she said goodbye and went to her date with whoever. Another princess he caught as she was taking him back. Izuku didn't care at the moment, everything hurt. Izuku crashed onto his bed, face planting into the pillow before letting out an exhausted but muffled groan. He really hoped these bruises would fade before he got home. His mom would flip and never leave his side until he told her how he got them. Like she would believe him. As Izuku laid on his stomach, he heard the all-too-familiar sound of someone magically entering his room before a groan of her own left her lips. You would not believe the day what happened to you? Glimmer rushed over to the greenette's side, face still buried in the pillow. She shook him a few times to make sure he wasn't dead. Izuku turned his head slowly from the pillow until he could see the princess. Glimmer could tell he was exhausted from whatever happened to him. You still there? Izuku nodded. Are you going to tell me what happened? Izuku was about to answer before a loud grumble from Izuku took the stage. Both were surprised at the sound, but Izuku was completely embarrassed and dove back into the pillow in an effort to hide his red-as-tomatoes face. Glimmer reached out towards her friend again in worry, then retracted her hand and smiled softly. Izuku heard the sound of Glimmer teleporting. He glanced from his hiding pillow to see that the princess had left, probably wanting to avoid the awkward situation. Izuku didn't blame her. It sounded like a long day for the both of them. She was about to talk to him about her day, but he made her worry. He ruined it. Why couldn't he just stop being weird? Then maybe he would have other friends to hang around outside of Glimmer, who was probably getting sick of comforting him at all times since they met. There were millions of other people that whatever dragged him over could have picked, but no, it picked the quirkless nobody. Why couldn't he just be normal? I think weird is pretty cool if you ask me. Izuku shot up from his bed and turned to see that Glimmer came back with a few plates of food for the both of them, setting them down on a spare table he had in his room to fill the space. Did I mumble that? She said, still setting the table. Izuku was really starting to hate his mumbling. And this food isn't going to get any hotter. So, come on. His blush now subsided to his cheeks. Izuku got up from his bed and wandered over to the table Glimmer had set, fidgeting with his hands as he went, taking a seat in front of a plate of food. Glimmer sat beside him, waiting for Izuku to try eating first. Sorry, it's nothing too extravagant, just a bunch of leftovers I grabbed and heated up. It's all still good though, I promise. Glimmer scratched the back of her head. Izuku remained silent, poking at his food with a fork. Her brow furrowed. He was only like this if he was deep in some bad thoughts. You okay? Silence. The greenette continued to tiredly stare at his food, not even making the attempt of eating. There was only in a few moments of silence until he said something that she didn't like to hear. Do I belong here? Well, I mean this is your room, so I wouldn't think you can be anywhere else. Glimmer tried to change the mood with no luck. She's never seen Izuku like this. You know what I mean. She didn't like where this was going, but pressed on. I feel like the only reason that anyone acknowledges me is because I saved you and that I'm not from Etheria, which the last point wouldn't have mattered without the first one anyway. Izuku ranted under his breath. Was this how he actually felt? People only bear with me because of that. I should be happy that I'm so lucky to be here, but I keep thinking that there's so many other people more important that could have been brought here by whatever got me in the first place. Glimmer wanted to stop him, but she couldn't. She had to know everything if she wanted to help him, and she desperately wanted to. Out of anyone back home, with all their amazing powers, something picked me. Some powerless, sensitive, worthless, crybaby, fragile kid from a world full of amazing people with amazing powers. And it picked me. A Deku. Izuku turned to the princess, who looked absolutely lost for words. Does a worthless Deku really belong in a place as amazing as this? Does he really deserve this chance to be something better? To be your friend? Do you really want to be friends with a Dadash? Before he could utter another awful word out of his tired mouth, Glimmer closed the distance with a hug. Not a spine-crushing one that she was normally known for, but it was soft, gentle. Izuku was in complete shock and couldn't react. He didn't know how to. This felt different. Was different. Glimmer started to speak, still embracing the young sorcerer tightly. Of course I do, you idiot. You're one of my best friends and one of the bravest people I know. Without you, I'd probably be Bug Chow years ago, and since you've been helping me with my powers, I can take the both of us wherever we want. And the amount of fun we've had with Bao. Does that mean anything? Izuku didn't know what to say. His face was filled with shock, but she couldn't see. Glimmer continued. And don't even think someone else can take your place. You chose to come running to a place no kid should be. You saved me when some people would be running around in circles trying to find me, or the other way. You helped me with everything even if you wouldn't get anything in return. Izuku heard something he wished to hear ever since he was diagnosed quirkless. That one sentence no one would even give him the time of day to say or even bother to think. You are not worthless. You can be anything you want to be if you believe in it hard enough. And I won't stand for it if anyone says that Izuku Midoriya is anything but amazing. Izuku started shaking in the princess's embrace, tears started forming in his eyes, and after a second to process, returned Glimmer's hug tightly and started crying in her shoulder. The only sound in that room, in that moment, were the soft sniffles of a boy's dreams reigniting thanks to his best friend in all of two worlds. Izuku. Sniffius. What is it, Deku? I don't think it means anything good if you said it like that. You don't have to tell me your life story or what Earth is like, or Japan. That can wait. I just want to know what it means, okay? Okay. Glimmer released Izuku from her hug and both sat back down. Izuku then explained what Deku meant to her. To say she didn't like it was the understatement of the decade. She despised the word. She then asked who was calling him that, a not-too-subtle twitch in her eye. When he said everyone in school, he could tell she was holding herself back, just barely though, from a full-scale rant. She still threatened to blast every single one of his bullies in the face if she ever saw them. Izuku knew that would never happen, but it made him smile nonetheless. The two finally got into their meals and eventually moved on to how their days went. Glimmer's being chock full of boring, mindless lessons about the virtues of proper table setting and manners in special ball or events, like how to bow to someone you will dance with or politely decline. The tutor that was teaching was also apparently a real stickler for perfection. So, Glimmer had accidentally shot a blast of sparkles into her dance partner's face, which got her no end of comments but was worth it. Izuku began to explain how his day went, having made progress in a new spell, his impromptu meeting with Natasa and the preceding beating he got from her with a few tips on to fight. Hence all of his bruises. Glimmer sympathized with him and was sorry for him. She said this trying not to laugh or let out a giggle. Both of their discussions went on for hours with the occasional joke or question in between their banter. Izuku even showed Glimmer the new spell he learned quickly, only firing a single bolt into a nearby comforter pillow. Amazed at the showcase, Glimmer showed off some of the dance moves she learned at her class, mixing in a little of her own princess finesse with her moves. Izuku grabbed his MP3 from his desk and played some background music for her. What is that anyway? The princess questioned, only having seen it a few times before. It's an old MP3 I bought from my neighborhood. It can play a ton of songs saved on it. Glimmer walked over Izuku, who was scrolling through the playlist, looking over his shoulder. Here's something you might like. Izuku plugged in some earbuds into the device and passed one to the princess and pointed to his ear. So, it's kind of like an earpiece? Glimmer put the bud in. Kind of, yeah. But you can't talk with it. Just listen to stuff. Izuku hit play and an automated voice played before the song, putting the opposite bud in his ear. Now playing by an electronic beat hit them both at first, but slowly moved to something more upbeat and natural. Glimmer wasn't sure at first as the lyrics were in Japanese, so she didn't understand any of it, but the feeling was there. She definitely could feel that. Izuku was swaying along to the beat, eyes closed, even mouthing some of the lyrics she didn't understand. The princess wasn't at that point until they reached the chorus. When the drop hit, Glimmer immediately began humming along to the melody. Both were now swaying along to the music, enjoying it as it lasted. Glimmer didn't understand any of it, but she still very much liked it. The song slowly faded out as it ended. Izuku paused the playlist before it played anything else. Wow! The greenette nodded in understanding. He was the exact same when he first heard something like it. Glimmer was about to ask him to play another but realized what time it was and regrettably sighed. Both cleaned up the table and set the dishes aside for now. Just before Glimmer grabbed the empty plates, she stopped in thought. Hey Izuku? He turned from the table to the princess. She inhaled and exhaled deeply. Now determination filled her eyes. Can you promise me that you will tell me everything someday? And I mean everything. Japan, Earth, the powers people have. Everything, not just you. But I will want to hear that too. Izuku blinked at the request. It made sense. After tonight she deserved to know, but he wasn't up for more emotional baggage that night. Just before he was about to answer, Glimmer stopped him. It doesn't have to be tomorrow or the day after, heck, it doesn't have to be in a few years. Whenever you're ready. I'll be here. She smiled. And that was it. the smile that set it in stone. Izuku knew what he had to do. I promise. Glimmer nodded and grabbed the 2 empty plates off the table. Both said goodnight to one another, and she phased out of his room, leaving him alone again. With a yawn from today's massive roller coaster of emotions, Izuku got ready for bed, hoping not having to deal with another deep talk like that for a few months. Japan, Dagoba Middle School. Apparently, someone had found his missing journal and was planning on returning it after school and wanted to talk to him about it. So, the idea of ignoring possible confrontation for the next few months had just flown out the window. Great. The young sorcerer mumbled to himself, trying to figure a plan how to get out of this meeting with a Yagi Tashinori, his mom mentioned. Of course, he was in the middle of class, so everyone just stared at him awkwardly, including the teacher at the front of the class. He, of course, got called out by his teacher in front of everyone to stop bothering everyone else. Izuku hid under his arms in embarrassment as a majority of the class giggled at him. The words that he heard everyone mutter around would have stung more if it weren't for the fact there was someone who believed in him, and that was enough for him. Midoriya household. After another day of surviving school, Izuku was almost home. Thankfully, Kaken didn't feel like chasing him today, so he actually got home on time. Just as he made the turn to his home, Izuku noticed a very nice-looking 2-door cruiser had pulled up into the driveway of his house, and his mom's small van was right in front of it. Was he here already? Izuku rushed to the door and let himself in, taking off his outdoor shoes and creeping further down the hall to the living room. Izuku heard his mom asking some questions, then he heard another familiar voice respond, then cough. No. It couldn't be. Izuku peeked around the corner to see his mom sitting at the kitchen table and across from her. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The same skeletal, blonde man sitting across from her with a cup of tea in his hand. So that was Yagi Tashinori. This time, he was wearing a very loose-fitting blue suit instead of the plain white shirt and cargo shorts he met him in. The tall man glanced over to Izuku's hiding place around the corner, with his mom following the man's gaze. Izuku ducked back around the corner, hopeful he hadn't been seen. Izuku, is that you? It's okay, this the man I was telling you about this morning. Izuku didn't move, afraid that he would have to explain what happened yesterday. Did I mention he's from the All Might Agency? What? Izuku awkwardly shuffled over from his hiding spot, now keenly interested why someone who worked with All Might, his idol, was interested in him out of anyone. Heck, he even expected the man to be more interested in Kaken than him. Izuku continued shuffling right to the table and stood stiff as a board next to his mother, nervously avoiding making eye contact with the man. Yagi's piercing blue eyes looked straight at Izuku, but a light chuckle left his lips and a bright smile formed on his face. It is very nice to meet you for the second time, young Midoriya, he said with a chuckle. Izuku shuffled in place and nodded. Still unsure how much the man told his mother, Inko asked Izuku if he could have a seat. They were going to be talking for a bit. He obliged and slowly made his way to an empty seat. After taking a seat, still avoiding any major eye contact with their guest, Yagi reached into his suit and pulled out his hero notebook. I believe this belongs to you. Yagi slid it across the table to the greenette. I was hoping to discuss its contents with you. He actually read it. He probably thinks he's a nut job. And he works for All Might. If this, Yagi, told his idol anything, it was to avoid the crazed fan Midoriya Izuku. This couldn't get any worse. From what I read, you possess a great deal of knowledge on the hero industry and heroes themselves. Keeping very detailed note work that would even make some quirk specialists blush. Wait, what? Not to mention, from what I gathered, you have almost every Japanese hero's quirk recorded, including strengths, weaknesses, and drawbacks to the user. Not to mention tips on how to counter these drawbacks. I have worked with many heroes in my time, and I wish could tell half of this stuff to them. An open smile grew on the man's face as he was speaking. What was happening? Was he praising him? These past few days have just been full of weird feeling emotions. I was hoping to ask a few questions about it and yourself. Is that all right? Yagi asked, taking a sip of tea. This is amazing tea, by the way. Thank you, Miss Midoriya. Inko thanked him for the compliment. Izuku, on the other hand, was trying to figure out what was happening right now and mindlessly accepted the line of questioning. Thank you, this won't take long, I assure you. Yagi opened his mouth, then closed it again, then looked to Inko. Miss Midoriya? Might I speak to your son in private for a moment? Inko was confused at first but understood nonetheless. She excused herself but not before kissing Izuku on the forehead. I'll just be in my room, okay? I won't be gone long. Inko then left to her bedroom, leaving the two alone at the table. Izuku started to sweat, looking down at his quivering hands sitting in his lap, wondering what the man would say next. Before anything else happens, I just want to say, you are not in trouble. Huh? Izuku shot up to face Yagi. I came here to discuss your notebook's contents with you, yes. But I also wish to speak to you about what had happened yesterday. Right when he ran away like a lunatic, he remembered. Speaking to your mother has also revealed to me something very strange about you and your quirk. Here it comes. Yesterday I saw you create 2 illusions to hide from your pursuers, one of which you sent off on its own in your place. But when I asked your mother if you had a quirk of any kind, she irrefutably and sadly told me you were quirkless. So much as showing me the medical documents proving you, in fact, do not have quirk. Before Izuku could explain or make up an excuse, knowing he was busted, Yagi raised his hand, cutting the boy off. Don't worry, I haven't told your mother anything. I simply wish to know why you are hiding your quirk now. Izuku shuffled nervously in his seat at first, then started to weave something believable. Because. For most of my life I've been told quirkless people have no chance of being heroes. That they would get in the way. Izuku started speaking from the heart. Yagi listened on, his full interest given to the greenette. I waited nearly 6 years to have a quirk, so when one magically appeared from nowhere one day, I was ecstatic, but I was scared to tell Mom because what if it didn't work when I wanted it to? So I started practicing in secret, not telling her anything until I was ready. You're a late bloomer. I have heard of such thing before, but all the documents point to you being quirkless. When did your quirk first appear? A week ago. Izuku could only draw lines of light in the air at first. Actually only basically a day ago. Then you started training in private. By yourself, I presume? Yes, sir. He didn't need to know that an actual sorceress was teaching him. No one did. Does she know anything? Izuku shook his head. I see. Do you plan on re-registering your quirk status once your mother knows? Izuku had thought of that plenty of times when he first started practicing. She would need to know if he wanted to register into Udata properly and enter its legendary hero course. I understand your hesitation. It can be a scary thing to show a quirk you don't have full control over. But you're a smart kid, there is no doubt, so I'm sure you can figure it out and know what happens if you use your quirk in public and they find to see your status as you're quirkless even though they saw otherwise. He did know. False information, a strike on his credentials. Goodbye, the sooner, the better, young Midoriya, and be more careful until then. Izuku nodded. Yagi leaned forward, folding his hands together and placing them on the table. I have one more question, then we can have your mother come back. Izuku nodded again. Do you want to be a hero? Even before? When you were quirkless? Yagi stared down the greenette with his question hanging over him like a pendulum. Did he? That was the question of the century, wasn't it? He just questioned himself last night back in Etheria before she. What was he thinking? He already knew the answer. Izuku answered with fire in his heart. He knew who he had to prove wrong, and he knew who to show his gratitude for believing in him. More than anything. Yagi was surprised at the sheer determination that he saw in the boy's eyes. He slowly nodded to Izuku's answer, finally understanding his conviction to be hero was as strong as his golden years. The old hero knew the boy would make the right choice and be one of the better ones out there. Yagi smiled at the greenette and motioned him to bring his mother back. After Inko had returned, the three then discussed several other things about Izuku's notebooks when he first started writing them. How many volumes he has. Yagi asked a few random trivia questions about a random hero to see if the greenette could answer. He passed that test with flying colors. After a solid hour questions and quirk-related topics Inko lost track of, Yagi had to excuse himself. Thank you very much for your time. As he walked to the front door, And thank you again for the tea, Miss Midoriya. Oh, I'm sure it's not as good as the coffee at the number one's office. You'd be surprised. Yagi muttered under his breath, recollecting how the office coffee tasted like dirt water. As for you, young Midoriya, I would like for you to have this. Yagi pulled a small business card from his pocket and handed it over to Izuku. The young sorcerer held it up to his face as if it was the golden ticket to a day with All Might. If you have any questions or if you would like to come visit, do not hesitate to call. Don't forget what we talked about as well. Izuku nodded excitingly. I will be watching your progress with great interest, and I hope to see you at UA. With that, Yagi closed the door behind him and left. My, that was scary, someone that works for All Might. You must be absolute, Izuku? Inko looked down to Izuku, who was still mesmerized by the card. It had a similar aesthetic to All Might's Golden Age costume with his signature smile in the corner of the card. Inko excused herself to go make dinner. Izuku was deep in thought when noticed his mother pass by to the kitchen. He had to tell her, or at least tell her he had a quirk now. How would she react though? Would she freak out? Be sad? Happy? Izuku didn't know. All he did know if he wanted to get into U.A and be the best hero he could be. Izuku had to get his quirk registered and his status changed. I have something to show you. What is it, sweetie? Was he really sure he wanted to do this? She had to know eventually. Do you want to be a hero? Izuku already knew the answer. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to cast a spell. Light already forming at his fingertips. More than anything. Come on. We're gonna be late. Hold on. I'm almost got this spell down. Besides, you can just teleport us there. I am not your personal chariot around the castle, you know. Alright, I'm coming. After the constant banging at his door from a certain impatient princess, 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya closed the spell tome that he was so focused in and made his way to the door. Opening his door came to face his friend, who yanked him out of the doorway and began marching to the training hall. Glimmer didn't teleport them, probably out of spite. So much had changed in 3 years. It was kind of hard to believe. All starting that night. His mother couldn't believe her eyes when he had shown his quirk to her and was in full support of it. The day after he had his quirk registered. The specialist couldn't believe it when he saw the documents and proof of otherwise. Izuku didn't give an exact description of what he could do, just something vague like light manipulation or energy control. They would believe that far more than, oh, I'm magic. Were still full well to register his power, but Izuku still had to name it. The name he decided on? Ether. Sounded much better than just magic. He got some raised eyebrows from the specialist and doctor on site, clearly thinking of better names for his quirk. It was his decision, however, and he felt proud of it. So, they shrugged it off and let him have the name. Of course, that was just back home. What about Etherian? Izuku's friendship with the Princess of Bright Moon only became more solid after that night. His training was in full swing now. His aptitude with the arcane had increased at a decent pace, always trying to improve his hold on the amount of magic he could use at any given time. Even trying his hand at runes finally, with less than stellar results at using them. His illusions, however, have only gotten better. Now looking much more lifelike, but still having a drop of uncanniness to show he still had a long way to go. That's why Glimmer practically dragged him out of his room. It was magic training day. Castaspella had a special lesson prepared for Izuku after he mentioned runes to her. Glimmer was going to be working more hit and run tactics with her powers and increase her stamina with her teleports. After their respective lessons were complete, Casta would have a special lesson the both of them would partake in. Izuku could only wonder what she meant by that. She was pretty cryptic when she mentioned it after their separate ones. Now standing side by side to the doors of the hall, both turned to one another. You ready? Izuku started. Wouldn't be here if I weren't. Glimmer finished, bringing her fist into her palm. The duo pushed open the doors and entered, ready for whatever Castaspella had for them. What they weren't expecting was the presence of General Juliet, who was conversing with Casta at the center of the hall. Did she have something to do with today's lesson? Or was it just coincidence? Ah, if it isn't my favorite niece and my favorite apprentice. Castaspella turned to acknowledge the duo as they approached. Miss Castaspella, I'm your only apprentice. That's why you're my favorite. Anywho, I think it's time to move on to today's lesson. Juliet will be assisting in the second half of today's lesson after I finish the first half of your subsequent lessons. The duo leaned to the side to look at the general, not saying a word but acknowledging them with a curt nod. So that's why she's here, but what would she be teaching anyway? Alright, let us begin with Izuku this time. While I'm not well versed in runes, I can still teach the basics to you. Afterwards we will improve on Glimmer's abilities. The young sorcerer nodded, ready to learn. The lesson was now in full swing, with Casta going over the many uses of runes, how they integrated with objects, and how, while similar to spells, are used differently. Izuku already knew most of this from the tome, but having an actual instructor instead of the words of probably dead person was much better to learn and allowed for feedback to improve should something go wrong. Casta pulled out a small softcover book, fairly flimsy from the looks, and passed it to Izuku. Just a simple book, yes? Izuku opened the book to see it was completely blank, all the pages blank. He closed it and opened it again to see if some words would appear or the book would create illusions. None of that happened. It seemed it was pretty normal. He passed it back to Casta, wondering where the lesson was. Now let's try a rune. Casta held the book in one hand and prepared to cast. Izuku quickly circled around to watch the motion. An orange light appeared at her fingers as she drew the circle onto the book, it slowly creating an inner circle with complex glyphs in its radius. With the circle's completion, Casta brought her spell hand to the rune's center, and as if holding something, turned her hand clockwise. The outer circle turned with her hand while the inner one turned the opposite way. The rune faded into the book, and she passed it back to her apprentice. How about now? Izuku's face curled in confusion, wondering what she did. As he mindlessly was it always this hard to open? Now his attention fixed onto the book in his hand. Izuku struggled to open the flimsy softcover book he so simply did not a few moments ago. It was as if the pages were super glued together. His face was starting to turn red from all the effort to pull open. Simple. The sorceress simply watched on as the greenette accepted defeat to a book. What did you do? Have you tried turning it upside down? Not helping Glimmer. Glimmer shrugged, not bothering to hide the smirk on her face. I casted a rune. A lock rune to be specific. The name is very self-explanatory. Castaspella continued. It allows, or rather, disallows certain objects that can be opened from opening in the first place. The rune is still there, it's just hidden to the common eye and will reappear for the sorcerer that casted it. Might I have it back? Izuku passed the book back with no complaints. As he did, his tutor brought her spell hand to the front cover of the book, and as it drew closer, the orange rune reappeared. Unlike spells, runes persist in a state of inactivity until casted, used, or dispelled from the object they were casted on. Casta turned her hand counterclockwise and the rune did the opposite motion from when she first locked it. She opened the book with ease as if nothing was wrong. The lock rune is fairly simple but can be improved on and casted on other things like the doors to the hall, for example. Izuku nodded along, hanging on to her every word. Glimmer, on the other hand, was barely listening on but was happy to be along. However, this rune, or any rune for that matter, can have its strength increased based on the size of the rune or how much magic can be stored into it as of casting it. It can be very taxing on the caster, based on the size of the object the rune is being placed on. She waved her hand in front of the book and the rune dissipated into the same color particles. Now you try. She returned the book to the greenette's idle hands. As soon as it arrived in them, Izuku immediately placed it on the floor, knelt down and got to work creating the rune, following the exact same motion his instructor did. After many attempts of the rune not locking correctly or opening with a little effort, Izuku kept creating, locking, checking if it was locked and dispelling the rune until it was absolutely locked tight. Another many attempts happening at a breakneck pace, Izuku finally perfected the simple rune and stood up triumphantly. Castaspella golf clapped to the greenette's success while Glimmer was starting to get bored. Juliet silently watched on. Okay, when does my lesson start exactly? She yawned. Right now, actually, you will be part of Izuku's second rune training. Both looked to their instructor, one with worry and one with stars in their eyes. I knew that would grab your attention. The sorceress then turned back to her apprentice. Your second rune will be a very big leap in practice as it can be difficult to use, but I believe you can do it. Observe. Castaspella motioned the two trainees to take a few steps back. After the two were a decent distance now, Casta bent over and began creating the rune on the ground. Both watched on with tilted heads as Casta created a much larger rune than before, it being about the size if himself and Glimmer stood side by side in size or a large exercise ball. After making the complete circle, the rune flashed briefly before fading into the ground. Now release. Casta slammed her hand onto the ground and the rune ignited in a pale blue light. Then a massive pillar of stone erupted from the ground where the rune was placed, almost reaching the ceiling in its height. Izuku's and Glimmer's jaw dropped. Whoa! Whoa indeed! Casta peeked around the obstruction, not even being fazed by it, walking around the pillar until she was in front of it. This rune creates a massive obstruction of whatever material the rune was placed on. Although impractical in head-to-head combat due to the length and magic needed to create it, it can be used as an excellent ambush tool or trap, and the best part is. Casta clapped her hands twice and the pillar receded back into the ground with no trouble, evening the ground as it returned to the rune. After, it was as if it never happened to begin with. Not even a crack in the earth remained, the ground was pristine. It cleans up very well. Only if the rune remains intact, however, then the pillar will remain. Magic was weird, but Izuku loved every moment of it. Izuku, you will be creating several of these runes at smaller scale. When you create them, you will then activate and deactivate one of your several runes at a time randomly. This will both help your control over multiple areas, while also improve on your hand-to-eye coordination due to the rapid repetition. Izuku nodded ecstatically, hopping in place. Glimmer was still waiting when she was entering the picture. Glimmer, you will be standing on them, teleporting to different one as the one you're standing on falls. You'll be constantly on the move as Izuku improves on his control. What? What? While Glimmer's mood instantly exploded from boredom into full-on grinning at the exciting lesson, Izuku's twisted from the excitement of learning into abstract horror that Glimmer might get hurt on his account. Can you believe this? You're creating my obstacles. This is so cool. Glimmer's excitement turned into shaking the young sorcerer rapidly. Izuku was still processing what he heard, trying to find why Castaspella would do this. Well, can't let you have all glory today. Get to it. Please. I'm Subuward. Glimmer shook him again. Izuku had a choice here. Either go through with the lesson, make pillars of stone rise and fall which his first friend will be standing on and might fall off and get really hurt and maybe break something but would be forgivable afterwards. Not go through with it and feel the wrath of one very annoyed princess that could teleport him off a cliff that would definitely have sharp rocks at the bottom with barely a passing thought. But she would be perfectly fine. Izuku looked over to Glimmer, who was still standing beside him, looking at him with stars in her eyes, barely able to stay in place. He went with the first option. Without further ado, Izuku got to work at recreating the pillar runes, making the circle large enough that a foot could fit inside of it. Glimmer was all too eager to help with the exact size of the runes as she was standing right beside him as he made the first of many runes. He still had to check if he made it and it would work correctly, so the first one was more of a test rune than anything. It flashed briefly and faded into the earth, leaving a barely visible circle marking where it was. The duo took a few steps back. Izuku raised his hand and slammed it down next to the completed rune. It then ignited in a pale green light before a medium-sized pillar of stone erupted from the ground. It was about the size of 4 of himself roughly, still tall, but far safer than Castaspella's demonstration pillar. He slammed the ground again and the pillar receded back into the ground, the faded circle still in one piece. One down, several more to go. Well, he couldn't keep his fellow trainee waiting on him. Izuku continued creating runes, putting them in a zigzag fashion until there were 8 runes placed. All the magic he had to use really drained him, but the first half of his part was done. Now for Glim. Glimmer was in already position, stretching out just a few steps from Izuku's runes. Let's go! Izuku looked dumbfounded but shook his head and got into position just at the side. He first activated the closet rune comparable to Glimmer, and a pillar rose from it. Glimmer teleported onto the pillar, waiting for the exercise to start. Ready? Set? Go! Casta yelled from the sidelines, signaling for the two to begin. Izuku got started and brought his hand to the ground, causing the pillar Glimmer was standing on begin to sink back down. He then brought the other hand down to the ground, making another pillar erupt. Glimmer teleported with ease. This all you got? Come on, I know you can go faster. Okay, let's go a little faster. Izuku made another 2 pillars rise while making the pillar she was standing on fall. She teleported to the first one, then leapt to the safe pillar, still in good spirits. Izuku amped up the pace. Pillars were raised, and as soon as a foot touched one, Izuku made it fall. Both were now getting a good sweat in. Izuku trying to keep his focus on both the teleporting princess and on the runes he was activating, ensuring it was still fair but difficult despite her power. Glimmer was teleporting as quickly as the pillars were rising, leaving no room for error on her part. One misstep and she would fall or go down with the falling stone. Alright, that's enough. We can move on now. Both turned to Casta and started winding down. Right after Glimmer teleported right beside Izuku and ruffled his hair a little. Izuku readjusted his hair, vowing to get a haircut at some point, so she couldn't do that anymore, blowing a raspberry out at the princess. She returned the favor by sticking her tongue out, and both ran over to their instructor. How do you feel now? Castaspella asked, inspecting the remaining runes from the sidelines. Pretty good. Feeling pumped for what's next. Glimmer answered, shadowboxing, filled with energy for whatever came next. And you, Izuku? Being mentioned, he straightened up and responded. Are ready for whatever comes our way. That's what I like to hear. Juliet, I leave the stage to you. Casta stepped aside, allowing for Juliet to take center. The Bright Moon General immediately garnered attention from the two, who were just a tad nervous from the way she was staring them down. As if she was about to drill them like, listen up, recruits. Both stood at attention. Today marks the beginning of your physical training. It will be grueling, but when I'm done with you, and I say when I'm done, you two will be an unstoppable team of protection and hope. Both liked the sound of that. Izuku was going to be part of a hero team before he even became one. They then looked to each other, knowing what to ask before the general continued. Is it all right if we bring a third? Both said a time. Juliet tilted her head. Who do you have in mind? The duo then took turns explaining Bao to Juliet and how he always dreamed of being a freedom fighter and was a born archer, and how he was an essential member of their team. After a few minutes of convincing her, Juliet allowed it. They would have to wait for tomorrow, however, as today's lesson was focused on the two. You will be facing many opponents as a team, bouncing off your strengths to benefit one another. You will also have to make up for each other's weaknesses, but first you must learn them. Today, you will be partaking in a duel overseen by myself and Castaspella. Casta waved from one of the side benches. So, we're fighting each other? That is correct. Please prepare yourselves now, then meet at the center. Izuku was flabbergasted. He was going to have to fight Glimmer. While there were some truths in Juliet's words in how, in order for a successful team to function, the whole team needed to know one another's strengths and weaknesses. But Izuku was sure there was a better way of finding out than fight each other. Maybe on the field or intense training. With that thought, Izuku realized that this was considered intense training. Glimmer nudged him with her elbow to get his attention. Do you want to do this? It's okay if you don't. I really don't want to win this easily. Want to at least get some challenge. Wow, that was very considerate. Wait a minute. He knew she was egging him on, and he knew that she knew that he had some built-up frustrations from before he came to Etheria because of Kakin and school, who he still didn't mention to her. He knew that he shouldn't let her win. He couldn't. He had to be the mature one here. And what makes you say that? Glimmer smirked. She won. Oh, just that I have a far better control over my powers and that I could easily whoop you if it came down to it. She casually waved Izuku away, inspecting her nails. Oh ho ho ho. Those were fighting words. Well, if I recall and I do, I managed to fool you a couple times with my illusions a couple weeks ago, so I think I'm doing great. And need I remind you of the teleport incident? Izuku playfully fired back. The princess now had a competitor's smirk on her face, ready to throw down. Oh, you are going down, Greenie. Person who wins gets to choose their victory song for the day. Deal. Both with fire in their eyes, bolted to the center arena. Waiting for the go-ahead from their spectators, Juliet, however, was incredibly confused on what just happened. What was the teleport incident? Castaspella was now fully interested, seemingly partaking in a bowl of popcorn. Woo, show him what you're made of. Juliet just looked lost now. Where or when did you get food? Magic. Let's get this show on the road. Casta waved the general away, not taking her eyes off the two soon-to-be combatants. Juliet face-bombed and walked over to the benches beside the sitting sorceress. A victor will be decided when a combatant is either unable to continue or has been pushed to the outer circle of the duel ring. Are the combatants ready? Izuku readied his bolt spell in one hand and prepared a new trick in the other. A determined look with a nervous smile on him. Glimmer primed 2 blasts of sparkles in each hand and prepared herself. Yes. Begin. The two dashed at one another, determined to win. Glimmer started throwing her light projectiles at the greenette as soon the green light shone. Izuku rolled out of the oncoming assault and began firing his bolts at the princess, moving as he fired. The princess, however, dodged with ease thanks to her power and was quickly closing the distance between them. Priming another blast in her hand. Expecting it to be thrown, Izuku covered his eyes, ready for the blinding attack. Glimmer teleported behind him and blasted him in the back, making Izuku stumble. He quickly recovered and pivoted, firing a few more bolts in her direction. The bolts almost hit their mark but just missed by a hair as Glimmer teleported again. Izuku ran to the center of the ring, ensuring it would be difficult to be thrown out then from the edge. Another barrage of blasts came hurtling towards him. If it was a good time to use that new trick, it was now. Izuku raised his offhand and drew spell circle, and when it was completed, transformed into a large transparent wall, shielding him from the blasts. That caught Glimmer off guard. That's barrier spell. How about that? Izuku taunted. Glimmer shook her head and readied another assault. Neat trick. But can you cover more than one spot? Glimmer began teleporting all around Izuku, throwing her blasts, then zipping away to another spot and repeating. He was firing his bolts where she might go, but there was no clear sign of where she would pop up next. He couldn't hit her like this. He had to wear her out. With the amount of teleporting she was doing, she had to stop and rest at some point. Izuku readied 2 more barriers covering his flanks. The only she could hit him was directly in front. No way he could miss. Then the blast stopped. Izuku looked around. There was no sign of the princess anywhere in the ring. Where did you... Look out below. Izuku's head shot straight up as he saw more blasts and Glimmer falling right above him. He didn't have enough time or power to make another barrier. Izuku dove out of his safe zone and looked back. She and the blasts had crashed into his makeshift safe zone, causing the barriers to shatter and fade. Glimmer got up from her crash and readied herself. Now she had the center. Got any more tricks? Glimmer started sounding tired. All that reckless teleporting really got to her. Izuku raised his spell. Nope. Izuku was 2 from the constant spell use, and those barriers were a brand new spell he just learned this morning. So that was even more exhausting for him. Most of all, they were his ace in the hole. Now that Glimmer knew he could only make them for one direction, she could teleport around them and flank him. But he had to guess she was out or too tired to do a more exact one. Guess it was the old-fashioned way. Both entered a dash around the ring, trying to hit one another with their blasts as they circled one another. After falling on both ends, Izuku and Glimmer were getting frustrated. They charged at each other again, this time going in for close quarters. They clashed in the middle, now struggling to push the other out. If Izuku had the planning, defense, and arcane prowess, Glimmer had the speed, power, and determination to push forward. And push she did all the way to the edge. He really wished he took those self-defense classes his mom mentioned now. Glimmer fought to push Izuku out, one of her hands in his face. Izuku's eyes were already hurting from whatever sparkles the princess could muster. He needed a plan, or he was going to lose. Think. Just before Izuku completely went over the line, he mustered one last barrier between himself and his aggressor, pushing her back. Whatever magic he had left, Izuku fired a single, measly bolt into the barrier, thinking it would go through. Instead, it moved forward, pushing Glimmer away, closer to the other side of the ring. Not what he thought, but cool combos. Glimmer fought to push the magicked wall back, but she was starting to lose her footing and the edge was getting closer. Glimmer coalesced what power she had left into her fist, making it glow with light. She punched with the barrier all she had, and the barrier shattered with a tremendous crash. She promptly collapsed onto her knees, still in the ring, still in the fight. Both now stood at opposite ends of the ring, staring each other down. Exhausted from their magic use, Glimmer teetered slightly before managing to get on her feet. She wiped her cheek with her bruised fist, still staring down the greenette. Casta was on the edge of her seat. Who was going to win? Juliet watched on silently, wondering what either's move would be. After some very suspense-filled seconds, both yelled and charged at their opponent, raising their fist, their final attack. As they clashed in the middle, both punches connected to their opponent's cheek, making both fall onto their backs, onto the floor. Juliet walked over to the exhausted trainees, laying flat on their backs, breathing heavily. "Can either of you get up?" Her expression neutral. They looked to one another and attempted to get up. After some pathetic attempt at trying to get up, only to look like flipped turtles, the two tiredly shook their heads. This duel was a draw. Then well done the both of you. That was an impressive display. Despite there being no obvious winner. Both groaned at the technicality but were still happy that their tutor approved. Amazing! Bravo! Excellent work you two! Casta congratulated the two on their performance from her seat, having emptied her bowl during the last intense moment. If you think this is tiring, then you haven't seen anything. You will have another session tomorrow, and don't forget to bring the third you mentioned. Juliet started walking away from the exhausted sorcerer and princess. Still on their backs, Castaspella left to get some water and bandages, but neither noticed. Hey! Izuku muttered. Huh. Glimmer turned her head over to look at the greenette. Bow the good news. Of course, after the floor stops being so nice, Glimmer rocked her head back and stared at the ceiling. Izuku followed suit. Hey. Gee, Glimmer? Yeah. Why, you were awesome. Glimmer giggled, even absolutely exhausted. Izuku always knew what to say. Thanks. Sorry about rushing that new spell this morning. It was awesome. You were awesome. Izuku had a big goofy smile on his face after hearing that. Afterwards, the two just started talking about the fight and what was going through their heads when they saw the others' moves, complimenting each other on the cool moves they did, as Glimmer put it. So, who's getting their song? For the day. We'll just take turns for the rest of the day. Izuku closed his eyes, his breathing finally steadied. She blinked a few times at the greenette. A few moments later, a content sigh left her. Sounds good. She too closed her eyes, resting with the comforting thought. A few days later, Japan. Juliet wasn't kidding when she said the training would be killer. He was lucky enough to get out with any sort of motivation for the rest of the day. Still, it was nice to see Bao more often now he was officially allowed into the castle proper and part of their training group. The only downside is that the general adjusted the workload to 3 people. So, everything was probably harder for them. It was working though. Izuku picked up a few self-defense moves from the general. After Glimmer flipped him a few times with the same moves. Everyone was learning something new and improving. Bao was hitting targets left and right with his Bao. Izuku was creating cover for his team, firing powerful spells, and Glimmer was teleporting in and out, delivering decisive blows to the backlines in their exercises. But now it was the time to relax. It was a weekend, and he was currently downtown to pick up a few things for the house. His mother had given him enough money to pick up some ingredients. They were having katsudon today. Izuku was right out the door when she told him that. She was going to be working late at the hospital and couldn't get them herself on time, hence she asked her son to go in her place. Albeit reluctantly. So, here he was, finally heading home after picking up everything they needed. With some pork on the side to add a little more flavor. Izuku checked his sliver age, limited edition, All Might watch to see he was a few minutes ahead of schedule. Perfect, he could get started on dinner before his mom got home. As he thought his day was going to be simple and quiet, a crash and sounds of a struggle from a darkened alley drew his attention. Izuku ran to the edge of the alley, hid around the corner, and slowly peeked inside. The noises he did were those of a struggle, 3 kids about his age, a boy with red, jagged hair, holding tightly a pink-skinned girl who looked knocked out, and in front a long raven-haired girl, cornered by a tall, thin man, his eyes hidden by small pair of shaded glasses, obviously being the culprit. Izuku had to do something or else who knows what would happen. A hero will come and save the 3. There was no need to intervene. He just had to call a hero and leave us alone. The raven-haired girl shouted, her confidence fading as the villain loomed closer. When a hero gets here, you're in for it. The redhead shouted with immense anger. If you hadn't gotten in the way from my prize, maybe this would have turned out differently and your pink beach wouldn't be out cold, the villain spat. Now, come on Missy, I've seen the quirk of yours, we're gonna get along real nice. Unless you want the other to be splatters on the walls. No. I won't let you. See, there wasn't much of a choice there. The man grabbed the raven girl by the hair and started to drag her away. She screamed. No! The redhead charged at the man, activating his quirk, which looked like that his skin turned to stone. The reedhead roared as he let out a meaty right hook into the villain's leg, making him cry out in pain and kneel, dropping the girl on the ground. Little sheet. You're dead meat. 2 long blade-like appendages and sharp spines sprouted from each of the man's arms and slashed the redhead across the chest and arms as he blocked. The blades didn't cut, but they pushed him back and still hurt him. Izuku could only watch on in horror as the villain was pushing the stone-skinned kid back with his relentless strikes. What could he do? They were going to die if he didn't do something. But if they saw him, they would surely tell the police he used his quirk in an offensive instead of self-defense. His chances for U.A would be history. Who cares? People are in trouble. You have to do something. A familiar voice called out. What if it wasn't you? The familiar voice rang. Then an idea. Izuku put down the bag of groceries to the side and casted an illusion. In an instant, a replica Halloween All Might mask was in his hands. It was big enough that it would hide his face and most of his hair. He quickly put it on and turned the corner. Stop right there. Izuku called out. The villain stopped and turned to the source of the voice. The F is that? The villain stopped his assault and the red boy's legs gave out beneath him, his quirk receding. I am here. Now let them go. Izuku did his best All Might impression to get the villain's attention. It was working, then a chuckle left the villain. Oh I know. All Might. Whatever will I do? Off twerp, or I'll turn you into a pin cushion. He turned his back and raised his arm to finish his kill. A sharp burning filled the man's back and quickly turned back to the All Might wannabe, his glasses having gone down his nose to reveal his eyes filled with rage. Go. Izuku's spell arm raised and hand glowing with an otherworldly power. He didn't realize it, but his eyes were glowing a bright viridian, further accentuated by the shadows of the All Might mask. You're dead. The walking pin cushion charged at Izuku, dead set on turning him inside out. Izuku threw another bolt into the villain's eyes, causing him to fall and skid across the ground. Izuku jumped over him and quickly created an illusion of himself. As the man got up and turned, now he saw 2 All Might wannabes. The man charged again and slashed at the 2, both dodged cleanly, the illusion firing bolts at the man while the real Izuku ran over to the 3 trapped kids. Who are you? The redhead asked, his voice cracked and dry. Just someone who wants to be a hero. Now stay behind this. Izuku then casted a barrier between himself and the 3 kids. He then heard a faint thank you from the raven-haired girl. Only needing the 1 barrier as the alley was only one way. Izuku ran back in and swapped out with his clone illusion. The illusion brought its hand down to the ground and began circling the man. A tiny trickle of light following its hand. The man was becoming furious, almost foaming at the mouth as more spiky protrusion began erupting from the man's body, ruining his clothes. "Hold still, you twerp!" The villain roared as he tried to hit Izuku with his blades. Bouncing off the walls and making another circle into it, he stopped dodging for a second and faced the villain. "Make me," he was hanging out with Glimmer too much. "Ragig." The spiky protrusions came out with even greater force as they were appearing all over the man and started shooting out from the villain's body in all directions, clipping Izuku a few times but overall missing. As he was more focused on the main deal instead of the illusion, it was fine and joined the cat and mouse game as the circle was complete. That's it. The walking pin cushion villain fired all 4 of his arm blades at the illusion, hitting it directly and making it vanish into particles. Izuku backed up and waited for the man to take the bait. "No more tricks. No more double trouble. Got any more stunts before I tear you apart?" He was standing exactly where Izuku wanted. "Perfect. Just one. Release." Izuku slammed the ground with his spell arm and a bright green rune ignited beneath the man. The ground sank slightly, as if he hit a pressure plate. What the foo dash? Before another word left him, a massive concrete pillar erupted from beneath the man, launching him sky high. Izuku looked up to the sky to see if he could see him falling. No luck, however. If Izuku was correct, he would land right about. Easy dash. Crash. The walking pin cushion crash landed right into a large, closed dumpster. The metal lid dented by the man's fall, almost fitting his silhouette perfectly. He struggled to get up from his predicament as the lid was now stuck to his back thanks to his quirk. "Is that all you got?" "Twerp." The man looked delirious and a punch. Drunk, a stiff breeze could knock him over. Izuku had other plans, however. "Nope. 3, 2, 1. A much smaller, brick-made pillar, about the size of a fist, erupted from the wall and cracked the villain across the face with great force, making the villain spin and fall flat on his face. No longer conscious, his quirk receded back into himself, and the dumpster lid followed his example and crushed him. He won. Wow, that was scary. He could have died. Thankfully, the mask hid all of his fluctuating emotions. Phew. Izuku turned around and lowered his barrier protecting the group. The raven-haired girl was somehow creating long strips of bandages from her arms and enwrapping both the red-head and the pink-skinned girl who was starting to rouse. "Is he actually down?" The red-head asked the masked Izuku. The still-conscious kids turning over to see the man wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. "Why, I think so." Before he could turn back, a figure rushed him and embraced him. It was the raven-haired girl. Izuku was so happy he made the mask, or else his face would bright red instead. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you." She took a step back and examined Izuku. His clothes were cut in a few places, and he had a few nicks here and there, but nothing severe, nothing he already got from training. "Do you need some bandages? I can make some more if dash. I'm sure he's fine. Especially if he kicked that cowardly villain's butt. Manly as heck." The red-head flexed with a sharp-toothed smile but flinched in pain from his injuries. Izuku looked over to their third, who was cradling her head. "Awa, what happened?" "Ashido, you're okay." Worry in his voice. "Just try and relax for now." "Okay," she muttered. The raven-haired girl created a whole phone from her arm and began dialing. "I'll call the police and an ambulance." "One moment." She walked away towards the entrance to the alley, trying to get a signal. "Name's Kirishima, by the way. Thanks for the rescue. The pink girl is Ashido Mina and the long-haired one is Ya. Didn't get her full name actually, but she's really cool. Not as cool as you though. What's your name anyway? Or is it a secret identity thing?" Kirishima asked. Izuku stumbled with his words. "All right, mystery it is. Always loved a good one. You got a really strong quirk if you did all that junk and took him down. What's it called? Or is that a no too?" He chuckled before sking air through his teeth. "And it hurts to laugh. Great. The police are on their way, and I saw this by the entrance." Is this yours? The raven-haired girl had Izuku's bag of foodstuffs. He nodded, and she passed it back to him. She then formally bowed to him. Perhaps a more appropriate introduction is needed. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Thank you for saving us. You will be handsomely rewarded once the authorities arrive. Yaoyorozu? As in the Yaoyorozu family? One of the most influential families in the hero industries and one of U.A's best supporters? Only shadowed by the Ingenium family? Wow, this was a weird day. Tea that won't be necessary. I didn't save you for a reward. Yaoyorozu looked up to her rescuer and Kirishima leaned closer to hear. I didn't even know who you were until you said just now. I saved you because it was the right thing to do. In other words, I don't want a reward. Izuku continued. Heroes should help those in need, not for fame or money, despite what other heroes are like. It shouldn't matter who you are, they should do it because it helps bring people hope for the future, and I hope to help that future shine. Silence. A very long silence and stares. Or B, because it was the right thing to do. You can know? Izuku was really thankful that the mask was hiding his embarrassment. Why did he say that? Super manly. Kirishima's eyes were now sparkling with hype at the young sorcerer's words. The raven-haired girl was at loss for words. She took a second to find her own and responded. I see. Will you be staying with until the authorities arrive, or will you be going? She asked. Izuku checked his watch and his eyes nearly shot out of his head. He was going to be late. He had to go. Arigato, you're welcome. Bye. With that jumble of words, Izuku dashed out of the alley, leaving the three alone. Wait, can I at least have your name? He was already too far gone to hear her. The only thing she could still see of the boy was the bright red shoes of her rescuer. With that, she reluctantly walked back into the alley, their rescuer's words still rattling in her head. When she looked back to alley, however, the obstructions of stone that he created had mysteriously disappeared. She ran over to Kirishima, who was dumbstruck. What happened to the pillars? As soon as all mask ran and you went after him, they sank back into the ground and wall. Weirdest thing too. The redhead scratched the back of his head in confusion. Yaoyorozu took a look around for any evidence of the aftermath, the mystery hero's quirk. There was nothing. No marks or crags from the pillars in the ground or wall, no remnants from the wall he had created. It was as if it all never even happened in the first place. Just before she could ask another question, the blaring of sirens of both the police and emergency services arrived on scene. She ran back to the entrance of the alley and waved them in. A few officers quickly apprehended the villain in suppressive cuffs, and a man in a long trench coat walked past the detainment of the villain to the group. He took off his hat and put it to his chest. Is everyone all right? This was going to be a long scene. Midoriya household. Then I saw him make this massive pillar appear out of nowhere and launch the guy almost 20 feet up or something. It was awesome. Came a testimony from a sharp-toothed redhead about he was rescued by an unknown third party. The three children, Kirishima, Ashido Mina, and Yaoyorozu Momo, were seemingly rescued by an unknown vigilante wearing All Might memorabilia to hide their identity. It is unknown who this person was. But from the reports from both police and the victims, it seems to be a young boy no older than the victims themselves who had taken down the villain and kept the three safe from further harm. More on this story as it progresses. I sent that around the place you went to get things for dinner? Inko asked her son about what was on the news. Izuku was putting away leftovers for tomorrow in the kitchen. Izuku managed to get home at a reasonable time and got everything ready for dinner, even getting changed before she came home. He didn't want more questions of why he had scrapes and why his clothes were torn in places. I think so, but I didn't see anything like that though. Thank goodness. It just keeps getting more dangerous to go out, now in broad daylight even. I'm just glad they were saved. Letting out a sigh at the broadcast. Still, I can't imagine someone their age fighting off that horrible man, let alone beating him. It was probably an adult. They probably just said it was someone their age to better hide his identity. Izuku lied, hiding a sweat bead by wiping his forehead before walking into the living room with his mother. I suppose so, wringing her hands together while sitting. He still couldn't believe he did all that. He was almost scared stiff from that whole fight. But he kept cool somehow, that voice keeping him in the moment instead of the nervousness or worry he should have felt. Izuku checked the time. It was starting to get late, and seeing he had a school day tomorrow, it would be the perfect excuse to go to his room and prepare for another training session. Just had to tell his mother, "Hey Mom? I'm a little tired and we're starting this big project tomorrow, so I'm just going to my room to start early and get some rest." Izuku was beginning to walk away until his mother stopped him from leaving. "Actually, can I talk to you for a second? It's about your sleeping habits." Izuku tilted his head but obliged. "Ever since your quirk showed, and no, I couldn't be happier for you, you've been going to bed more often than not, even with so much time still in the day a few times, and I just think, is everything okay? Why are you so tired? Is everything at school all right? Talk to me." How would he even start? Because if she did believe him, she wouldn't. She'd probably ban him from sleeping until it was fixed. "It's just been a couple of crazy days, that's all. I'm fine now. I've actually made new friends recently across seas, and they usually get up in a few hours, which is when I call them. Sorry if I have been making you worry." "New friends? What about Katsuki?" his mother questioned. "He's still my friend, don't worry." Izuku lied. Kaken was starting to get on his nerves ever since he got his bullshit fake quirk, and was still a Deku to him. He even started pushing him around more. "At school, these ones actually want to listen to me talk about heroes and all my notes. Doesn't Katsuki listen to you? He hasn't for years. He still does, just not as much anymore. He's busy trying to be the next #1. Not with that violent attitude of his, he won't, and he's hated anything that didn't tell him how great he was or thanked him for using his quirk on. Can I meet your other friends then? Just to see if they're actually good." What do you mean? Of course, they're good, they're great even. Why would you think that? Izuku's expression saddened. Bad choice of words. I just want to make sure you're not forgetting about the friends you already have and that they're a good influence on you. Izuku wishes he could forget all the burnt uniforms he had to replace under his mother's nose, just so she didn't worry more. All the bruises he had to hide with her makeup. From both her and his princess friend. They're good people and I trust them more than anything. Please, I promise I'm okay. His mother held him for a moment before finally, reluctantly, letting him go. If you're sure. Good night, see you tomorrow, have a good chat with them. Izuku nodded and left to his room. Today was going to be an interesting story. Wonder what the others would say? All Might Agency, morning after. And you describe anything else about the vigilante that rescued you? A reporter brought a large microphone to the face of the raven-haired Yaoyorozu Momo after a moment to recall she began to speak. 1. He was not a vigilante, he was just a good person at the right place and the right time. 2. He hid his face behind an all-might Halloween mask, so I didn't see much. The only things I can determine is he had green eyes, he was about our age and was wearing bright red shoes when he ran away after saving us. Did he not want any kind of reward? Not even money. I told him who I was, and he firmly told me that he saved us because it is what heroes do. Not for money or fame. He stood by that belief despite seeing my quirk being able to create whatever he wanted. Speaking of quirk, did you see what this mystery heroes was? The girl shook her head, unable to accurately describe what she saw. He did so many things at once, I first thought he had more than one quirk even. He had created an almost exact replica of himself while fighting off the villain and created a barrier of light that protected us from stray spikes or debris. Is that so? The old hero continued to watch the broadcast. Is there anything else you might want to say? Even to our mystery hero if they're watching? I have one thing. She turned to look directly at the camera. If you are watching this, know that I will find a way to repay your kindness someday, and if I ever meet you again, I hope it is as comrades in the hero field. Thank you. I hope to see you at Udemy Mask or no. She returned the microphone to the reporter. There you have it. The heartfelt words of a thankful hero. Trinity. Back to Yodash. Toshinori shut off the television and got up from his seat, walking towards the door of his office. You just can't stay out of trouble, can you? Should have found a pro to help instead. Good work, mystery hero. muttering under his breath. A smile on his face, knowing exactly who the girl was talking about. As he reached the door, he puffed up into his buff form and left the office. Time to get to work. All Might jumped from the entrance of his agency into the sky, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, and began his early morning patrol. Izuku, Glimmer and Bao find themselves in a group huddle before another one of Juliet's training exercises. This one promising to push them to the limit of what they're capable of. The exercise in question involved a group of fake hostages being held behind a fortified position on constant watch. The objective was to eliminate a set number of targets, minimize collateral, rescue the group of hostages, and enter the safe zone on the other side of the outdoor training yard. With the guards being scavenged and re-outfitted horde drones with their blasters set to extremely low. You would still feel a sting if you were hit, but nothing life-threatening, and they could only turn on the spot, not move. The three were discussing possible ways of going forward and getting out with the objective without being ousted. And before Juliet simply started the exercise before they were ready, which she did a few times over the 4 years' worth of training. Are you sure that'll work? I mean, I kind of liked Izuku's plan. Bao spoke his mind. Oh sure, let's just let the guy who can create cover on the go, make a box and get the three of us stuck in one spot. While also draining his reserves for quick cover later. Glimmer retorted. Izuku chuckled nervously, not thinking of that drawback. Not to mention that Izuku's barriers have a set durability, so we have to be sparing. Sorry dude. Glimmer apologized to the green sorcerer. Izuku shrugged in the huddle. It makes sense if you put it that way. Draining myself on one giant barrier might be dangerous since we don't know how many guards there are. Izuku tried to think of other ways of using his spells. Which is why we need to be on the move. The more spread out we are, the less likely we'll be hit and get some form of advantage and get out quicker. Bao quickly added on. The princess's plan now in both of the teens' heads. Besides, one of us can take a lot more fire than anyone, making the bots look away while the other two get the dumb hostages. Glimmer and Bao glanced over to their third member, whose head dropped at the prospect of being shot at more. Are you three done yet? Or do I need to give a little push now? Juliet shouted to the three, who jumped at the voice. All three remembered the last time she gave them a little push. All three shuddered. One more second. Thank you. Bao shouted back, bobbing his head out for a second. Returned to the huddle. Okay, so we're going with Glimmer's plan then? Bao double-checked with the other two members of his team. Izuku sighed but nodded. Glimmer elbowed him in the gut and nodded with Bao. Alright, let's get started. The three left their huddle and got into position at the opposite side of the yard. Seeing the upscaled terrain and other obstacles they would need to get by in order to reach their objective, Bao could already see a few hidden bots beyond the small hills. Are the three of you ready? With that statement from the general, Bao readied his arrows, Izuku prepared his two main spells for offense, and Glimmer primed her light for a fight. All three standing at the starting line. Juliet raised her arm and quickly brought it down. And begin! The team dashed to their objective, ready for anything. Angela had just concluded another mission debrief from the scouts, having returned with horde movements and currently entrenched areas. Still incredibly far from Bright Moon, but close to other unprotected villages and neighboring kingdoms. She wishes she could send out more, do more, but the rebellion was as losing many of its major routes with its allies, taking its most massive blow when she took a seat at the war table. Angela had to focus on protecting what she could, as horrible as it was. The scouts had mentioned that they couldn't cover as much ground as they usually could be due to an increase of horde patrols on their routine missions. 1 or 2 villages were left out because of it. One of them was a small farming hamlet called Willow's Rest, residing on the other side of the Whispering Woods. Without the main roads from Bright Moon to it, it was very remote. The easiest path being walking around the entirety of the wood, easily taking the better half of a day on foot. Perhaps she could send. She can't, they aren't ready. Not yet. Then, when would they be ready? Angela wasn't blind to the progress that Glimmer and her team were making, single-handedly beating some of Juliet's most difficult scenarios that gave some rebellion veterans trouble. If the general's reports were to be believed, they were possibly one of the more active trainee groups at Bright Moon despite not going on any mission outside the castle. Angela brought her hand to her forehead and rested it there, staring into nothing as she was deep in thought on what she should do with the group. A prodigy archer, a sorcerer from another realm, and her own daughter. She let her fingers go through her strawberry blonde hair, trying to figure out why she wouldn't let them prove themselves. She glanced over to the familiar seat beside her. It was much taller than the others, only shadowed by her own. It was getting dusty from not being moved or used. With a half-moon design placed onto the backrest of the chair just above where one's head would be if they sat in it. Her husband's seat. Glimmer's father's seat. What should I do, Micah? Sorry. Plaguing Angela's voice. Our daughter wants to do what she can to help our people, but I'm afraid. Afraid I'll lose her, like how I lost you. She let out another heavy sigh. It echoed in the empty war room. She couldn't keep Glimmer confined to the castle forever, especially since Izuku and Bao came into her life. Micah would be telling all three to chase their dreams and help wherever they can. If he met the strange boy, he would probably be first in line to help him in magic. That's when she realized that. I can't protect her forever, can I? Any of them for that matter. Angela sadly smiled. She reminds me too much of you sometimes, you know that? I'm not sure if I should strangle you for that. She stood from her seat, looked to the empty seat beside her and placed a gentle hand on it. Or love you more for the greatest gift you gave me. Sigh, don't make me regret this. With the last word, Angela trailed her hand across the unused chair and left the war room. Wiping some of the tears out of her eyes, Angela navigated her way to the training yard Glimmer's team would be at this time. Everything has been changing so much so quickly. It all starting that one night 8 years ago. Has it really been 8 years? When Glimmer's powers had awakened, when that green-haired boy stumbled upon her and brought her home, when the two sneaked out the following day. To us. A lot to take in such a short amount of time. Or at least, it felt short to her. Being an angelic being, aging was much slower for Angela. Speaking of time, Angela was surprised on the amount of progress that Izuku had made in his spell work, despite Castaspella being unable to continue teaching him due to her presence being needed at Mysticur at all times now. Perhaps the reason for that was he could return to his world and train there on his own time when night came. Getting 2 days' worth of training in one would steady things along quite nicely. But were they truly ready for the battles to come? Would they keep each other safe against all odds? It was only a scouting mission, nothing too dangerous. But the possibility of it turning badly for the group kept Angela cautious to the whole prospect of it. This would be the point to prove themselves, she thought. They have been training since Angela gave them the go-ahead for it. At first only to stop her daughter from accidentally teleporting from the castle again. But now it was for them to keep the people safe and give them hope for a better tomorrow. As she almost made it to the doors to the yard, Angela could already hear the clashing of metal, the distinct sound of her starlight teleporting all over and energy hitting something dense. Angela took a moment to compose herself and steadfast in her decision, she opened the doors to yard. As she entered, Bao and Glimmer had 2 dummies hunched over their shoulders while Izuku was holding a barrier up behind them, drawing most of the fire from the drones. As soon as Bao dropped his objective at the designated point, he turned on his heel and fired 2 arrows into sky, over the barrier, falling back down and hitting their marks directly. Glimmer was quick to get back into the exercise as she teleported right to the sorcerer's side, providing supporting fire against the training drones. Angela made her way over to the general's side who was overseeing the exercise, not taking her eyes off of the group. Juliet acknowledged the queen's presence with a curt bow. "My queen, what brings you here?" Juliet asked her monarch. "I wish to see what progress they were recently making myself. Now, how are they doing?" As of now, they have almost completed their main objective of rescuing the fake hostages, with limited injuries to them and their objective. The hidden drones provided some difficulty to it, but the group was quickly able to adapt and make a move forward despite it. So far, with only a few hiccups, I would say they are doing fairly well. Juliet finished her report. Angela watched on as the training was winding down as the last of the dummy hostages were brought to the safe point. With it, The drones disengaged from the constant fire and shut down. Izuku dropped his barrier with an exhausted breath, arms slumping to his sides. Juliet congratulated them on their victory, and as such, the three cheered and quickly jumped to the sorcerer's side, Glimmer crashing into him to talk about how awesome they were during the exercise. Ahem. All three looked up from their celebration and finally noticed the tall form of the Queen of Bright Moons standing beside their instructor. All of their eyes going as wide as saucers. The three stumbled over each other before standing straight in line towards the Queen. At ease, I simply came to observe and offer a more active exercise. Angela finished. Everyone, including the general, looked at her with an estranged eyebrow. Seeing as she had all of their attention, now would be a good to tell them about their mission. Angela closed her eyes and briefly took in a breath. How would you three feel about a mission? The group's eyes lit up at the Queen's words. My Queen, are you sure they're dash? How else should they prove themselves? They can't stay in the castle forever. As much as Angela would hope otherwise. But she was in too deep to back down now. As you wish. Juliet raised no other questions after the Queen's statement. Glimmer was the first to step forward. Do you really mean? Glimmer was still cautious on where Angela was leading them, but it was clear she was trying to contain her excitement. Yes, Glimmer. You, Bao and Izuku will be heading out on your first mission outside of Bright Moon. Glimmer turned around and was just about to high-five her teammates. Ye dash. Tomorrow. Glimmer stopped just before her hands hit her two friends' palms. Izuku's being down low and Bao's being up high. I'm sorry. Glimmer looked back to her mother. You will be going on your first mission tomorrow. You will have a briefing in the war room of what you'll be doing early in the morning. Glimmer slumped, knowing she had to wait another day, but still excited at the prospect of their first mission. As to not look like an energy-filled gremlin to her mother, again, she cleared her throat and returned in line with her team. Thank you, Your Majesty. We won't let you down. Glimmer bowed, with the boys following shortly after. Angela softly smiled at her daughter, enthusiasm. While I'm glad to hear your thoughts on the matter, Glimmer, I would also like to see what the other members of your team think of this. Angela first looked to the adept archer Bao. How do you feel about this opportunity presented to you? Can I be honest, Your Majesty? The Queen nodded to him to continue. Nervous. I'm sure I'm not alone in that thought, but it's a good kind of nervousness. The kind of feeling in your gut wanting to see what you can do, despite it. Bao brought his hand to his chest and tapped it gently against his training breastplate. As long as we stay together, we can do anything. A smile formed on his lips with the last few words. Well said. Angela then turned to the sorcerer Izuku. And you? Our resident sorcerer? Selfsame sorcerer took in a deep breath and spoke his mind. If we are being honest then, I'm in same boat as Bao for the most part. What I'm feeling is both nervousness and pride. For the first time in what's felt like a long time, I've never felt surer about my future since I came here. I feel ready for whatever Etheria or Earth will throw my way. More so with my friends by my side. Even if I'm not from Etheria, I will protect it with all I have as if it were my own home. Izuku bowed again, his former nervousness having all left his form. Angela placed her hand on the sorcerer's shoulder. He looked back up. This will always be your home, should you need it. Never forget that. Izuku was taken back at the kind gesture but quickly returned to a more content expression and nodded. Angela stepped back and looked to Bao. That goes for you as well, Bao. Bao thanked the Queen for her kindness. Well, I've kept you distracted long enough. I will have your briefing ready in the morning and maybe some more appropriate attire later today. I will alert you when it's done. Angela motioned Juliet to follow her and both adults left the yard, leaving the three teens alone. As the door closed behind them towards the hallway, Juliet had one question on her mind during that whole conversation. You may speak, Juliet. There's nothing stopping you. Are you sure they're ready? While I'm not one to say ill to their potential and current prowess, I am just wondering what brought this sudden change of heart. Angela stopped in the middle of the hall. A brief silence took hold as no one else was in the hall besides them. Because if I don't give them their chance to learn now, they might go out on their own. Anyway, unaware of the dangers, and at least I would know where they would be going. Angela looked over shoulder to the general. Am I sure? No, not in the slightest. But it is not up to me now, is it? It's up to them. Meanwhile, all three looked to the closing door in shock of what just happened. Did the Queen really give them the go-ahead for their first mission? Each of the group's faces more twisted in confusion, with Bao and Izuku being tied. Glimmer shook her head rapidly and leaned to the other two. Did that actually happen? Yeah, I think it did. Bao was the one to respond first, still staring at the door. Izuku was still processing what kind of mission the team would be tackling. He was starting to mumble 1,000 words a second. Hey Izuku! Stay with me here. Glimmer slapped both of her hands on each of the greenette's cheeks, taking him out his thoughts. Sorry. You know, I've never heard you speak Japanese before. It sounds interesting though. Well, I have, and we need you in the here and now, Zuku. Glimmer told both of the boys. She had finally chosen a different nickname for Izuku other than Greenie, even though it was just his name minus a letter. Why I can let go now, Izuku mumbled as the princess's hands were still on his face. You gonna stay with us? Izuku nodded. She released him and stepped back. Okay, back on track? Can you believe it? Our first mission. Glimmer squealed. It was hard to believe. Tomorrow would be their first real trek outside of the castle. The only real question would be what kind of mission they would go on. Patrol? Escort? Or maybe even combat? It was hard to guess at this point. The only way to find out would be to wait for tomorrow. What kind of mission do you think we'll be doing? Can't be anything too dangerous, right? Bao spoke up. I would literally take anything. Anything would be better than sitting here all day. Glimmer groaned. She was definitely the most excited about it. She continued on about how with the amount training they had, they could take on anything and help everybody. Izuku thought she sounded very much like the heroes back in Japan, just that she could still save people without a license. Another thing he, on purpose, didn't mention. But first, maybe they should get out of their sweaty training armor and clothes. Gurgle. And maybe lunch too. Luckily, Izuku was already ahead in the second part. At first it was just because he wanted to try and see if he could actually make it here, since all the ingredients would be named differently than back home. Another reason is because he wanted it to be a surprise for his friends who've never tried it before. And today, after their most successful training exercise and their mission tomorrow, now was the perfect time. Izuku smiled. How do you guys feel about lunch? Glimmer and Bao now found themselves waiting in their green-haired friend's room at an already set table for the three. Izuku had brought attention that he was making something special for them from Japan. He didn't specify what exactly he was making, but the thought of food overruled the thought of reason for the princess. She was tapping her fingers against the table while Bao was tweaking an old horde tablet the scouts brought back, trying to get it to power up again with all the modifications he's made. Just before Glimmer got up to find her lunch and friend, in that order, Izuku backpedaled into the room with a few small bowls of soup and 3 larger bowls being held up by one of his barriers, acting like a small catering plate, following him in. Sorry it took so long. I was trying to figure out what I could substitute the miso soup with, but I think I got it. Izuku walked over and began placing the food in front of the two with the small soup just beside the main bowl. The main dish was a bowl mix of rice and other vegetables, a cooked egg with some breaded meat carefully placed on top of it all, still steaming and warm. Here you have it. Katsudon, Etherian edition. It took a little bit trying to figure what was considered a vegetable or edible even, but I think you'll like it. Bao put the pad he was working on to the side and rubbed his hands together, ready to dig in. Glimmer couldn't help but drool, if it tasted half as good as it smelled. So, what do you guys think? Izuku pulled into his seat with his own bowl in front of him, a little nervous that he might have gotten it wrong somewhere. Just as he looked up, his friends were already scarfing it down. Well, that answers that question. Glimmer was the first to finish with Bao a close second and Izuku just watching the two genuinely like it. A lot more than he thought actually. He couldn't help but smile as a satisfied breath left the two. That was delicious. Did you make more? Can you make more? Never mind, compliments to the chef. Glimmer announced. Bao raised his bowl with a large grin. I wish my mouth was bigger, it was so good. But, quick question. He put down the large bowl and grabbed the smaller bowl of soup. How do you try this exactly? I don't see any soup spoons. Izuku went to explain how he would usually have it. The soup was meant to help wash down any leftover flavor and clear your palate for another savory bite. But since they just ate it all in one go, it was more of an afterthought. Still, he instructed them how one would take it. With one hand holding the bottom and the other on the side, then take a sip. Hours went by as the three went on talking about anything. Their training, the mission, where they would be going, and more. There were a few questions about the katsudon they just ate, the major one being did it mean anything to him. Back home, the word katsu would roughly be translated to win, or to be victorious. It fit the occasion too. He never thought it would fit this right though. He still couldn't believe they liked it so much. What did he do to deserve this? Steady knock came to Izuku's door and all three turned towards it. Come in. The door swung open and the light brunette Natasha walked in, a big smirk on her face. Oh, Greenie. Everybody else. Your duds are ready, come and get 'em. Wow, that was fast. It was. But I think you'll still like them, Diamond mumbling. It's one of your best qualities. Come on. Glimmer ran past Izuku with Bao close behind, dashing past the older princess. Izuku was still sitting at the table. Natasha leaned against the wall. Better catch up, don't want to miss this, Greenie. When are you going to stop calling me that? Izuku sighed, getting up from his seat towards the door. For whatever reason, she had taken the spot as one of the group's guardians, with the princess being the most into it. Natasha shrugged and chuckled at the comment before waving him out. After a couple of minutes of getting his new clothes on, Izuku exited one of the changing rooms just outside the armory where Glimmer and Bao were waiting for him as they changed before him. Instead of the plain tunic and slops he was given for casual use, what he was wearing now seemed more finely crafted for him, and a lot more sorcerer-like. Although not one of the robes he's seen Castaspella wear, it was definitely made more for outdoor, quick-on-your-feet activities. Sporting a dark green long-sleeved leather jerkin with a comfortable undershirt, plates of light metal covered his joints, ashen gray gloves with buckles helping secure the fit, leather slacks with the protective metal covering his knees, and some heavy ashen gray boots. The look was completed with a heavy forest green cloak that rested on his shoulders, intricate designs sewed into the fine cloth primarily on the back when it was worn. The most prominent one being the symbol of bright moon etched onto where the cloak rested on the left shoulder. It was long and wide enough that he could cover his entire torso with a little leeway below the belt, not slowing him down like that of a full-to-the-floor cloak or robe. He took a few steps in his new gear, trying to get comfortable before Bao noticed him exit the room, waving him over. Looking great, Izuku. Bao complimented the sorcerer. The archer's attire was far more lightweight and closer to armor than Izuku's, wearing a white gold metal chest piece with a red heart just below the neckline. One of his shoulders was also covered by a solid-looking gold pauldron, small brown wristlets, and blue pants with simple-looking golden greaves. The look was completed with a golden quiver for his arrows and a collapsible bow on his back. Of course, the one thing that made it more bow was that the chest piece still allowed full view of his midriff. Whatever he wore, it had to show his stomach. He said that it was more comfortable for him. Izuku never understood it, but he was beginning to appreciate his taste in fashion as he got older. Besides, he's seen stranger hero costumes back home. The X-rated hero. Midnight basically wore a full. Actually, he decided not to think too deep on that. Izuku, have you seen this? We look amazing. Glimmer's outfit consisted of faint sliver fingerless gloves reaching all the way to the elbow with sliver plates on top of each hand. A purple bodysuit covered everything up to her shoulders and knees, a lilac tunic hung loosely over her with diamond-shaped jewels sitting just above her chest, and a pair of special boots that matched the light violets and blues that her outfit consisted of with small half-moons facing forwards on them. To wrap it all together, a sky-blue cape attached to a gleaming sliver pauldron. The cape also twinkled slightly to any light that touched it. She twirled in place to show off the elegance, yet ferocity of her outfit. All their gear fit perfectly well and nothing bad ever came to their minds as they complimented each other, or rather, Glimmer gushed about everyone's outfit. While she was externally gushing, Izuku was internally. It felt like every time he came here, he was one step closer to being the hero of his dreams. Always learning a new spell or how to use it in a specific scenario, learning how to fight, how to save people before even stepping into Yuta. It was always a big leap towards his ultimate goal. But that begged the question. Would he be more of an actual hero here in Etheria or back in Japan? There weren't many people willing to stand up for what was right. On top of that, powers were not as widespread as back home. So, there weren't as many heroes like on Earth, where almost 80% of the population had some sort of power. There were heroes without them like Bao. He was a great example. But just the thought of him being a legal hero back in Japan, or Earth for that matter, would be difficult. He would be considered quirkless or have his keen senses mistaken for one. But here, all he had to do was train, no matter who you were, train and help wherever you could. No legality, no vigilantism, no being reprimanded or punished for trying to save people with your quirk. It was confusing for Izuku. Juggling two very different lines of heroes would be tricky. Hey, Earth to Etheria, come in Earth. Glimmer teased, shaking him out of his unnecessary thoughts. He didn't need think about that. That was for future Izuku. Sorry, just got caught up how nice we look. What did I miss? Well, Bao got the camera feature on his tracker pad working. So, we're taking a group picture, or we would be if you stopped dozing off. I get we look good, but come on. Glimmer took the greenette's arm and lead him to the side of the archer, ready to take a snap. They had to lean in real close to each other to actually fit in the shot, but after a little bit of fuddling around they found a good pose to go with. Izuku was on the right with a bright smile, Glimmer in the middle, arms wrapped around the boys' necks, and Bao on the left holding the pad with his offhand. Everyone looked to the camera and smiled, all of them waving peace signs, ready for the signal. Okay everyone. 3, 2, 1. Best Friend Squad. Best Friend Squad. Day after, edge of the Whispering Woods. As soon as their morning briefing was done, the squad set out for the village of Willow's Rest. Even though it was a simple recon mission, it was still their first, and any experience would be good. Maybe after this, they would receive more vital missions in the future. But first they actually have to get to their destination. On foot. How long have we been walking? Glimmer groaned. Are we there yet? Bao was nose deep in his tracker pad, having downloaded a map from the war table to their destination, and so they wouldn't get lost. It's only been a few hours. But we're almost there. I think. Glimmer tensed up. You think? I'm getting some sort of interference from the woods, just by standing beside it too. I can only imagine how quickly we'd get lost if we went in. Bao then started to tweak with the affixed antenna on the pad, trying to fix it. As long as we follow this path, I think we'll be fine. And at this pace, back before dusk if we're lucky, he remarked. I hope you're right about that, getting the recon's leftovers. Glimmer then looked back to their green sorcerer friend, who was still keeping up a decent pace but occasionally glancing towards the forest, recollection in his eyes. She slowed down and started walking beside the greenette. How are you this fine day, oh green boy of the woods? Izuku rolled his eyes, a small smile forming on his lips. You know, when I found out you actually called me that when we first met, I felt like some lost pet you found in the woods that you wanted to keep. Good thing I did too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, huffing it like the rest of us. She giggled before bringing her hands to the back of her head in relaxation. Izuku chuckled too. She always liked his laugh, soft, but genuine. Since she didn't get to hear it often enough, she cherished every time he actually made him genuinely laugh. Anyway, what was it like living in there? Can't have been all that bad if you looked pretty healthy when you literally rolled into my life. Glimmer snickered, trying to make small talk to pass the time. Bao slowed down too, now walking on the opposite side of Izuku. I kinda want to hear this too. I've lived by these woods my whole life but never went into the deeper parts my dad's told me about. Was there anyone else when you lived there? Izuku scratched his cheek, a small blush forming on them from all the questions and attention he was getting. Oh, there was one other person. She was Miss Raz. Please be careful. You might fall. Bah, I say, bah. No one got any pies made without risks. She then proceeded to scale an almost 90-degree angle incline to reach the berries on the top, using her broom as a steeping branch, with each leap forcing the broom into the hard stone and standing on it before leaping, grabbing the broom, and repeating the process until she was at the top. Izuku could only stare dumbfoundedly at the spectacle. What are you doing down there? The berries are up here. The somehow nimble old woman shouted from atop the cliff. Oh, I see. You wish to catch them when I throw them down. One moment. Wait, what? Get the basket. I've always wanted to try thrown berries in my recipes. She then nonchalantly threw a basket of berries over her shoulder, off of the cliff, falling towards Izuku. Wait, bam. The basket landed on Izuku's head with a hearty smack, knocking him to the ground. Raz nimbly scaled down the cliff back to the main ground, retrieving the basket, which was still okay. Izuku, on the other hand, well done, dearie. We should do this more often. Mara will love these. The forest which hummed along, not looking back to the boy who was flat on the ground. Oh wow. Interesting. He couldn't help but wonder what happened to Raz. When he left with Glimmer, it was the last day he ever saw his guide to the forest. He did start leaving letters at the edge of the forest a few years ago about how he was doing. He would drop them off one day and the next day he checked, they were gone. A raspy cackle echoed every time he dropped them off. So, she might still be out there. Perhaps she only appears to people who are truly lost and help them, in her own way. She did live in a magical forest after all. He felt sorry to whomever would tag along with her berry trips. Hey guys, over there. Everyone's attention was immediately grabbed by the princess's outburst. All looking forward, finding their destination, Willow's Rest. From the outskirts they could tell the reason it was called that. A large oak tree stood in the center of the hamlet with stone-made huts, market stalls and decorations surrounding it. Become more farmland as further one got from the landmark. The group wandered into the town. Instead of the common sight of townsfolk, it was quiet and barren. They first investigated the houses furthest from the landmark, just to see if they were really alone. Izuku went to the right side while Bao and Glimmer went left of the dirt path that made the roads to and from the village square. Hut after hut, it all looked the same, no people in any of them. Izuku went to go reconvene with his team. Just before he exited another hut, he noticed something in the dirt. They looked like boot prints, heavy boot prints leading into the house then coming out, dragging something struggling behind them. What happened here? Izuku looked up to see his team coming back. Any luck? He asked. Bao shook his head. All the huts we looked at were trashed on the inside. Some of them had signs of struggling on the outside. Izuku's investigation led to the same conclusion with the last hut. The picture was becoming clearer. Something or someone dragged all of the townspeople from their homes. But they didn't know. The only way to find out would be to get closer to the main square. Guys? You might want to see this. Izuku and Bao quickly joined the princess's side to the main road that led to the square. The path was covered with boot prints and similar drag marks, but that wasn't the main draw. It was the tread marks from something heavy moving into the square with rectangular prints in between the tracks. Whatever took these people, it was there. All three nodded and readied themselves, moving carefully into the square. Then they heard a scream of pain and moved faster towards the square. Hiding behind the large oak, Glimmer shuffled around it with the two boys close behind her and peeked around to find all of the townspeople. In chains, rounded up and being led into a heavily armored transport vehicle bearing the insignia of the horde on the side. Sodders covered head to toe in gray armor, also bearing the crimson wings of the horde, surrounded the immediate perimeter. One of them was kicking a man on the ground in the stomach. A child shackled to another cried out and tried to run over only to be stopped by the ignition of another Saldus weapon and was swatted away. She was stopping this. Right now. Glimmer, what are we dealing with? Bao whispered to the princess. She shook her head to get in focus. It's the horde. They're taking everyone. What? What should we do? We should stop them and save those people, that's what. Not looking away from the transport or the prisoners. Bao scooted closer and peeked around the corner with Glimmer finally seeing what she was talking about. Okay. I see, 7 solders as of now. They have the place locked tight, no way we can start this without being noticed. Glimmer agreed. They would have to be loud and quick if they wanted to save those people. There was only one question, what made those rectangular prints? Beep 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 BWE. All 3 turned to what was making that sound. A light green sphere-shaped robot with 4 spindly limbs attached to same color plates for legs had spotted them. The singular red lens that made its eye started to glow brightly. Bao quickly fired an arrow into its eye, causing it to short-circuit and crash. That was close. They were sure they had. Weeb BWE, or maybe they should shut their traps as an alarm began to blare on the top of the transport. Hey, doing this now. Let's do this. All 3 rushed around the tree towards the group of solders. Izuku. Barrier. Bao. Covering fire. Glimmer teleported in and started throwing her blasts at solders, hitting them plenty. Before one could sneak up on her, a transparent shield appeared right before her would-be attacker, deflecting the blow. The princess turned on her heel and blasted the grunt in the face, knocking him over. Bao. Free the prisoners. I got Glimmer. Bao nodded to Izuku and made a mad dash for the prisoners. A few solders had arrived with double the number of drones they had then. Grunts. Bao flipped over a few solders and fired concussive arrows to the back of their heads, rendering them unconscious. Bao had finally reached the transport and went quick to work to free a few prisoners before getting back to the fight. Izuku created 3 copies of himself to confuse the detachment of grunts he was fighting, each feigning a punch before the real Izuku went in for magically charged one, cracking the armor with a few of them. He was lucky he had gloves, or this would hurt his hands a lot more. He ducked under the beams of heat fired from 3 incoming drones coming from the nearby houses. He quickly casted a larger barrier to use as shield. The drones didn't care or even acknowledge his illusions, they must sense his heat, concentrating fire on the sorcerer. Well, if they were focused with him, then they wouldn't mind a quick magic trick. Izuku sent his illusions towards the line of bots firing on him, one being caught in the crossfire and destroyed, and ran into the vacant huts. Keeping his shield up, Izuku moved around to avoid it from breaking quicker than it actually was. He kept them distracted long enough that he sensed the runes were in place, one on each side of the line. Izuku dispelled his illusions and raised his hand. Release! Slamming his hand back into the ground, the runes ignited, and 2 pillars emerged from the walls of the houses the bots were sitting between, crushing them together as the pillars met with freshly crushed bot in between. Izuku sighed with relief that he wasn't being shot at anymore. Arash, Bim. Izuku quickly turned with a bolt ready in his hand, to a grunt on the ground, a blast mark scratched into his back. He looked up to see Glimmer with her hand forward and sparkling. You should really watch your back more. Izuku quickly ran to the princess's side as the last line of drones arrived. I'll keep that in mind. How's Bao doing? As if on K, Bao leapt into the fray, rejoining the group, firing a few arrows as he flew. Doing just fine, thanks for asking. Most of the prisoners are free and are helping the rest escape. And the transport? Glimmer mentioned. Bao smiled, knocking another arrow towards a drone. Not going anywhere. All 3 were back-to-back as the whatever horde forces were left surrounded them. Wouldn't happen to have any more tricks, guys? Bao let loose his arrow into a drone. It directly impacted its eye, casing it shudder and shake as sparks began to fly. An arc of electricity jumped from one bot to another, causing them to smoke and explode on his side. Note to self, make more electric arrows. Izuku took in a deep breath and raising 2 fingers from his hand, creating an arc with his hand in front of himself, large shards of ice began to form to his sides. Izuku moved his arm forwards and a spike launched towards the drone, growing in size and impaling it straight through. My turn. Glimmer charged both of her hands with light, focusing it into a singular ball of light. She slammed the ball with great force into the ground, and as it connected with it, a shockwave of sparkles cascaded towards her line of drones, toppling them into a ruined hut. A majority of the drones were destroyed with Glimmer's attack, with Izuku and Bao on cleanup. After a few more minutes of fighting, Whatever horde grunts that were still conscious quickly retreated, leaving the wrecked drones and transport behind. They had won. All three sighed at the same time and fell into a sitting position, leaning on one another. Not bad for a recon mission. We did it. Wow. Izuku was completely exhausted when he murmured that. He still couldn't believe it. And his new spell worked. That was definitely a highlight of today. But there was no way he could match Glimmer's power, not for a while anyway. He took down targets one at a time with traps and his bolts. The tome didn't have anything on taking out large groups of enemies like Glimmer just did. So, everyone had been hiding secrets moves, huh? Says the guy who can shoot ice spears now. Still we won. Glimmer boasted. But I think I took out the most drones with that last blast. She grinned. And we're chopped liver, huh? Bao lightly smacked Glimmer's arm, then laughed. Glimmer got up first and stretched out. We should probably go tell the villagers the fighting's done. No need. Thank you for saving us. All three looked to see a hunched goat man in a faint crimson robe, fiddling with a long gray curl on his chin. The rest of the village behind him. We had all thought we'd been abandoned, thank you, princess. The elder bowed to the three. Glimmer stepped forward as the other two stood up and stand beside her. She bowed back. It was no trouble. We only wish to help the people and give them hope that the rebellion will never give up. The elders smiled at the princess's words. As they were conversing, a wrecked horde drone, its chassis cracked beyond repair, emerged from the rubble of a destroyed house. It twitched and shuddered unnaturally before letting loose a deeper red laser from its shattered eye, directly at the elder. Izuku's eyes widened and everything slowed down. Get down. Izuku pushed the elder out of the way of the bolt, and before he could cast a barrier, the bolt impacted directly with his back, burning right through his cloak and armor, leaving a large deep burn and smoky, charred flesh. Then he collapsed on the ground, barely conscious. Izuku! Glimmer turned around and roared, firing an overcharged blast of light at the barely functional drone, causing the drone to explode upon impact. As the drone was destroyed, she could have sworn she saw something dark wisp away from the scrap. No time for that. Izuku! Say something. Bao, help me. Glimmer frantically hoisted one of Izuku's arms, with Bao quickly taking the other side of their greatly injured friend. He groaned in pain. We need to get back to Bright Moon and fast. The elder quickly got up and rounded the villagers. Find some horses as quick as you can. Go. Go. Many of the villagers rushed off to find some transportation. Jijil, Glim. His face was pale and eyes faded. Stay with me, Izuku, we're going home. 2 horses were brought out for them, and they quickly mounted up. Bao on a separate one, while Glimmer rode with Izuku tied tightly to her waist. Thank you, I promise I will speak to Queen Angela to send more troops here. There will be no need, from now on, we are part of the rebellion and will fight for our home. Now go. Glimmer thanked the elder again and the 2 rode off. Not knowing they were being watched by the shadows themselves. Deep in the darkest chamber of the Fright Zone. So, the rebellion had themselves a sorcerer now, a foolishly heroic, but somewhat competent sorcerer. If Mystica had finally decided to join the war, the rebellion would gain much more ground and get their troops out faster. She knew better, however. Those arrogant fools would never ruin their years of keeping to their code of neutrality for the sake of knowledge and the protection of it. Cowards, all of them. But if that was the case, then the boy would be a free sorcerer, not locked or chained by the rules of the Ministry of Mystica. He could keep getting stronger. For the time being, he would be out of the picture for a while. Until then, she would need to keep an eye out for the boy's presence should he ever return to the field. A sorcerer of any kind allied to the rebellion would become a problem. The Shadow Weaver waved her hand over her scrying spell and the image of the 3 rebels faded. Before she could place a hand on the ridged surface of the black garnet, a screen blared to life on the wall. Of course, she prematurely kneeled to the screen as it flickered to her glorious lord, who would no doubt be asking Abu. Shadow Weaver, why have I just received a report that an entire battalion of drones was destroyed and an armored transport vehicle lost by no more than 3 rebels? Her lord spoke, a deep monotone hiding his anger. Lord Horde, There is a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Pause. Hordak's pure red orbs for eyes scowled at the corrupted sorceress, a metallic claw tapping against his throne. Speak. To the point, one of few admirable qualities to her lord. From what I had observed, these rebels were well trained, and among them, the Princess of Bright Moon and a well-versed sorcerer. Through their power, they were able to wreak havoc amongst our forces. A deep silence from her lord, but she could feel the animosity from her chambers to the sanctum. Do you know the name of this sorcerer? Was he dealt with? Although he survived, he will not interfere for quite some time. Shadow Weaver glanced as although her lord's face remained neutral, his claws were digging into his steel throne, bending the edge of the armrest. Return to your duties. The screen blinked off. Means to an end. Means to an end. She pushed down her murderous thoughts and grabbed hold of the deep crimson runestone. Arcs of red energy seeped into the sorceress and with it, became refreshed. Much better. Now then, time to check on her star pupil, and that idiotic pet of hers.